Chapter 43:51. Earth Elemental spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after being hit by a dozen wooden stakes. He couldn't even stand straight and retreated to a corner. He looked at Lin Fei with fear. "How is it? My wooden stakes taste pretty good, right? If you're not satisfied, I can give you more at any time." Lin Fei chuckled. However, in Earth Elemental's eyes, this chuckle was too much of a blow. "Do you have to bully me like this just because you know powerful spells? I'm an expert below the Supreme Being level after all. Don't you have any shame?" However, Earth Elemental didn't dare to say this. He really couldn't see through this guy. Even Earth Elemental himself couldn't use such powerful spells. Only a Supreme Being expert could use them. "Could you please leave your name so that I can know who I lost to?" Earth Elemental didn't dare to attack again. However, he still had to know who this person was. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. "I only have an ordinary name. You wouldn't know me even if I told you." Lin Fei smiled. "However, since you asked, I'll tell you. My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin Fei. If you want to cause trouble for me, come at me." Earth Elemental quickly searched for this name in his mind, but he really couldn't find anything. There was no information about Lin Fei in his mind. It was as if this person had appeared out of thin air. After learning this person's name, Earth Elemental used an Earth Escape technique and left just like that. At first, Old Granny Hua and Luo Yuan thought that Earth Elemental had left. However, Lin Fei suddenly stomped on the ground and a huge wooden stake rushed out. There was a figure on top of it. "You've already left. Why are you still hiding underground? You're too dishonest." Earth Elemental was sent flying by a huge wooden stake and disappeared in an instant. What Old Granny Hua thought was a very troublesome matter had been resolved in an instant. That was Earth Elemental, an expert in Earth spells, yet he had been defeated just like that. The problem in front of them would be solved. If you don't want to be hunted down by Earth Elemental, you should leave this Chonglong city as soon as possible. Lin Fei naturally didn't plan to leave the items he had obtained here. Even though the earlier commotion wasn't too great, Lin Fei knew that Autar Chonglong must have sensed it. He might even be on his way here right now. Although Lin Fei did not fear that supremacy Chonglong, he still found it troublesome to deal with. After all, he had a treasure in his hands, and he wanted to see what it was more than anyone else. Now, Lin Fei only had this little bit of interest. Luo Yuan blanked out for a moment before recovering. It was indeed as Lin Fei had said. If he didn't leave now, when Earth Elemental returned, he would definitely not be able to escape. Everyone knew that he, Luo Yuan, had robbed quite a lot of treasures. He was akin to a moving treasure. With that, Luo Yuan slipped away. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? Could they wait until Autar Chonglong arrived? Luo Yuan definitely wouldn't have the confidence to leave. Even though his movement technique wasn't bad, it couldn't compare to an autarch. After Luo Yuan left, Lin Fei decided to leave as well. He was prepared to take a good look at what this treasure was and why it was worth being hunted down. From the looks of it, this talisman seemed rather decent. One could imagine how extraordinary the treasure inside was. Just these few points alone were enough for Lin Fei to take a good look at it. "Thank you, Autarch Lin, for helping me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape Earth Elemental's pursuit." Old Granny was said sincerely. When Lin Fei heard this, he was somewhat surprised. Old Granny Hua had actually called him Autarch. However, after thinking about it, he realized that his current strength was indeed comparable to an Autarch's. After all, his injuries were constantly being healed by the Tree of Life, and his strength was slowly increasing as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an autarch. However, he wasn't interested in autarchs at all. After all, he was merely in the Foundation Establishment realm. To put it bluntly, the Foundation Establishment realm wasn't much. Since you know that Earth Elemental is here to kill you, I think you should hurry up and find another place. After all, nothing good ever happens. Lin Fei smiled. Old Granny Hua continued. "If I didn't see wrongly, the treasure in Autarch Lin's hand should be that thing. As for this talisman, it should be the legendary Heavenly Origin Talisman." Old Granny Hua's words suddenly changed, and she actually mentioned that treasure. Indeed, Lin Fei was planning to leave. He wasn't too interested in this fight. However, when this heavenly origin talisman was mentioned, he knew that it was this talisman. After all, this talisman was rather decent. It was especially so because the refining method was very advanced. It wasn't something an ordinary person could refine. A talisman like this was probably hard to find in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. You even know about this heavenly origin talisman? It seems like you know quite a lot. I wonder if Sovereign Lin is interested in knowing more about this treasure. I'm not exaggerating, but in the entire Kunlun secret realm, the number of people who know about this treasure can be counted on 2 hands, and I'm one of them. Granny Hua's gaze also turned serious. That's right. That's right. Lin Fei didn't doubt her words at all. Old Granny might really know the whereabouts of this treasure. The heavenly origin talisman that you mentioned sounds very powerful. However, it's just a talisman to me. I can easily take it off. Lin Fei laughed and took out the treasure. The heavenly origin talisman was as ordinary as ever. After hearing old Granny's words, Lin Fei knew that the heavenly origin talisman was definitely not something simple. He snorted and raised his hand to grab the heavenly origin talisman. However, just as he grabbed the heavenly origin talisman, a force bombarded the center of his palm. The force seeped into his palm and showed signs of disintegrating his body. This kind of power was quite extraordinary. Old Granny Hole was also paying attention. In fact, she had recognized this treasure from the start. However, she didn't say anything. She just didn't expect this treasure to fall into the hands of this person. Autark Lin seemed to know nothing about this treasure. This was quite surprising. The power of the heavenly origin talisman's counterattack had indeed surprised Lin Fei. However, an even more violent force surged down. Kacha Kacha. The heavenly origin talisman collapsed in the blink of an eye. It turned into pieces and drifted away with the wind. The wooden box opened. See, it's that simple. Chapter 4352. Old Granny Hua had not expected Lin Fei to be able to destroy the heavenly origin talisman so easily. One must know that the heavenly origin talisman contained immense power. Most importantly, the heavenly origin talisman was extremely tough. It was not something that could be destroyed so easily. However, the Supreme Lin Fei before her truly made her feel how powerful he was. This made old Granny Hua even more certain that the person in front of her was a supreme expert. If he was not a supreme expert, how could he have destroyed the heavenly origin talisman so easily? After the heavenly origin talisman was destroyed, the wooden box opened. Yi Xiaolong opened the wooden box and saw that there was a black token in it. However, there were no words on the black token. It was as simple as it could be. However, it was precisely this token that caused Lin Fei to be slightly moved. He could feel that the token was indeed quite different. There was a vast and invincible aura coming from the token. It was as if there was a world inside it. It was quite extraordinary. Lin Fei took the token out casually. It was heavy, but Lin Fei was stronger now. Hence, he could easily hold it in his hand. He had wanted to admire it for a while. However, he did not expect the tree of life in his body to suck the token in. In the blink of an eye, the token was surrounded by the tree of life. Lin Fei saw the tree of life start to grow. In a short period of time, it had grown 20 to 30 centimeters taller and was even more luxuriant. The divine water of life that flowed out was also more than before. After it flowed through his body, Lin Fei's injuries recovered quite a bit. The recovery was like a roller coaster ride. It made Lin Fei feel different. He had never thought that the black token would be so useful. It was completely beyond his expectations. Before Lin Fei could figure out what was going on, the token was absorbed and refined by the tree of life. Old Granny Hua looked at each other. She did not expect the token to disappear all of a sudden. She could not even feel the aura of the token anymore. Could have been stored away. However, she immediately noticed that the aura around Lin Fei seemed to have become much stronger. Tell me, how much do you know about this token? Lin Fei's tone suddenly turned heavy as he stared at the old lady. Old Granny Hua felt that if she didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to leave this place. She didn't know why Lin Fei was so interested in this token, but she more or less knew that there must be some secret behind it. It was just that she didn't know. "Supreme Sir, if you don't mind my simple courtyard, why don't you come in and have a seat? I can have a good talk with you." What kind of person was Lin Fei? He saw through Granny Hua's thoughts with a single glance. Something must have happened to this guy. If it was something else, Lin Fei might not have minded it. However, this token was really important to him. Lin Fei had never thought that this token would have such a miraculous effect on recovering injuries. This was really surprising to Lin Fei. If he could get a few more tokens like this, his injuries would at least recover faster. "There's no need to sit inside. I'm afraid that I might scare the young lady inside. I might as well speak openly here." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei's sword intent enveloped the entire alley, transforming into an invisible barrier of light. When the sword intent appeared, old Granny Hua felt a chill down her spine. The sharp aura destroyed all the fire-based techniques in the surroundings, rendering all her techniques useless. Old Granny Hua knew that this was something that Sovereign Lin Fei had set up to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. "Supreme Sir, what you just obtained is an extremely rare Supreme Heaven token in our Kunlun Mystic Realm." Supreme Heaven token? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could indeed feel a boundless and invincible aura from this token. Although the Divine Dragon Key also had an unusual aura, it was far inferior to the aura of the Supreme Being token. I don't know what material this Supreme Heaven token is made of, but it's rumored that there are very few of them in the entire Kunlun Mystic Realm. However, every single one of them will bring about a great opportunity. It's said that one can obtain the treasures left behind by the number one expert in the Kunlun Mystic Realm, Supreme Heaven. Lin Fei did not know much about the Kunlun Mystic Realm. He only knew that there were currently 6 Supremes in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Now that he heard this, it seemed like the Kunlun Mystic Realm once had a number one Supremes. This Supremes was quite famous as well. He actually dared to call himself Supreme Heaven. Most people without some strength would not dare to call themselves such a name. Supreme Heaven is the number one Supremes in our Kunlun Mystic Realm. He's also the strongest Supremes. It's rumored that his realm has always been at the Supreme's realm. However, his strength is the real deal. It's rumored that there was an expert who surpassed the Supreme's realm. In the end, Supreme Heaven killed that expert with a single sword strike. He killed more than 10 experts of that level, thus maintaining the peace of the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Lin Fei knew that the Supreme's realm was equivalent to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Above the Foundation Establishment Realm was the Core Formation Realm. In other words, this Supreme Heaven in the Foundation Establishment Realm could actually kill experts of the Core Formation Realm, and more than 10 of them at that. His strength was truly unfathomable. It could even be said that his accumulation was rather terrifying. If it was anyone else, they might have some doubts. However, Lin Fei did not doubt the old granny's words at all. If Supreme Heaven was the number one Supremes, then he would be the number one Supremes. If that was the case, it would explain why the Supreme Heaven token had such a miraculous effect. It was actually absorbed by the God Tree of Life as nourishment. In other words, this Supreme Heaven was rather capable. As far as I know, there are a total of 10 of such Supreme Heaven tokens in the entire Kunlun Mystic Realm. Now, that Supreme Heaven has taken one away, there are 9 of such Supreme Heaven tokens left. Then where are these Supreme Heaven tokens? Each of the 6 Supremes has one. The remaining 3 are occupied by the 3 major powers. It's rumored that using the Supreme Heaven token to cultivate can increase one's cultivation speed. Therefore, it has always been a top-notch treasure in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Supreme Chonglong somehow found out about this Supreme Heaven token and arranged for people to search for it for countless years. In the end, it was snatched away by Luo Yuan. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean that there are far more than just 10 Supreme Heaven tokens? Perhaps there are even more in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. That's unknown. However, based on the current situation, the 6 Supremes and the 3 major powers all have this Supreme Heaven token. Chapter 4353. Lin Fei couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Even if there were only 9, no, 10 Heaven's Path medallions, he would still get them one by one. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Lin Fei was even more confident in recovering his strength now that he had the Supreme Sky token. More importantly, the Life God Tree was extremely satisfied with the token and was beaming with joy. Zhao Chan, I finally found you. To think that you could still hide right under my nose. Now, I can answer to Supreme Xinghai. A burst of laughter could be heard. In the alley in front of them, a figure appeared. A gust of wind blew over and turned into a figure standing in the courtyard. Supreme Changlong. Zhao Chan's face sank. That was the old granny's name. There were not many people in the Kunlun secret realm who could accurately call out her name. This Supreme Changlong was one of them. Zhao Chan could not be more familiar with this person. He was one of the 6 Supremes. Supreme Changlong, unexpectedly. The commotion from earlier had attracted Supreme Changlong. This was what Zhao Chan was most worried about. Supreme Changlong was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no facial hair. Right now, he was clearly surprised and overjoyed. He was originally cultivating and meditating in his own residence. However, that slight ripple had startled him awake. Hence, he had followed the direction of the ripple. He had not expected to reap such a harvest right under his nose. This was truly unexpected. Who didn't know that Supreme Xinghai was chasing after Zhao Chan? Anyone who could bring her back would receive a generous gift from Supreme Xinghai. One must know that Supreme Xinghai was the #1 Supremes in the Kunlun secret realm. He was ridiculously strong. Even Supreme Changlong was not a match for him. He was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest of the 6 Supremes. No one knew exactly what level this Supreme Xinghai's strength had reached. However, the remaining 5 Supremes were simply not a match for him. This was something everyone knew in their hearts. After Supreme Xinghai issued the bounty, these Supremes were naturally moved. Where else could they find such a good opportunity to obtain something good from Supreme Xinghai? Unfortunately, Zhao Chan had disappeared without a trace. This caused these Supremes to feel somewhat frustrated. You are Supreme Changlong, Lin Fei laughed. He had originally planned to go look for Autark Changlong. He wanted to obtain the Supreme Sky token from him. He didn't expect that this person would take the initiative to come to him. This was really a good thing. What are you? You don't have the right to speak here. Scram to the side. Supreme Changlong swept a glance over and raised his hand, sending a large number of wind blades flying over. These wind blades were densely packed, and they were innumerable. Every wind blade was extremely powerful, surpassing the level of chi refinement and reaching the level of foundation establishment. Using such a method to deal with him was indeed a little overkill. However, Supreme Changlong was just that arrogant and domineering. How could a brat dare to call out his name in such a manner? How could Supremacy Changlong think too much about it? He simply raised his hand and destroyed the brat. When the wind blade arrived in front of Lin Fei, the sword intent emerged. Bang, bang, bang. He blocked the kites. An expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. After Changlong gave a glance, he recognized the sword intent. In the entire Kunlun mystic realm, only the experts from Heavenly Sword Mountain could display perfect sword intent. It was one thing if it was an ordinary expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain. However, those who managed to cultivate out sword intent were all potential seeds of Heavenly Sword Mountain. If the Heavenly Sword Mountain were to get involved with Zhao Chan, things would get troublesome. Everyone knew that Heavenly Sword Mountain had a supreme expert as well. The Supreme of Heavenly Sword Mountain was a lunatic. His sword intent swept through the world. Supreme Changlong really didn't want to go up against that fella. There was simply no benefit in doing so. I heard that the Supreme Sky token is in your hands. I'm rather interested in this thing. Hand it over. Supreme Changlong frowned. To think that you know about the Supreme Sky token as well. The matter of the Supreme Sky token had not spread much in the Kunlun mystic realm. That was because it was limited to the circle of the Supremes. Coupled with the fact that a few chi refinement realm experts knew about it, no one else knew about it. Not even a single word about it had been passed down. However, to think that this fellow would ask for his Supreme Sky token the moment he opened his mouth. Was there something wrong with this fella's brain? Even Supreme Changlong was starting to doubt himself. The Supreme Sky Token is indeed in my hands. However, you are rather gutsy. Even if the Supremes of Heavenly Sword Mountain are here, they can forget about getting me to hand over the Supreme Sky Token. Supreme Changlong was starting to get angry. It had not been easy for him to find Zhao Chan unexpectedly. Another fella popped out and asked for the Supreme Sky Token. What an arrogant tone. Did he really think that the Supreme Sky Token was an ordinary item? That was a top-notch treasure of the Kunlun mystic realm. At the mention of the Supreme Sky Token, Supreme Changlong was infuriated. He had arranged for people to search for the Supreme Sky Token and spent several years searching for it. In the end, when he finally managed to obtain any news about it, it had been snatched away by that Luo Yuan. Now, someone was eyeing his Supreme Sky Token. Wasn't he just courting death? Did he really think that he, Supreme Changlong, was a pushover? So, you don't intend to hand it over? That's fine. I'll just take it myself. Who asked me to be interested in this Supreme Sky Token? Hua! A huge sword formation instantly enveloped Supreme Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents descended upon him in a single move. Supreme Changlong did not notice the sword intents circulating around him at all. As such, he was caught unprepared. Numerous wind blades appeared around his body to form a protective barrier. When the wind blades collided with the sword intents, they crumbled without stop. They had no way of resisting at all. Supreme Changlong realized that he had underestimated this kid. His opponent's sword intents were simply too powerful. The power of the sword formation did not change at all. From start to end, it continued to suppress him. The rate at which Changlong's wind blades were being depleted was extremely fast. Soon, he started to feel the pressure. Supreme Changlong had no idea when such an expert had appeared in the Kunlun mystic realm. Armor of Wind. Seeing that the wind blades were getting harder and harder to block, Supreme Changlong snorted lightly. Autark Changlong let out a soft snort, and a suit of armor instantly materialized on his body, protecting most of his body. This was Changlong's strongest treasure, the Armor of Wind. It possessed extremely powerful defensive capabilities. He had never expected that he would have to use this treasure so quickly. His opponent's sword intents were boundless. With a single move, he had no way of breaking through it at all. Now that he was enveloped by the sword formation, he had no other choice but to take it head-on. This time around, another great expert had appeared from the Heavenly Sword Mountain. What worried Supreme Changlong was that this sovereign of the Heavenly Sword Mountain might be hiding in the shadows, waiting to deal a blow at him at a critical moment. Whoosh! The sword formation suddenly changed, transforming into a single sword that slashed out towards Supreme Changlong's body. It was simply too fast. Even the sudden change in technique left Supreme Changlong no time to react. The power of the sword had already smashed into his body, sending him flying. Chapter 4354. A formless sword slashed out, sending Autark Changlong flying. The power of this sword was far greater than he had imagined. A rumbling sound crashed down on Supremacy Changlong's body. Countless layers of defenses appeared on Supremacy Changlong's body, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this sword as wave after wave of attacks assaulted him. After landing on the ground, Supremacy Changlong was basically unable to stand up anymore. Supremacy. You are in Supremacy. Which Supremacy are you? Autar Changlong's face turned grim as well. A wind barrier appeared around him, covering him tightly. Supremacy Changlong already knew that this young man before him was in Supremacy. What was even more outrageous was that he was a Supremacy who used the sword. Could there be a second Supremacy in Heavenly Sword Mountain? Why hadn't he received news of this? Supremacy Changlong finally understood why this young man had asked him about the Heaven Ascension token. This young man truly had the strength to do so. Are you still not planning on handing over the Heaven Ascension token? That was just the appetizer. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move soon. Lin Fei smiled calmly, not replying to Supremacy Changlong's question. Supremacy Changlong could not figure out when such an expert had appeared in Heavenly Sword Mountain, let alone in Supremacy. The other party's sword intent contained the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That was the most terrifying thing about it. There was no way he could defend against it. Supremacy Changlong had never believed that anyone could cultivate all 5 elements. No, the 5 elements. Even the strongest of them all, Supremacy Xinghai, had only cultivated 2 elemental powers. That alone was enough to make him the strongest out of the 6 supremacies. Are you really planning on snatching the Heaven Ascension token from me? You'll incur the wrath of the public. Lin Fei walked over. To me, there's no such thing as wrath of the public. I'm only interested in this Heaven Ascension token. That sword earlier did not teach you a lesson. In that case, I'll have to send you another one. Explode. Lin Fei snorted softly. Supremacy Changlong's face instantly changed. He discovered that the 5 elements within his body had actually fused into one. Boom! A surge of power exploded within Supremacy Changlong's body. A myriad of sword intents shot out from his body. In the blink of an eye, Supreme Changlong was grievously wounded as he fell to his knees. You can actually guide the power of the 5 elements in my body? I'm convinced. Don't attack me. A single wave of the power of the 5 elements was more than Supremacy Changlong could endure. He was afraid that there would be a second wave of the power of the 5 elements. Even if he was a Supreme Being expert, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the second wave. This attack was simply too terrifying. It was so powerful that even he found it hard to withstand it. In any case, as long as you let me see the Heavenly Passage Medallion, you can leave. Otherwise, if I can detonate it once, I can detonate it a second time. Unless you have the confidence to completely remove my 5 elements power in an instant, I don't think you have the ability to do so. I'm not trying to discourage you. This is the truth. Autar Changlong was feeling extremely vexed right now as well, because the other party's words were indeed correct. He really couldn't withstand the second and third round of explosions. The main point was that the power of the 5 elements was too difficult to remove. They protected each other and formed a powerful force. Unless Supremacy Changlong was given a few days' time, there was no way he could dispel it at all. Even Supremacy Changlong was regretting coming out. Couldn't he just cultivate properly if he had nothing better to do? What the hell was he coming out for? And now, he was struck by the power of the 5 elements. Supremacy Changlong felt that if this news were to spread out in the Kunlun secret realm, the remaining Supremes would definitely be scared out of their wits. And Supremacy, who wielded the power of the 5 elements, had appeared. Zhao Chan, who was standing in the distance, had a look of unimaginable joy in her eyes as well. To think that she would be able to witness the power of the 5 elements in her lifetime. This was a top-tier power. Any single power would become extremely strong once it was cultivated to its limits. This was even more so when 5 different types of powers complemented each other. This was something that was absolutely horrifying. Supremacy Changlong was strong, right? But to think that he would choose to lower his head after being struck by the power of the 5 elements. I'll give you the Heavenly Passage Medallion right now. Sir, you must keep your word. Right now, the only thing Supremacy Changlong wanted to do was to leave this place before anything else. In truth, he did have some secret arts of his own. However, he had been struck by the power of the 5 elements earlier, and it had even seeped into his body, causing him to be at a disadvantage. Even though he did not know why the other party wanted to use the Heavenly Passage Medallion, Supremacy Changlong felt that the other party would not be able to do anything about it for now. He might as well leave it on the other party first and retrieve it when the time came. Right now, escaping was the most important thing. He had to go ask that old antique for help. Supremacy Changlong took out the Heavenly Passage Medallion and exerted some force in his hand, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to fly over. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, causing the Heavenly Passage Medallion to land in his hand. Right now, Supremacy Changlong was extremely smart. He did not leave any tricks on the medallion. That's more like it. If you had handed this Heavenly Passage Medallion to me from the start, you wouldn't have suffered so much. All right, you can leave now. Of course, I welcome you to come back for revenge. Best if you can call the other Supremes over as well. Supremacy Qianlong was no fool. Right now, what he needed to do was to recover from his injuries. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. That strike of the 5 elements had caused him to only be able to unleash 50% of his strength. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If others were to find out about this, then he, Supremacy Qianlong, would be in grave danger. Don't think that all Supremes could sit back and relax. The 6 Supreme Beings were constantly fighting each other in the dark. Supremacy Qianlong carefully left. He was extremely worried that this expert from Heavenly Sword Mountain would deal him a fatal blow. Even after returning to his manor and activating multiple formations, he still felt rather nervous. Only when he finally entered his private room did he finally let out a sigh of relief. Supremacy Lin, how could you let that person leave? Given his personality, he will definitely gather others to deal with you. Zhao Chan said. Lin Fei said in a very casual manner. Do you think I'm someone who would worry about others taking revenge on me? You're overthinking things. All right, thank you for helping me obtain this Heavenly Passage medallion. I'm a very straightforward person. Since you helped me with one thing, I'll help you with one thing. Remember, there's only one thing. As soon as the Heavenly Passage medallion landed in his hands, Lin Fei knew that it was the genuine Heavenly Passage medallion. The Tree of Life had reacted. He knew that Supremacy Qianlong wouldn't dare to play any tricks. Zhao Chan was rather surprised as well. She suspected that she had misheard. To think that this Supremacy Lin Fei would actually help her with one thing. Zhao Chan truly did not expect him to help her with anything at all. Revealing the matter of the Heavenly Passage medallion was just a small matter. She believed that this senior Lin Fei would definitely know about it. She had never thought too much about it. But now, this was truly a pleasant surprise. Chapter 4355. Lin Fei was such a straightforward person. Since he had benefited from it, he had to share some with others. If not for this, he wouldn't have known about the existence of the Supreme Sky Token. Although he would be able to dig it out sooner or later, it wouldn't be as fast as now. To Lin Fei, this matter wasn't a big deal. Now that he had obtained the second piece, he would be able to obtain all the Supreme Sky Tokens in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, helping Zhao Chan with something wasn't a big deal. No one knew the cause and effect relationship better than Lin Fei. He didn't want to leave any consequences in the future because of this cause. Therefore, it was better to end this quickly. Outsiders didn't know what Lin Fei was thinking about. In any case, Zhao Chan was extremely excited. Even Supreme Qianlong wasn't a match for Supreme Lin Fei. What about the others? One could imagine what the situation was like. Even now, Zhao Chan couldn't tell the depth of Lin Fei's strength. It was fine as long as he was stronger than Supreme Qianlong. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Therefore, Zhao Chan didn't hesitate to speak up. I hope that Supreme can help us with a small matter. That is to escort my daughter to the 1,000 Yuan Mountain. Such a small request was really insignificant to Lin Fei. It also surprised Lin Fei a little. Lin Fei could tell that Zhao Chan was in big trouble. Perhaps it was the girl inside the box. As for what the girl was, Lin Fei couldn't tell. However, she definitely had some secret on her. Lin Fei didn't expect this small request to be so simple. Escort her to the 1,000 Yuan Mountain. It was really a very insignificant matter. At the very least, it was easy for Lin Fei to do it. Sovereign, my daughter has another identity, the reincarnated one. Previously, she went to the 1,000 Origin Mountain to completely awaken all of my daughter's memories and obtain the inheritance of her previous life. I'm afraid that there will be various sovereigns and even old monsters making a move. Zhao Chan didn't dare to hide anything now. She simply didn't say it out loud, afraid that Lin Fei would misunderstand. She is the reincarnated one. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of the reincarnators. One must know that he had taken one of the 3 soul jades, which allowed Xia Lin's strength to improve by leaps and bounds. She stepped into the door of a martial artist and was now at the Xianxia realm. This situation was really a little coincidental. It was so coincidental that Lin Fei found it a little hard to accept. If that was the case, it would explain one thing. Why would Zhao Chan hide here? Why would she be so cautious after seeing Luo Yuan and himself? It was all because of this reincarnator. Sending it to the Thousand Origin Mountain was no problem. In any case, it was a small matter. Yifan was also intending to absorb this Supreme Sky token and consolidate it properly. Therefore, he wasn't in a rush to do so. At the very least, he could let the Long Dragon Sovereign inform the other Supremes first. Lin Fei was prepared to cast a long line to catch a big fish. It would be best if he could lure the other supremacies over. That way, he wouldn't have to make a wasted trip. Actually, Supremacy Changlong wouldn't dare to look for trouble even if he had 100 guts. Who knew if Lin Fei was still here? Changlong was hiding in his mansion and didn't dare to come out. He would just focus on dispelling the 5 elemental energy in his body. Lin Fei brought Zhao Chan and left Changlong City. In order to not be noticed, they rented a carriage and placed the girl on it. She was a girl. Actually, she wasn't young anymore. She was already 18 years old. However, her physique was extremely weak. It seemed like she would collapse from a gust of wind. Her body was also emitting a cold aura. Everything couldn't get close to her. That kind of cold was bone-piercing, so cold that it reached deep into the bones. Anything that got close to this girl basically had no chance of survival. Only Zhao Chan, who was proficient in fire energy, could suppress this cold aura. As the cold aura got stronger and stronger, Zhao Chan also felt that it was rather strenuous. Zhao Chan was afraid that one day she wouldn't be able to suppress it. With Lin Fei's escort, this matter was handed over to Lin Fei. He easily suppressed the cold aura. Sword intent enveloped the outside, isolating all the cold aura from leaking out. Even if a trace of it seeped in, it would be minced into pieces by the sword intent. It was rare for Lin Fei to study it. He was very sure that this person might really have the inheritor's memories, because this girl's eyes weren't the eyes that an 18-year-old girl should have. It was a very complicated gaze. The girl didn't speak much. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt. Thousand Essence Mountain was south of Kunlun Mystic Realm. Over there was a world of ice and snow. These were the 4 great lands of Kunlun Mystic Realm. The land of spring, the land of summer, the land of autumn, and the land of winter. The place they were heading to now was the land of winter's Thousand Essence Mountain. As for how this climate was formed, Lin Fei didn't really care. It was just because there was a treasure here. As long as Lin Fei sent her to the Thousand Essence Mountain, he would end the cause and end the effect. This really wasn't a problem. It was fine as long as he felt at ease. Then, he wouldn't owe her anything. Along the way, he didn't face any trouble. Lin Fei successfully absorbed the sky connecting token, allowing his strength to recover by a large amount. The Tree of Life also grew lush. Although its height didn't increase by much, it had more leaves. Although it was still some distance away from the tree, there were already some signs of growth. Lin Fei felt that he had to continue to put in more effort. The Tree of Life still had a long way to go. He walked for about 6 to 7 days. A vast expanse of white world leaves appeared in front of him. Traces of coldness started to appear. Lin Fei knew that he had reached the land of winter and wasn't far from the Thousand Essence Mountain. Lord Supreme, that is the Thousand Essence Mountain, the most special mountain in Kunlun Mystic Realm. Other than Supremes, no one else can go up that Thousand Essence Mountain. Zhao Chan pointed to a faintly discernible snowy mountain in the distance. Such a snowy mountain was the most obvious in the land of winter, because it was the tallest snowy mountain. Lin Fei did see that snowy mountain. It was extremely majestic. There seemed to be black dots on the snowy mountain. There are people on the Thousand Essence Mountain. I'm not sure. Anyway, only Supremes can go up. Those below Supremes are still a lot weaker. If they go up, they will definitely die. Lin Fei had already sensed the abnormality of the land of winter. Then, is there Supremes here? Lin Fei asked curiously. Lin Fei knew that there were 6 Supremes in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Who knows, there might be 1 Supremes in this place. Bookseller House. Chapter 4356. Although the land of winter was unusual, to Lin Fei, it wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to bring her over. He didn't really care whether she was a reincarnator or not. After all, if she really inherited the experience of her previous life, it would be impossible for her to suddenly increase her strength. If she could suddenly increase her strength, then it would be too amazing. At the very least, Lin Fei hadn't seen it before. Hence, Lin Fei leisurely brought her to the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. There were indeed not many people in this area. The temperature here was also very low, and it was filled with coldness. This coldness would constantly seep into one's body and freeze one's flesh and blood. If there were no accidents, this place should be a land of death. Only such a land of death could prevent people from entering, and only a supreme being expert could withstand it. Zhao Qian's strength was quite good. Her fire attribute power was actually able to follow behind Lin Fei. However, her speed was a little slow. Lin Fei released a sword intent that enveloped Zhao Qian. The coldness was torn into pieces by the sword intent as soon as it came over. The sword intent seemed to be like spring, but the girl was indeed very comfortable. It was as if nothing had happened along the way. After walking for another day, they finally arrived at the foot of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Standing at the foot of the snow mountain, Lin Fei finally saw clearly what the black spots were. They were actually caves. These caves were spread all over the snow mountain. At first glance, it seemed very strange. Lin Fei felt that this place was a little unusual. Supreme Sir, there is a cave at the top of the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. That is our destination. Zhao Qian also raised her head to look. It was already quite good that she was able to take a breath and come this far. Then let's go up the mountain. Lin Fei continued to lead the way and walk towards the snow mountain. There were no roads on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. They just had to keep walking up, otherwise they wouldn't be able to go up at all. They also needed a lot of strength. Lin Fei led the way. The two behind him were much more relaxed. Along the way, Lin Fei found many traces of corpses. It seemed that many people had died in this place. Those caves were also very ordinary. There was nothing special about them. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these caves were not as simple as he had imagined. If he guessed correctly, this place should have been a place for ascetic cultivation a long time ago. Only a place of ascetic cultivators would have so many caves. Moreover, ascetic cultivation in such a place would be of great help to improving one's strength. Lin Fei could see this. This place must have produced quite a number of experts in the past, said Lin Fei with a smile. After Zhao Qian heard this, she nodded her head repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. In the past, this place did produce many experts. I heard that this place was a holy land for cultivation. However, it was later abandoned. I heard that the people who came here to cultivate were not ordinary people. I think they were called ascetics or something." Lin Fei knew it would be like this. The Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was indeed different from what he had imagined. It was a holy land for ascetics. However, ascetics were too difficult to find. Not everyone could withstand that kind of loneliness. As for why the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was abandoned, it was definitely because the ascetics on the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain had disappeared, especially the most powerful one. Hence, this place became an ordinary Great Snow Mountain. Lin Fei felt that on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain, it was still possible to find a corresponding expert, because just now, Lin Fei had sensed a few auras. These auras were very strong. Even though they were well concealed, Lin Fei could more or less sense them. They must be around the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. Lin Fei's first suspicion was that they were ascetics. This was because these ascetics would cultivate in their own desolate and uninhabited places. As soon as this thought arose, Lin Fei rejected it himself, because among these auras, he sensed a rather familiar aura. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. We have to wait for a while. I met an acquaintance on this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. I have to greet him. Otherwise, he will be very disappointed. Lin Fei made a slight turn on the originally straight road and headed to the left, because the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain didn't have a specific path up the mountain. If you wanted to go up, you had to rely on yourself. You also needed strength to hold on. Hence, this change of path wasn't much to Lin Fei. Moreover, his sword intent enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was Zhao Qian or that girl, they walked very easily. If it was just the two of them, it would be a little troublesome. The world of ice and snow wasn't something ordinary warriors could go up. 8 or 10 of them would end up as corpses if they came up here. Ha ha ha. Ancestor Thousand Shadows, so you also have such a difficult time. I thought your luck was still very good. I didn't expect you to have to come and beg us. Who said it wasn't? Ancestor Thousand Shadows, you really suffered a big loss this time. You were actually chased by 6 Supremes and escaped in the Kunlun Mystic Realm for an entire week. You can be considered impressive. When Lin Fei walked along the snow mountain, he heard a faintly discernible voice. It became infinitely magnified in Lin Fei's ears. He heard it clearly. There was indeed someone on the Thousand Origins snow mountain. This person's identity seemed to be similar to that acquaintance's position. Ancestor. This thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind. The acquaintance he met on this Thousand Origins snow mountain was none other than that Ancestor Thousand Shadows. Even Lin Fei himself felt surprised. In this deep mountain, no, on the Great Snow Mountain, he could still meet Ancestor Thousand Shadows. That fellow ran very fast last time, and he escaped alive. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet him so soon. From the looks of it, he still found a companion. To be able to become a companion, it was undoubtedly the Ancestor. These fellows really knew how to play tricks. After dying for so long, they were still controlling the Kunlun Mystic Realm. Speaking of which, this Thousand Origins Snow Mountain was really a good place to hide, because other warriors couldn't come up at all unless they were Supremes. Even Supremes might not come. Who would be willing to come to such a desolate place? If they had the time, they might as well go into seclusion to repair it. Thousand Shadows, do you think that the Reincarnator will come? You must know that Supremes Xianxia spent a lot of effort to find this Reincarnator. Is there really any use for us to wait here? This was a voice that wasn't very sure. The voice of Primogenitor Qian Mo rang out. Don't worry, they will definitely come to the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. We just need to wait here. No one understands them better than me. What is a sovereign? Chapter 43:57. Ancestral founder Thousand Moons said proudly. He had calculated things accurately, and there wouldn't be any accidents. The other 3 also laughed. They still believed Ancestor Qian Mo's words because they were all on the same level. Old friend, you really know how to hide. You actually hid in the Thousand Origins Snow Mountain. If not for my good luck, I probably wouldn't have met you. All of a sudden, a voice rang out. The 4 of them quickly stood up and took a defensive stance. However, after Ancestor Qian Mo heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he stared coldly at one of the positions. This was the voice that Ancestor Qian Mo didn't want to hear the most. Ancestor Qian Mo felt that he must have heard wrong. That person couldn't possibly come here. Could it be that Lin Fei was willing to give up a place like the Divine Dragon's secret domain? That was a holy land for cultivation. No matter who cultivated there, they could get twice the results with half the effort. However, whatever Ancestor Qian Mo wanted came. A figure came in from the snow mountain. If it wasn't Lin Fei, who else could it be? There were also 2 women. Zhao Chan, Zhao Chan. The one behind her is the Reincarnator. One of the skinny old men shouted. His gaze seemed to stare at the Reincarnator behind Zhao Chan. After hearing this, the other people's gazes also changed. They didn't expect the Reincarnator to come up herself. As for Zhao Chan, she was directly ignored. Qian Mo, you're the best. You actually got someone to bring the Reincarnator here. A fat old man laughed. Ancestor Qian Mo had changed his appearance, but in front of Lin Fei, there was no change at all. He admired Ancestor Qian Mo's methods. He actually had such a backup plan. Why you still dare to come here? Ancestor Qian Mo's pupils shrank. He was really afraid of this Lin Fei. At that time, he had summoned the powerful Bone Dragon, but he still couldn't kill Lin Fei. Instead, he was chased by the Bone Dragon. This was the most terrifying thing that Ancestor Qian Mo felt. Moreover, this guy had chased over. Ancestor Qian Mo only had this last body left. If he were to be destroyed again, he would be completely annihilated. Of course, I'm here to find your old friend. Aren't you surprised? Why don't we hug first? Lin Fei laughed. The three old men saw the change in ancestral founder Thousand Darkness expression and felt a little strange. They could hear a trace of fear in Qianmo's words. They didn't dare to believe it. When did Ancestor Thousand Motes become so timid? The guy in front of him looked very inconspicuous. However, it seemed that this guy was quite capable. They had never seen Primogenitor Thousand Moths attach so much importance to someone. Ancestor Thousand Moths didn't dare to fight with Lin Fei anymore. Previously, when he was chased by the six supreme beings, even though he managed to force them into retreat, he was still left with significant injuries. Even now, he had not fully recovered. If they were to really fight, he had no chance of winning. Whether or not he could escape alive was still an unknown. Ancestor Thousand Moths turned around and ran. Streaks of afterimages rushed out. This was one of his secret techniques. After all, he didn't have a body last time, but he had one this time. There were more than 10 of these afterimages, and every one of them headed in a direction. It was impossible to know which direction they were heading to. Ancestor Thousand Moths wanted to run? The three old men's hearts trembled. What was this? Could it be that this guy in front of him was really that powerful? Lin Fei snorted. I'm already here, so don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's at least exchange some insights. After all, you're considered a native of Kunlun Mystic Realm. So. Streaks of sword intent shot out and instantly destroyed these afterimages one by one. In the blink of an eye, only one afterimage of Ancestor Thousand Moths was left. Countless sword intents turned into a sword and instantly slashed on Ancestor Thousand Moths' body. Starlight Treasure Body, protect me. Ancestor Thousand Moths didn't dare to run anymore. He had seen this sword intent before. This sword intent wasn't a simple sword intent, but the 5 elements sword intent. Instantly, his treasure body flashed with light. His entire person was incomparably resplendent as he chose to take it head-on. Only then would he have a chance of not getting injured. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He had heavily injured Lin Fei with a single slash. His body drew an arc in the air and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The rock wall was sturdy enough to begin with, but after this collision, cracks appeared on it, and countless pieces of rubble fell down. 5 elements sword intent. This is the 5 elements sword intent. The three old men's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously took a step back. They understood the strength of the 5 elements, and it wasn't something they could defend against. At this moment, they finally understood why Ancestor Thousand Moths was so afraid of him. Since when did such an expert appear in Kunlun Mystic Realm? More importantly, it was someone they didn't know. In that instant, they felt that they had been scammed by Ancestor Thousand Moths. He had brought a great enemy with him, and the enemy was very strong. The 3 of you should be on the same level as Ancestor Thousand Moths. I advise you to stand still. Lin Fei looked at the 3 old men calmly. To be able to stand together with Ancestor Thousand Moths, they were definitely close to the Ancestor's level. Their strength was on the same level as Ancestor Thousand Moths. Zhao Chan, who was standing at the back, took in a deep breath. She didn't know these people. When she heard the words Ancestor Thousand Moths, she was shocked. Looking at the 3 of them, could they be the old monsters hidden in Kunlun Mystic Realm? It was said that these fellows had been causing trouble. If it wasn't for the terrifying and dangerous aura on their bodies, Zhao Chan wouldn't be able to think about it. Zhao Chan really found it hard to think of this, because they were no different from ordinary old people outside. The moment they retracted their aura, even if they stood in front of you, Zhao Chan wouldn't be able to recognize them. Don't listen to this fellow's nonsense. Let's attack together. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble later. This fellow has occupied my Divine Dragon Mystic Realm, and he has his eyes on our Kunlun Mystic Realm. Ancestral Ancestor Thousand Moths roared, interrupting the 3's conjectures, and attacked Lin Fei. The 3 old men were shocked once again. One must know that the Divine Dragon Mystic Realm was a holy land for cultivation. Now that it was occupied by this brat, it was no wonder Ancestor Thousand Moths took the initiative to use this body. Previously, they were still puzzled, but now they finally understood. They were the few old monsters who knew the most in Kunlun Mystic Realm. The entire Kunlun Mystic Realm didn't seem to have any secrets in front of them, and this was what made them feel the worst. If they were to ignore this matter, they might be in trouble. Attack. Bookseller House. Chapter 4358. They listened to Ancestor Qian Mo's words. If they didn't attack now, then when Lin Fan attacked them, they wouldn't have a chance. So without saying a word, all of them attacked. The few of them exploded with strength. The wind and snow in the sky started to swirl. The aura was unparalleled. Zhao Chan was a little worried, but shortly after, a sword-intense shield appeared in front of them, isolating them from all aura fluctuations. The girl's expression also changed slightly, and she looked at it very seriously. 5-element power, 5-element power. I didn't expect someone to be able to mix it to such a level. However, he's in a 5-element body. A soft voice spread out from the girl's mouth. Zhao Chan heard everything clearly from the side, but she didn't say anything. Zhao Chan had long since become accustomed to such a situation. Out of the blue, he could hear some inexplicable words. I've already told you, don't attack, don't attack. Why won't you listen? Or are you deaf because you are old? Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Then a giant storm swept out and instantly enveloped the few of them. The sky full of sword intents slashed over, one after another, attacking their bodies. Originally, their attacks had been linked together, but in the blink of an eye, their attacks were broken. Instead, they would have to face this impenetrable sword intent attack. There were too many of them. It was boundless. The important thing was the 5-element sword intent, 5 types of power. Chinamo, you bastard. This time you conned us. This fellow's 5-element sword intent is much stronger than we thought. We are finished. We definitely can't take it anymore. He actually used his ultimate move. At least fight first. No, we can't take it anymore. Ancestor Qianmo, where did you offend such a strong enemy? As old monsters, they were really strong. But in the face of this huge storm, he still felt a huge deterrent. Power exploded from their bodies layer by layer, but the sword formation's strength increased too. There was no way they could break it. Apart from blocking, they could only block. They couldn't find any time to counterattack at all. If it was a short period of time, they could still take it. But if it was a long time, they would find it unbearable. Friend, let's talk this out. We're famous people after all. The skinny old man spoke. After that, a beam of sword light exploded in front of them. The entire world turned into a sheet of white light. Not good. This guy is using his killer move again. After the white light, everyone let out a muffled groan. He stood on the snow, but his body was trembling. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths and dripped onto the snow like plum blossoms. You're all so old. I'm not interested in chatting with you. I told you to stand there obediently, so stand there obediently. The 5-element sword will transform into a huge mountain and instantly press down. It was formed by boundless and pure sword will. But to these few people, they could feel the immense aura of death. A mountain of swords suppressed them. In terms of secret techniques and means, how could they be a match for Lin Fei? Right now, Lin Fei's strength was rapidly recovering with every passing second. All of you should be glad that you still have some strength. Otherwise, my sword mountain would have killed all of you. More and more sword wounds appeared on their bodies, covering their entire bodies. Only they could experience the terrifying might of that mountain of swords smashing down just now. Just as the other party had said, if it wasn't for the fact that the other party saw that they were quite strong, they might have really been killed by that move just now. After all, this was the 5 elements power. 5 types of powers exploding together wasn't easy to block. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. They didn't even dare to take pills. They were afraid that they would be killed if they did anything. This was a true expert. Ancestor Qianmo was also covered in wounds. He was the one with the most serious injuries. With a plop, he knelt on the snow. Senior Lin, please spare me. As long as you let me off, I will agree to anything you want me to do. At this moment, Ancestor Qianmo really panicked. All of them were really strong, but they didn't expect that Lin Fei was stronger than them. The moment he used the five-element sword will, they couldn't breathe at all. Who knew how many times stronger he was than them? He had exceeded foundation building. The remaining three old men all knelt down. If they didn't beg for mercy, who knew when they would be finished? It wasn't easy to live to such an old age. On this trip to the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei was actually here to seek out some secrets. He didn't expect to find such a good thing like the Heaven Connecting Token, so he showed mercy just now. He couldn't personally take action for something like the Heaven Connecting Token. Luckily, these few people were strong enough to be his fighters. Their status in Kunlun's secret realm was just that in Lin Fei's eyes. He was already quite old. He had more or less used some methods, but it was not so easy to break through to the core condensation realm from the foundation establishment realm. These fellows were actually all false core condensation experts. It wasn't easy to go from fake core formation to true core formation. These people didn't have that ability at all. However, their strength was still solid. It was all thanks to the Tree of Life that Lin Fei had a big move to use. If it was like before, he would have a headache facing these old monsters. Although his physical body was invincible, he was still a little lacking. All of you know how to beg for mercy. Just now, you even knew how to attack. Don't think that just because you are old that you can rely on your seniority. A streak of sword will sweep their bodies like a streak of light. It sent them flying, and they smashed into the walls. All of them were in a sorry state. In the end, they climbed up once more and knelt on the snow. At this moment, they didn't have the high spirits from before. It is still the same sentence. All of you should be thankful that your strength is still okay. Otherwise, all of you would have died just now. People with some strength are still useful. I am still lacking a few fighters, so you guys are good. This was the first time they realized that there were some benefits to having high strength. At the very least, their strength allowed them to keep their lives. One secret technique caused them to suffer heavy injuries. If he used a few more, they wouldn't be able to live at all. I am willing to be a fighter. I am willing. Ancestor Qianmo was the first to kowtow. The others also began to kowtow nonstop. They were afraid that Lin Fei would only choose one or two of them. What about the rest? They didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 43:59. After taking them down, things became simple. Lin Fei directly placed restrictions on their bodies. Now that his strength had recovered, he could finally place restrictions. This restriction method was very ancient, and it was not something they could break at all. They might have temporarily submitted, but in truth, they had their own plans. They didn't expect that once the restrictions were placed, they would regret it. They didn't even have a place to cry. That was because this restriction was not an ordinary restriction, but an ancient restriction technique. They couldn't imagine where Lin Fei learned this restriction from. Could it be that this person in front of him was also an old monster? Unfortunately, it was too late. They didn't have the ability to break this restriction. This is my restriction. I think all of you should have had a taste of it. This is just the first stage. Lin Fei had indeed allowed them to experience the methods of the restriction. As expected, it was no different from flying. It wasn't something they could handle. Apart from pain, it was more pain. Then, tell me what secrets there are on Thousand Essence Snow Mountain. I think all of you should be clear about it, right? Lin Fei looked towards Ancestor Thousand Darkness. Ancestor Thousand Darkness said, I will say everything. There is a reincarnation pool on Thousand Essence Snow Mountain. I heard that any reincarnator can obtain an inheritance and activate their memories. Lin Fei didn't really believe it. In his eyes, Kunlun's secret realm wasn't that high. These methods couldn't have been left behind. Our Kunlun secret realm is actually a prison. It's used to exile those sinners. I heard that the reincarnation pool can allow people to reincarnate. What kind of people came down from? Ancestor Qianmo quickly added. This wasn't the first time Lin Fei heard this. We also heard that reincarnators came from another place. They're used to monitor our Kunlun secret realm. The skinny old man said. The other three nodded their heads. Lin Fei already knew where the three of them came from. He also knew their names. The skinny old man was called Ancestor Musher. Are you sure what you said is true? Lin Fei asked calmly. We are already in such a state. How would we dare to lie to you? 200 years ago, there was still a controller in our Kunlun's secret realm. It was just that the controller was killed by the experts of our Kunlun's secret realm. That's why there was peace after that. This time, the one who spoke was a short old man. He was called Ancestor 3 Yuan. It was Lin Fei's first time hearing about these secrets. But I heard that the reincarnators were found by autarch Xianxia after much difficulty. How did they get involved with the controller? Sir, let me talk to you instead. Ancestor 1000 Motes hurriedly wanted to show off. The other 3 progenitors hated him to the bone. If he didn't leave a good impression in front of Lin Fei, his days would be miserable. They were all controlled by Lin Fei, so he felt that there was nothing to worry about. It was hard to guarantee that the 3 of them wouldn't secretly deal with him, ancestral founder 1000 Moths. Since he had lost his freedom, it would be easy for them to secretly deal with him. As for whether or not Lin Fei would pay attention to it, that was another matter. Tell me about it. Lin Fei listened unhurriedly. The entire process wasn't long, but he understood the ins and outs. Ancestral founder 1000 Motes indeed had a deeper understanding. In Lin Fei's eyes, this was the true secret of the Kunlun secret realm. Autarch Xianxia is actually just their lackey. Not every reincarnator can reincarnate successfully, but every time they reincarnate, there will be a chance to contact the higher-ups. Ancestral founder 1000 Motes added. For example, this reincarnator is the first one in the past 50 years. It has been a long time since one has appeared. That's why Autarch Xianxia is so anxious. Don't be fooled by his words. In reality, we all know what he's thinking. Ancestor Musher also added. His face was filled with hatred. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Since you guys are so strong, why don't you go and kill this Autarch Xianxia? At the very least, you don't have to worry about the Kunlun secret realm coming up again. Ancestral founder 1000 Motes laughed bitterly. Sir, if we could kill Autarch Xianxia, we would have done so long ago. That fella isn't simple. Don't be fooled by how he is usually outside. In reality, that's just a clone. He has a main body and a clone. He cultivated a powerful clone technique. No, it should be a primordial spirit technique. It's impossible to kill him. When Lin Fei heard this, he was a little surprised. There was actually someone who knew this primordial spirit technique. The other party had cultivated a primordial spirit clone and a main body. Autarch Xianxia's main body is hidden in his palace. That palace is reinforced by a peak-grade array. It's not that we old monsters haven't entered before. However, the moment we entered his palace, we would be affected by the array. Our strength will be suppressed by 30 to 50%. Moreover, Autarch Xianxia's strength would increase explosively. We can't defeat him at all. The 3 ancestral founders also laughed bitterly. From then on, we didn't dare to fight with Autarch Xianxia anymore. Not many people know about this secret. Only the few of us old fogies know about it. In Lin Fei's opinion, the strength of these few people was still decent. If they really wanted to kill a autarch, it would be more than enough. After all, they were all Foundation establishment experts. Autarch Xianxia was also very strong. However, compared to them, he was still quite a bit weaker. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be such a secret hidden here. Lin Fei's gaze also turned to the girl. Doesn't that mean that this girl is the one who was captured by the higher-ups? The few of them nodded their heads in agreement. That's why we decided to ambush them here. When they start to reincarnate, we'll destroy them. The Kunlun's secret ground mustn't have a controller anymore. Lin Fei hadn't expected that there would be such a secret behind this. At the very least, he understood the entire process now. A long time ago, there was indeed a controller in the Kunlun's secret ground. They controlled the Kunlun's secret ground. But later on, this controller was killed, and the people of the Kunlun's secret ground took over. But 200 years later, there were people who wanted to contact the higher-ups again. Lin Fei couldn't guess that it was because they couldn't break through their cultivation states anymore. Therefore, some people had different ideas, and this Autarch Xianxia was one of them. Perhaps this was what the primordial spirit clone technique was all about. To Lin Fei, it might seem ordinary, but in the eyes of these ancestral founders, it was definitely something of a high grade. Lin Fei felt that this Kunlun's secret ground was getting more and more interesting. In that case, you guys should know that since this Kunlun's secret ground is valued by someone, there must be a secret about it. I wonder if you guys know about it, or if you guys are just guessing. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4360. Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest shook their heads, indicating that they weren't too sure about this. It seems like there's something important in this Kunlun mystery region. However, we aren't too sure about the specifics. However, Supreme Xianxia should know something. This was what Thousand Motes said in the end. It was as if he didn't say anything. Then, I'll go to the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain to find out more. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to get any information from Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest, he might as well go to the peak of the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. There's someone guarding the peak of the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Do you know who he is? Lin Fei looked at the three of them, Ancestor Qian Mo. They nodded their heads. The person guarding the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain is called Qian Yuanzi. He's a very mysterious fellow. He's not a human, but a special puppet. It's said that he was placed here by someone from the other side. No one has ever been able to defeat this puppet. Puppet living being. Lin Fei felt that this was rather interesting. That's right, it seems to be a puppet creature. However, this puppet creature is very powerful. We've tried it before in the past, but we were no match for it. However, this puppet creature seems to be confined to the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain, unable to come out. Lin Fei was interested to see a puppet on the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Then let's go take a look. What's Qian Yuanzi's background? I hope he can give me some good information. As Lin Fei spoke, he walked out. Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest followed. Lord Supreme, you won't do anything to her, right? Zhao Chan asked worriedly. Lin Fei said indifferently, don't worry. I'm not like Supreme Xianxia and the rest. Since she's qualified to receive the inheritance, I'll naturally let her receive the corresponding inheritance. When Lin Fei finished speaking, the girl said faintly, I hope to become the real me and not another me. On the girl's face, Lin Fei saw a very determined expression. I hope that Lord Supreme Zun can help me. In my mind, there should be secrets regarding this Kunlun secret realm. As long as you can help me, I will tell you everything, the girl said very seriously. Lin Fei could feel a trace of nervousness and uneasiness from the girl. Just now, Lin Fei's strength was absolutely formidable. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the other two forefathers were completely defeated. Young lady, you're quite smart to know to beg me. Since you've said so, don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Lin Fei turned and walked towards the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. This time, with the protection of Ancestor Thousand Moths and the others, Zhao Chan and the girl walked much faster. Go up. The stronger the snowstorm, the stronger it was. It wasn't something an ordinary person could come up to. Even a supreme being expert would feel a lot of pressure. They walked for 2 hours. Finally, he reached the peak. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. The palace wasn't very big, but it was very dignified. Outside the palace, Lin Fei saw 3 words, Thousand Origin Palace. These 3 words were full of spirit energy and had a special power. Seeing these 3 words, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He could actually feel a powerful spiritual power from these 3 words. It seemed like this Qian Yuanzi inside was getting more and more interesting. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others directly pushed open the door. A loud rumbling sound could be heard, as though a huge mountain had been pushed open. Lin Fei walked in. Outside was a world of ice and snow, but inside it was very warm. It was completely different from the outside. It was completely different from the palace he had imagined. After entering, it was very spacious inside. Apart from the huge pillars, there was nothing else. But in the center, there was a tumbling pool. At the side of the pool stood a statue-like existence. Lord, that's Qian Yuanzi. As long as anyone gets close to the reincarnation pool, he will immediately be activated. As long as one isn't a reincarnator, they will be attacked by him. When ancestral founder Thousand Moths mentioned this Qian Yuanzi, he was still somewhat fearful. Clearly, he had suffered quite a bit at this fellow's hands in the past. Lin Fei looked over and did not feel any aura from this Qian Yuanzi. If not for ancestral founder Thousand Moths mentioning it, Ordinary people would not be able to detect that this was a puppet. From the first glance, Lin Fei knew that this puppet was definitely a top-notch puppet. It was not something that ordinary puppets could compare to. This was from the hands of a big shot. To be able to use such a puppet to guard the reincarnation pool, it was indeed quite a feat. More importantly, Lin Fei also sensed a powerful array formation aura inside. If there was no accident, this array formation was used to strengthen this Qian Yuanzi. Qian Yuanzi's strength was already very strong. If he added on the array formation support, it would be unimaginable. No wonder Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were not a match for him. With this kind of array formation and Qian Yuanzi puppet, even if a few more people of their level came, they would not be a match for Qian Yuanzi. After a few decades, someone has come to Thousand Yuanzi Palace again. Without any warning, the motionless Qian Yuanzi puppet actually moved and let out a cold voice. This voice was like two stones rubbing against each other. It was abnormally cold and piercing. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others secretly raised their guards and took a deep breath at the same time. However, they were still rather relaxed this time. After all, they had Lin Fei, who was even stronger than them, behind them. His strength was unfathomable. Just like that, Qian Yuanzi puppet turned its head, revealing a cold face. There was no trace of emotion on its face. There was only a cold, killing intent. Even before you attacked, you felt that you would definitely be killed by the other party. This was a ridiculous feeling, but Qian Yuanzi really did have such an aura. After Qian Yuanzi turned around, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He had somewhat underestimated this puppet's strength. Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal rank existence from another world. What had he not seen? He knew this puppet's strength at first glance. It could be seen that the refining method was also very extraordinary. Not bad. You actually brought another reincarnator. Let me see what fate has come from above this time. It's been a long time since I received an order. Qian Yuanzi puppet moved, coming over like a beam of light. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others instantly blocked in front of it. A beam of light instantly exploded in front of them, while Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were directly blasted away. I haven't seen you for many years. Your strength still hasn't improved at all. Instead, you become much weaker. Trash among trash. Before they even attacked, Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were already defeated. Voila! A wave of sword intent blocked in front of them. Chapter 43:61. A shield of sword intent appeared, blocking it completely. At the very least, Ancestor Thousand Moths and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They had still underestimated the strength of the Qian Yuanzi puppet. It was actually so strong. With this fellow overseeing this place, no one could do anything to it. As expected, it was a great expert. So there's an expert like you here. No wonder these fellows all listen to you. Interesting, interesting. The Qian Yuanzi puppet snorted and instantly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Spear images filling the sky. So this Qian Yuanzi puppet used a spear. The spear was completely golden and refined from special materials. It was naturally incomparably hard and extremely sharp, able to easily pierce through anything. Bang, 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 bang. Like raindrops, cold light constantly flashed in front of Lin Fei. However, there was always a layer of sword intent in front of Lin Fei. When the sword intent was broken, another layer would immediately replace it. It wasn't easy for you to come here. There's no need to fight like this. Can't we just have a nice chat? I'm quite interested in your background. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. The spear images that filled the sky suddenly gathered together, transforming into a huge speck of light that exploded in front of Lin Fei. It was like a flood, vast and boundless, exploding with resplendent power. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. He still used the sword intent to block in front of him, resisting the might of the Qian Yuanzi puppet spear. In a short period of time, the Qian Yuanzi puppet had attacked hundreds of times before returning to its original position. You're also a sword intent expert. No wonder you dare to come to the Thousand Origin Hall. The Qian Yuanzi puppet didn't attack again. It only sized up the young man in front of it. There was no change in its expression. It was still as cold as ever, causing one's hair to stand on end. I'm a sword expert. This should be somewhat out of your expectations. But your strength also surprised me. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you on the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others all retreated. They were all injured. That power just now let them know the difference between them. After so many years, Qian Yuanzi had actually become stronger than them. If it weren't for Lin Fei, they would probably have been killed by Qian Yuanzi. Previously, they had planned to come here to take advantage of the situation. But now, it seemed that they had been thinking too much. They had only managed to survive by accident. Seeing that your strength is not bad, submit to me and work for me. I can let you go even further. After all, with your strength, it would be a pity for you to remain at this level, said Qian Yuanzi. You actually know how to recruit others? Looks like you're having a hard time here. However, if you want to recruit me, it will be quite difficult. Why don't I recruit you instead? Lin Fei smiled. For example, if I let you leave the Thousand Origin Mountain and let you regain your freedom, what do you think? From what you're saying, it seems like you don't intend to submit to me. In that case, I can only kill you here. Qian Yuanzi rushed over again. But compared to the previous time, his aura was much stronger this time around. A gigantic formation was activated slowly, causing everyone to feel an immense pressure. This fella sure is smart. To think that he knows to activate the formation and raise his strength. A gigantic spear's shadow entered Lin Fei's vision. Compared to before, it was more than 70 to 80% stronger. Under this spear, a supreme being would definitely die. By now, Qian Yuanzi's strength had increased tremendously. He had already broken through the foundation establishment stage and reached the core formation stage. Qian Yuanzi's strength was no longer as simple as before. Anyone who met him would die. It was as simple as that. Lin Fei's body was still filled with sword while as he stood in front of Qian Yuanzi. Even if you've raised your strength and broken through the foundation establishment stage, it's still the same. Lin Fei said indifferently, breaking you is as easy as flipping my palm. Walala walala. A series of sword wheels turned into sword threads and coiled around Lin Fei. They were incomparably tough. Under Qian Yuanzi's attack, although a lot of the sword threads were broken, a large portion of them still couldn't be broken. They coiled around Lin Fei. Lin Fei's left arm, left thigh, right thigh, all of them were coiled around by the sword threads. Initially, Lin Fei didn't feel much when the sword threads coiled around him. However, as the number of sword threads increased, Qian Yuanzi's speed started to slow down. Qian Yuanzi's speed also started to slow down, and even his hands seemed to be restrained. Do you think that you can restrain me with just these sword threads? You're smart, but you're thinking too much. A ball of green flame appeared on Qian Yuanzi's body. This flame was extremely hot. Even Ancestor Qian Mo and the others subconsciously retreated. It was as though they would be vaporized if they got any closer. Looks like this puppet of yours is quite capable. It even has pill fire. This pill fire can break any technique. Lin Fei glanced at it and wasn't surprised. Even if you have pill fire, it's still useless. Why don't you give it a try? The flame instantly enveloped all the sword threads. The pill fire crackled as it burned the sword threads. Under normal circumstances, the sword threads would have long been broken. However, no matter how the pill fire burned, it was still fine. On the other hand, the sword threads continued to coil around Qian Yuanzi's body. The more they coiled, the more they coiled. His entire body was like a spider web. This time, Qian Yuanzi started to panic. The voice also changed slightly. What kind of sword threads are these? Qian Yuanzi didn't expect the sword threads to be so strong. Even the pill fire couldn't destroy them. One must know that the pill fire was one of his trump cards. With the support of the formation, any technique could be broken. In fact, the moment the pill fire was released, it could easily burn someone to death. I'm starting to panic. Unfortunately, it's too late. The sword threads were still coiling around Qian Yuanzi's body. The pill fire burned even more fiercely. However, Qian Yuanzi couldn't break the sword threads. I know, this is the 5 elemental sword threads. Only the 5 elemental sword threads can block the might of the pill fire. You're actually a 5 elemental expert. Qian Yuanzi, who was struggling, suddenly screamed. It's impossible for a 5 elemental expert to appear in the Kunlun's secret realm. Nothing's impossible. Isn't it just a 5 elemental expert? The combination of 5 types of energy will only make one's strength stronger. What does it count for? Lin Fei strode over, and a sword light swept across Qian Yuanzi's puppet, sending it flying. Qian Yuanzi was smashed into the ground. The ground was extremely hard. There wasn't even a crack on it. This time, Qian Yuanzi couldn't even stand up. The sword threads had completely trapped him. Chapter 43:62. Lin Fei sword silk wasn't that easy to break. This was the 5 elements sword silk, a special sword silk formed from the combination of 5 different powers. If Mo Wuji's pill fire was so easy to break, then the 5 elements sword silk wouldn't be so terrifying. It easily broke Qian Yuanzi's technique. Lin Fei's sword intent instantly bombarded Qian Yuanzi's body like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, Qian Yuanzi lost the ability to resist. Even if you have the chance to attack, you probably won't be able to unleash your full strength. After all, you're just a puppet. The sword intent bombarded Qian Yuanzi's body, directly forming a seal in his body. A seal formed by sword intent. You actually have such a technique. Qian Yuanzi didn't struggle anymore. He knew that it was useless. The sword silk on his body couldn't be broken, and the source of his power was sealed by sword intent. He had never seen such a sealing technique before. Could it be that you also came from that place? That's impossible. A living person can't come from that place. Lin Fei walked over and smiled. Looks like you know quite a lot. From his words, Lin Fei knew that he definitely knew more secrets. You want me to tell you these secrets? That's impossible, Qian Yuanzi said coldly. Lin Fei wasn't anxious. I know what you're thinking. Isn't it just sealing these memories? That's easy. When the time comes, I'll just break it and grab it myself. I have quite a few techniques. Lin Fei's strength was constantly recovering, and he could use many sacred arts. He really didn't care about a puppet's technique. Let me see just what kind of secrets you have, Wang Zhong said coldly. Lin Fei's pupils suddenly turned black and white as he stared at Qian Yuanzi. How could Qian Yuanzi resist? In an instant, he lost the ability to move. A strand of divine sense directly entered the depths of Qian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness. Compared to a human's sea of consciousness, Qian Yuanzi's sea of consciousness was empty. This was the reason why he was a puppet. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, Lin Fei finally discovered a seal. Just as Lin Fei had imagined, the power of this seal sealed the puppet's memories. As long as this seal was touched, the sealed memories would be completely destroyed. This was definitely left behind by an expert. This seal was very special, but Lin Fei didn't care much about it. He didn't break the seal by force. Instead, he opened a hole in the seal. It seemed to be a very difficult thing to do, but it was very easy for Lin Fei. It only took him a bit of effort to solve it. This technique was called the seal-breaking technique. Not only could it break seals, it could also break restrictions. Fortunately, this seal was not very strong, so Lin Fei easily broke it without disturbing the seal left on it. After the seal was broken, Lin Fei directly searched these memories. It felt like only a moment had passed. In reality, it was just like that. Qian Yuanzi had also returned to normal. Just give up. Even if you came from that place, don't even think about obtaining my memories. Qian Yuanzi, who had recovered, didn't even think that his seal had been broken. It just hadn't completely collapsed. Thank you for bringing me so many secrets. Lin Fei smiled. You've been guarding here for so long. It's time for you to rest. This puppet was very powerful, but Lin Fei had already obtained all the memories of the puppet. He also knew the methods left behind on the puppet. It was impossible to control, and this was just a nail left behind by those people. He raised his hand, and a sword intent slammed into Qian Yuanzi's forehead. A puppet master collapsed in an instant. After a burst of green smoke, it disappeared without a trace. The outer shell of the puppet was unable to withstand the attack from the inside. Ancestral founder Xianxia and the others widened their eyes. The expert puppet that they couldn't defeat was destroyed just like that. All right, the problem has been solved. Lin Fei turned back and laughed. Now it's my turn to help you. Lin Fei had already completely read the memories of the puppet. It was just as he had imagined. This Kunlun secret realm was really not ordinary. The girl walked over. There's another soul in your body now. However, this soul isn't complete. This reincarnation pool can only summon half of the remaining soul. That's why you need to come to the reincarnation pool and fuse the two souls together. However, I'll kill him later and give the remaining benefits to you. Since Lin Fei had already figured out the reason, he naturally didn't care about it anymore. To this girl, this was an opportunity. As for how far she could go in the future, that was up to her. Thank you, Lord Supreme. Lin Fei arrived at the reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool contained a special energy. At the very least, the God Tree of Life within Lin Fei's body was starting to move. However, Lin Fei suppressed it. If the God Tree of Life were to make a move, it would definitely suck everything clean. There wouldn't be much left. However, it wasn't the time yet. He was rather interested in those fellows. If he could get a clearer understanding of them, that would be for the best. Rise! Lin Fei let out a low voice. He formed a seal with both hands and activated the reincarnation pool. After obtaining all the memories, everything was under Lin Fei's control. Activating the reincarnation pool wasn't difficult at all. A mysterious aura emanated from the reincarnation pool, following which a white fog appeared. The moment the white fog appeared, the girl could feel that something was different. Don't struggle now. I'll guide you. Lin Fei waved his hand. The girl was slowly guided over and landed on the reincarnation pool. The white fog hovered above the girl's head. At the same time, a door slowly opened. The door wasn't big. However, it exuded an unfathomable aura. Lin Fei placed a finger on the girl's forehead. Come out. A chill spread throughout the Thousand Origin Hall. The ground was covered in a layer of frost. It was bone-chilling and unbearable. The girl slowly opened her eyes, and a chill shot up to the sky. I can finally leave that damn place. A cold voice rang out. However, the girl had changed completely. A chill enveloped her. Her gaze instantly locked on a Lin Fei. You actually destroyed Thousand Origin Hall. The girl said coldly. I know you saw it clearly. I'll give you a chance. Summon the other half of your soul. Otherwise, I'll destroy it right now. Lin Fei said calmly. Chapter 43-63. Half of the soul could see everything clearly. The Qian Yuanzi puppet was guarding the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. Naturally, it had its purpose. That was to protect the reincarnation pool. However, it didn't expect that it wouldn't be able to protect the reincarnation pool. Even it was turned to dust. This was what the young man in front of it did. Since when did such an expert appear in Kunlun's secret realm? To this soul, he didn't really care. So what if Kunlun's secret realm's experts were stronger? In front of him, they would still be defeated. Looks like you're quite confident in your own strength. Then, I'll fulfill your wish and let you see what true strength is. The cold voice carried a trace of coldness. A heart-palpitating aura came from the other end of the tunnel. Lin Fei didn't stop it from the start, allowing it to fuse with his soul. The soul fusion didn't take long. Instead, Ancestor Qianmo and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they saw a soul fusing together. That powerful feeling, just the aura alone was enough to make them unable to move. Originally, they thought they were very strong. Only now did they know that in front of these existences, they were indeed too weak. They could kill them easily. To think that they wanted to ambush them here. They were simply thinking too much. Zhao Chan also sucked in a breath of cold air. She was more worried than anyone else. When this soul fused together again, the powerful aura became even thicker and more oppressive. As the girl waved her hand lightly, the entire hall instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Not only that, the entire hall was swept up by wind and snow. It was bone-chilling. The entire place seemed to have become another world. You can call me Ice Goddess now. Ice Goddess' face was very cold, without a trace of blood. This aura was abnormally strong, far stronger than Ancestor Qian Mo and the rest. Just casually releasing her aura was enough to make everyone unable to breathe. You're quite famous. Lin Fei smiled. At this moment, Ice Goddess' strength was indeed unimaginably strong. She even cultivated the power of ice. Even if it was ancestral founder Thousand Moons, they would probably be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and killed before they could even make a move. Looks like if I don't show you, you'll never know the power of the Outer Realm Masters. The Ice Goddess waved her hand, and in an instant, a chill enveloped Lin Fei. Lin Fei was covered in ice. The attack came so fast that no one could resist at all. They were directly frozen. You can't even withstand my seal, and you still have the nerve to pretend to be strong in front of me. Kacha! Kacha! The ice sculpture cracked in an instant. A faint smile hung on Lin Fei's lips. Your ice sculpture is indeed quite strong, but it's still lacking in strength. The Ice Goddess waved her hand again, and wave after wave of chilling intent enveloped them. But this time, there was no way to seal Lin Fei. Streaks of sword will swept out, completely slicing apart the frozen power, unable to form a ball. Your strength is still a little weak. Looks like this Kunlun secret realm is indeed famous, but your strength is only SOSO. In that case, there's no need for me to waste any more time with you. I might as well take you down and check it out myself. Lin Fei said indifferently. He raised his hand and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain, and like a moon in the water, it instantly landed on the Ice Goddess. The Ice Goddess was not so easy to deal with. Although she knew that this person was strong, his strength was a little too much. An ice lotus floated above her head, blocking in front of Lin Fei's palm. Lin Fei's strength wasn't that simple. He pressed down, and Kacha, the lotus was instantly torn apart. The Ice Goddess suddenly panicked. This was the strongest treasure she had brought down, and it could be used for both offense and defense. But in front of this huge hand, it could not unleash its strength. With this grab, the entire void seemed to be sealed. The power of ice couldn't affect this hand at all. The huge hand grabbed down, grabbing onto the Ice Goddess's neck and lifting her up. I don't hit women, but someone like you is already an old woman, so there's no need to care. Lin Fei carried the woman with one hand and repeatedly punched the ground. The entire ground gave off a loud sound. It was no different from an earthquake. Now you can scram out. Lin Fei slapped the girl's body. A gentle energy surged into her body. A white-haired figure appeared above the girl's head. But this figure was a spirit body. With a single palm strike, Lin Fei managed to force the spirit body out of his body. As soon as the spirit body came out, the other hand directly grabbed onto the spirit body. Impossible! There can't be such an expert in the Kunlun secret realm. The white-haired spirit body instantly fled. He was absolutely terrified. Kunlun's secret realm didn't have any experts or treasures, but such an expert just had to appear. If she was just a physical body, then everything would be fine. But now that she was just a spirit body, it would be easy for him to kill her. Regret. She really regretted it. No matter how fast the spirit body ran, how could she be faster than Lin Fei? His large hand grabbed her in his palm and gently squeezed. The white spirit body was in a terrible state. Her entire body had shrunk. Senior, please spare me. Lin Fei stretched his hand back. He opened his palm, only to see that the white spirit body had become extremely weak. That gentle squeeze just now had caused the spirit body's strength to evaporate completely. If Lin Fei had not been merciful, the spirit body would have been completely annihilated. You came from the outside world and still dare to put on airs here. I really don't know what is going on in your head. Lin Fei shook his head. After executing the soul-searching technique, he couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Lin Fei's soul-searching technique was extremely domineering, directly searching through this Ice Goddess sea of consciousness. There was a seal in this spirit body as well. Lin Fei didn't mind it. He easily obtained all the memories with ease. The information left behind by the 1000 UNZ puppet was outdated, but the memories brought by this Ice Goddess were real. It was just that the amount of information was a little too much, causing Lin Fei to be surprised. At the same time, he finally understood what was so important in the Kunlun secret realm. It seemed like this Kunlun secret realm was going to be lively. Of course, Lin Fei loved a lively scene. Such an opportunity was rare. Luckily, he managed to make it in time. Fortunately, this spirit body came down as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this news. Chapter 4364. After Lin Fei figured out the situation, he immediately erased the consciousness of the ice goddess and turned her into a pure energy body. Lin Fei had many tricks up his sleeves. A mere soul body was nothing to him. He sent the energy body into the girl's body. The girl gradually fell asleep. Lin Fei returned to the reincarnation pool. The remaining reincarnation pool was also a good thing. It was a great supplement for the tree of life and could increase its growth. Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all the liquid like a whale sucking in water. In less than a few breaths of time, the reincarnation pool became empty. After that, Lin Fei slammed his palm on the reincarnation pool. A loud rumbling sound echoed out. After a loud rumble, the entire reincarnation pool turned into ruins. Even the palace was affected. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei, including Ancestor Thousand Moths and the rest, flew out. Not long after they came out, the entire Thousand Origin Palace turned into a pile of rubble with a crash. At the same time, it lost the protection of the formation. After a long time, this place really became a snowy mountain peak. Lin Fei smiled and led everyone down the Thousand Origin Snow Mountain. The harvest this time was not small. At the very least, the tree of life had gained some nourishment. After descending, Zhao Chan thanked Lin Fei profusely and left with the girl. Lin Fei did not say anything. He had fulfilled his promise to the girl and helped her chase away the second soul in her body. At this moment, the girl was his true self. After settling this matter, Lin Fei did not stay idle. His priority now was to get the Supreme Sky Token. In the soul of the Ice Goddess, he saw many memories. He knew what good stuff was hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm. Therefore, it was urgent. Lin Fei still had to recover his strength. The most efficient way was to get the Supreme Sky Token. The four of you can't stay idle either. Go and snatch the Heavenly Connection token back for me. I don't care if it's one against Wenji Zun or all four of you at once. I want to see the Heavenly Connection token in the shortest time possible. With Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths and these four fighters, Lin Fei couldn't waste them. He had to make use of them and snatch back the sky-piercing token as quickly as possible. As long as he could snatch the remaining 9 Skyling medallions back and let the Divine Tree of Life absorb them, his strength would rise by a large margin. Then, he would be able to face anything that came his way. Before knowing the secret, Lin Fei didn't think much of it, but after knowing it, he was still a little surprised. The background of the Kunlun mystic realm was truly not small. I'll wait for you inside. The area around the Thousand Origin Great Snow Mountain was very quiet. Therefore, Lin Fei did not plan to go anywhere else. He decided to let the Tree of Life absorb this nourishment first. As for the rest, it was just a small matter. Lin Fei believed that Ancestor Thousand Moths and the others would be able to handle this matter well. After all, with so many of them, dealing with the Supreme was a piece of cake. If they couldn't even handle this small matter, then they were too useless. After they left, they did not plan to act alone. Instead, they planned to deal with the Supreme with 4 people. This way, they had more assurance. The first power they went to deal with was a faction. They directly barged into this family and forced them to hand over the sky-piercing token. Of course, they were unhappy. Hence, they made a big move. In the end, it was still Ancestral Founder Thousand Moths and the others who obtained a sky-piercing token. Towards these 4 people making a move, everyone was very shocked. Following the investigation, they realized that these few were all ancient existences. More importantly, for some reason, these 4 fellows actually started to snatch the sky-piercing token. In the eyes of outsiders, it might not be known yet. But in this top-notch circle, everyone knew that this sky-piercing token had fortuitous encounters. It was left behind by the Kunlun mystic realm's strongest sky-piercing sovereign. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others did not plan to hide any traces. After all, if they want to snatch this sky-piercing token, they could only fight it out. Therefore, the news would naturally spread. Luckily, ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others were fast. After snatching 4 sky-piercing tokens in one go, they only met with resistance. This was something they had long expected. If there was no resistance, they could only watch helplessly as ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others continued to snatch the sky-piercing tokens. That situation would not be good. When they met, they would naturally fight it out. No one gained any advantage. But at the very least, ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others obtained 4 sky-piercing tokens and successfully retreated. The remaining 5 tokens were in the hands of the sovereigns. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others also went to ambush the sovereigns. But this time, these sovereigns had learned their lesson. They actually gathered together, increasing the difficulty in an instant. After trying a few times, they had no choice but to retreat. They left for a month. And in this month's time, Lin Fei's strength increased by quite a bit again. Lord, we only managed to snatch back 4 sky-piercing tokens. Those people seem to have long been prepared. We also underestimated their strength. Ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others returned. They brought back 4 sky-piercing tokens. Lin Fei did not expect ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others to be able to bring back all of the sky-piercing tokens. If that was really the case, ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others would not hide like this. With these 4 sky-piercing tokens, Lin Fei was already quite satisfied. At the very least, he did not look forward to it in vain. Although it did not reach the expected 5 or 6 tokens, 4 sky-piercing tokens was enough. With these 4 sky-piercing tokens, his strength would increase by a huge amount. At the very least, he would be able to break through to core formation great perfection. Don't look at how 4 sky-piercing tokens were a lot. Lin Fei's foundation was originally very solid, so his injuries recovered very slowly. Being able to increase his strength to core formation great perfection was already not bad. That ice goddess was only a core formation initial stage. Compared to Qin Yuanzi, she was undoubtedly a true core formation expert. Qin and Mo, you guys really know how to run. To actually serve a young man, it was not in vain that we chased you all the way here. A few figures walked out from the snowstorm. Seeing these 4 people coming out, ancestral founder Thousand Moths' face sank. He looked at Lin Fei respectfully and said, Lord, they are the remaining 4 experts of Kunlun's secret realm. Along the way, they fought with us quite a few times. I didn't expect that they would really dare to chase up to us. Actually, when ancestral founder Thousand Moths came in, Lin Fei had already sensed the commotion. To have such a powerful aura, they should at least be on the same level as ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the others. Lin Fei looked at them indifferently. You did well this time. You found me a few more fighters. This way, it will be easier for me to obtain the sky-piercing token. Chapter 4365. From the moment Ancestor Qian Mo and the others made their move, Lin Fei knew that someone would target them sooner or later. It all depended on whether or not those people took the bait. If they took the bait, he would be able to get a few free fighters. From the looks of it, it was quite effective. 4 experts came. The 4 of them were indeed experts. Their strength was similar to Ancestor Qian Mo's, and they might even be slightly stronger. When they heard this, their faces sunk. They didn't expect this young man to be so arrogant. He actually dared to ask them to be his fighters. No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. Even if there were, they would have turned into skeletons now. I don't know what right a young man like you have to say such words. Since you dare to cause trouble in the Kunlun secret realm, you have to ask for our permission first. The leader snorted lightly. With a swoosh, Lin Fei directly released a giant storm. The storm was formed purely from sword intent. The 5 elements sword intent instantly enveloped their bodies, and thousands of attacks came crashing down. You guys had better block this sword intent storm first. If you can't, it can only mean that you don't have the strength. Then, you can only be free fighters. The sword intent storm formed from the 5-element sword intent was extremely strong. With just a single move, these experts were heavily injured. They had taken out all their defensive methods, but they still couldn't block the sword intent storm's assault. The sword intent continued to enter their bodies to wreak havoc. They couldn't block it at all. No matter how strong their physical bodies were, they would collapse under the endless attacks. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense with these people. He used the sword intent storm to suppress them. Anyway, even Ancestor Chinamo and the others couldn't block it, much less them. Lin Fei successfully gained 4 more free fighters. At the same time, in the Kunlun secret realm, a mighty and domineering middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. It was a pair of spirited eyes filled with boundless dominance. This person was one of the 6 Supremes, Supreme Xinghai. He was also the strongest one. At this moment, Supreme Xinghai suddenly stood up and returned to the secret room. A statue was enshrined in the secret chamber. The statue was made of mahogany, but there was no face on the mahogany. It was a faceless wooden statue, but it gave off an unfathomable aura. Autarch Xinghai half-knelt. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the wooden sculpture. In an instant, the wooden sculpture released a red light, and an illusory figure descended from the sky. This figure was very illusory, no different from an ethereal being. It was as if it would vanish with a light touch. Xinghai, Master, what can I do for you? Autar Xinghai was extremely excited. It had been a long time since he had activated this statue. This was left behind by his master. As long as he sensed something, he would be able to activate the statue. However, the number of times he could activate it wasn't many. Now, there were only 2 more times left. Autarch Seawalker remembered that the last time he had activated it was 130 years ago. By now, he had already become the number 1 expert of the Kunlun secret realm. He wanted to stabilize his position as the number 1 supreme being. Your senior sister, the Ice Goddess, is dead. The 1,000 UNZ puppet I left on the 1,000 Origin Snow Mountain has also been destroyed. His voice was neither soft nor heavy, but it was filled with boundless rage. Autarch Xinghai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Master, I really didn't know about this. If nothing unexpected happens, someone should have come down. Your only mission right now is to protect this item. There's less than a month before it truly comes out. You have to protect it during this period of time. Autarch Xinghai's gaze turned extremely resolute. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely protect this item. It won't be that easy for them to enter. I'll send someone else down as soon as possible. When the time comes, you'll be able to assist him. So long as that item emerges, you'll be able to leave the Kunlun secret realm. When that happens, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Autarch Xinghai's face was filled with excitement. Even if I have to throw caution to the wind, I'll still be able to protect it. The exchange didn't last long. The illusory figure vanished like a wisp of smoke, instantly disappearing. Autarch Xinghai rose to his feet once more. I've waited for so many years. To think that someone would still come and cause trouble at a time like this. Don't blame me, Autarch Xinghai, for being impolite. In the past, Autarch Xinghai wasn't the strongest Autarch. In fact, he himself was only a Xianxia. But because of a stroke of fortune, his strength skyrocketed, and he eventually became the strongest of the 6 Autarchs. He'd been guarding this treasure mountain for 380 years now. He was just about to achieve success, but someone had come down. This was something Autarch Xinghai would never allow. He didn't care who it was. Anyone who dared to covet this item would be his enemy. He wouldn't let them off lightly. Autarch Xinghai was constantly thinking about leaving the Kunlun secret realm. If he continued to train here, he would never be able to break through again, and he only had a month left. If he performed well this time, nobody would be able to stop him from leaving the Kunlun secret realm. Autarch Xinghai walked out of the secret room. He arrived at the palace. He rang the sacred bell. From today onwards, the mountain will be sealed for a month. Autarch Xinghai's voice rang out within the palace. At the same time, send someone to the 1,000 Origin Great Snow Mountain to understand the situation. I want to know what exactly is going on as soon as possible. On the other side, Lin Fei wasn't idling around either. He already knew the cause and effect of this, because there was actually a natural treasure in the Kunlun secret realm. Autarch Xinghai was the one guarding this natural treasure. That was why he was so strong and had the primordial spirit technique. One master and one clone. Based on the current time, Lin Fei had to increase his strength first. Fortunately, the 4 Heaven Ascension tokens had been absorbed by the Tree of Life. His strength had increased tremendously once again. Lin Fei had easily stepped into the Jidan realm in one go with the help of the recovery ability of these 4 travel tokens. He was slightly tempted by the natural treasure as well. However, the information he received didn't mention what this natural treasure was. As long as it was a natural treasure, it wouldn't be too far off. As for the remaining few Heaven Ascension tokens, Lin Fei decided to personally ask for them. It would be good for everyone if he handed them over politely. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have no choice but to be ruthless. In this Kunlun secret realm, he was only interested in the Heaven Ascension tokens and the natural treasure. As for the others, he wasn't interested in them at all. 6 days later, Lord, those few Supremes should be on this mountain. Ancestor Thousand Moths had already come back after asking around. That was because Lin Fei was lucky. Those Supremes were actually together. Clearly, it was also because of primogenitor Qian Mo's actions during this period of time that made them feel apprehensive. Thus, they grouped together to become even stronger. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4366. Lin Fei was most afraid that these Supremes would all go into hiding. Now that they were all gathered on Mount Six Directions, it was for the best. There was a Supreme on Mount Six Directions called Sovereign Six Directions. And now, the remaining 5 Supremes were all here. These 5 Supremes were also the strongest force that could contend against Supreme Xinghai. It was precisely because these 5 autarchs had joined forces that Autarch Xinghai had been unable to fully control the power of these 5 autarchs. Right now, they seemed to be minding their own business. The only time they worked together was for the sake of entering the divine dragon mystical realm. They had all suffered a loss then. Now that they were gathered together, it was because Ancestor Qian Mo and the others had openly gone to fight for the sky-piercing token. The lower circles might not know, but there were only a few Supremes. Naturally, they knew about this. Thus, they could not help but work together. For you people, this is Mount Six Directions. Without permission, no one can enter. There were people guarding the path up the mountain, and they were not weak. Ancestor Qian Mo and the others waved their hands and repelled them. At this time, within the palace of Mount Six Directions, the 5 Supremes were sitting together drinking tea, but their minds were not on the tea. If it was any other time, they would have started discussing. Not long ago, they received a piece of news. It was regarding Sovereign Xinghai. He had actually sealed the mountain, forbidding anyone from entering. This news came out of nowhere, and they could not help but be shocked. Ever since Supremacy Xinghai became the #1 supremacy, there had never been such a thing as sealing off the sect. More or less, they all had spies under Autarch Xinghai's wing. But this time, they did not receive any news. This news came out of nowhere. The 5 Supremes could not help but feel anxious. Their greatest enemy was Sovereign Xinghai. As long as Sovereign Xinghai did not break through, there was nothing for them to be nervous about. However, if Supreme Xinghai were to make a breakthrough to that level, it would be the most unacceptable scene for them. At that time, the entire Kunlun secret realm would fall into the hands of Sovereign Xinghai, even though the 5 Supremes were not weak. But if they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Outside, they would barely be able to fight to a draw. And this was under the condition that they couldn't kill their way into Supremacy Xinghai's sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to fight to a draw. Sovereign Xinghai was able to borrow the power of the sect's array formation, and his strength surpassed the combined strength of the 5 of them. Could it be that Xinghai is about to make his breakthrough, which is why he's sealing off the mountain? Still, this is a little too much of a disturbance. It doesn't seem like Autarch Xinghai's style, the short Autarch Skywalker said. I don't think it's possible either. He sealed the mountain for a breakthrough. He wouldn't be so brazen. Could it be that he's planning to play some tricks? No matter what, we can't take this matter lightly. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. It's best to test it out. After fighting for so many years, everyone understood Supreme Xianxia's style very well. The possibility of a breakthrough was very low. However, if he wasn't making a breakthrough, then what exactly was Exalt Xianxia doing? That was the thing that was bothering them the most. Sir, it's not good. Someone has broken in. A figure rushed in, gasping for breath. The Sixth Unity Supremacy stood up, his expression darkening. Do you know who it is? The Sixth Unity Supremacy was the youngest of the 5 Supremacies, having made his breakthrough 90 years ago. He was one of the more hot-tempered ones. After all, he was still lacking in terms of temperament and temperament. Upon hearing that someone had broken into Mount 6 Unity, he was in a bad mood. Long time no see, 6 Unity Supremacy. You 5 Supremacies have gathered quite well today. Before this person could say anything, a voice rang out from behind. The moment the 6 Unity Supremacy heard this voice, he subconsciously blurted out, "Progenitor 1,000 motes, it's you guys." Autarch Xianxia had sealed off the mountain, and Progenitor 1,000 motes had come looking for Mount 6 Unity. The expressions of the 5 Supremacies turned somewhat ugly. Before one wave had even subsided, another had arisen. Autarch Xianxia's side wasn't easy to deal with. Now, another Progenitor 1,000 motes had appeared. More importantly, this Progenitor 1,000 motes wasn't just one person, but several. They had already clashed last time, and were completely unable to capture Progenitor 1,000 motes and the others. They had no chance of winning at all. When they saw Progenitor 1,000 motes, their expressions darkened even more. This time, there were actually even more people. There were a total of 8 of them. The auras of these 8 were all much stronger than theirs. At this moment, they knew that they were in deep trouble. There was even a young man in front of them. He was extremely young, and they didn't recognize him at all. However, it was precisely this young man that gave them a dangerous aura. Progenitor 1,000 motes, and the others only had ordinary dangerous auras. Then this young man had an extremely dangerous aura. It was a very subtle feeling. Since everyone is here, then things are simple. Hand over the Supreme Sky Token, and everyone can go their own ways. Nothing will happen. Progenitor 1,000 motes snorted coldly. If you don't hand it over, then the 8 of us will have to make a move and have a big fight. At that time, your Mount 6 Unity won't be able to hold on any longer. It might even be destroyed. The 5 Supremacies didn't understand at all why Progenitor 1,000 motes wanted the Supreme Sky Token. Although this Supreme Sky Token was not bad, it wasn't worth Progenitor 1,000 motes' attention. Could it be because of this young man? At this moment, they really didn't dare to make a move. Because once they did, there was no chance of victory at all. They might even be injured as well. This young man was just standing there casually, but he gave them a sense of deadly danger. Without a doubt, as long as this young man made a move, they would definitely die. This kind of thinking was very absurd, but it was this kind of thinking that constantly reminded them that they definitely couldn't make a move. You should have heard my subordinate's words. Hand over the Supreme Sky Token. You're good. I'm good. And everyone's good. Lin Fei laughed. Being able to trap all 5 supreme martial artists here at once was indeed the best thing that could happen. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move personally. These 8 experts alone would be able to suppress these 5 supremacies. Obtaining the Supreme Sky Token would also be a simple matter. The 5 supremacies looked at each other. It was time to make a choice. Either they fought, or they handed over the Supreme Sky Token. The former would suffer the greatest losses, while the latter basically wouldn't suffer any losses. Although they didn't have the Supreme Sky Token, to them, it was just a little slower in their cultivation. It wasn't much. But if the former were to be injured, then that would be the biggest problem. Friend, are you sure you only want the Supreme Sky Token and nothing else? The 6 Unity Supremacy asked. I'm only interested in this Supreme Sky Token. I really don't care about anything else. So, as long as you hand over the Supreme Sky Token, it'll be as if nothing happened. Chapter 4367. In the end, the 6 Directions Supremes still chose to hand over the Heaven-Piercing Token. They really couldn't beat him. Under such circumstances, if they still went up to fight, they would definitely suffer. They weren't that stupid. Clearly, This young man's background was very big. It was hard for them to imagine. After handing over the heaven-piercing token, they were still a little worried. If this young man suddenly attacked, they had to be on guard. Fortunately, what they were most worried about didn't happen. After handing over the heaven-piercing token, the other party didn't even look like he wanted to attack. If this friend is here for the heaven-piercing token, then I suggest you go to the treasure house. There's still a heaven-piercing token there. I heard that they even know the origin of the heaven-piercing token. I wonder if it's true. The Six Direction Supremes suddenly said. After obtaining this heaven-piercing token, Lin Fei was rather happy. If he absorbed another wave, his strength would be able to rise again. Hearing this news so coldly, Lin Fei was a little surprised. He could even hear the whereabouts of a heaven-piercing token. From Ancestor Thousand Mo's words, Lin Fei also knew that this heaven-piercing token wasn't limited to the ones that appeared now. He heard that there were more, but outsiders didn't know about it. He didn't expect to hear it here. My lord, this Myriad Treasures Tower is very interesting. No one knows its origins, but this Myriad Treasures Tower has a lot of rare items. It can be said that in the entire Kunlun secret realm, there is no place with more treasures than this Myriad Treasures Tower, Primogenitor Qianmo said. Treasure house? There's such a place? Are you sure there's a heaven-piercing token in this treasure house? Lin Fei looked at this Six Direction Supremes. Right now, he didn't lack anything but this heaven-piercing token. Every piece would mean that he could recover a portion of his strength. The stronger he was, the better. They had been plotting in this Kunlun mystic realm for so many years for a treasure that was about to appear. When that time came, the people who came down would definitely be stronger. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. Moreover, Lin Fei also wanted to know where the heaven-piercing token originated from. Even now, Lin Fei had no idea why the Tree of Life was so interested in the Skyline token. If there was a chance, Lin Fei had to figure out how his body could recover so quickly. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei, and he had to seize it. Now that he had a chance to recover his strength, the origin of the heaven-reaching token was of utmost importance. Through this clue, he could follow it all the way. This was one of Lin Fei's current goals. The Six Directions Sovereign nodded his head and said, "There's no way this information is wrong. I have people in the Bountiful Treasures Tower who happen to know about this news. It's just that they didn't spread it out. If you're interested in this Supreme Sky token, you can head over. However, the Bountiful Treasures Tower is very strong. It's said that Sovereign Xing Hai has some connections with them." While the Six Directions Supremacy was speaking, Lin Fei was also paying attention to him. He believed that the Six Directions Supremacy would not dare to lie, as there was not even a hint of fluctuation. Then, this Myriad Treasures Tower became rather interesting. Lin Fei turned around and left. He did not make a move. To the Six Directions Supremacy and the other four Supremacies, this was the best thing that could happen. They would only heave a sigh of relief if they did not fight. If they really fought, the Supremacies would not be enough. Since when did such a ferocious person appear in the Kunlun mystery realm? Six Directions, why did you tell this person about the Bountiful Treasures Tower? If this news were to spread to the Bountiful Treasures Tower, they might think that we did it on purpose. Supremacy Skypath could not help but say. The Six Directions Supremacy said indifferently, "Don't you guys think that this is an opportunity? Even someone like this has appeared. Do you think that the Kunlun mystery realm will be able to return to peace in a short period of time? I'm just saying the most ordinary thing. Even if I don't say it, this person will find out about it sooner or later. Do you think there's any difference?" When the remaining Supremacies heard this, they also felt that the Six Directions Supremacy's words made sense. If they were to spread the news now, they would leave a good impression. If they were to bump into this person again in the future, at the very least, they wouldn't end up in a sorry state. The Six Directions Supremacy could be considered to have done a good deed. At the same time, far away in a large city, inside a majestic ancient building, a figure quickly pushed open a door and walked in. "Tower Lord, I've just received news that the Six Directions Supremacy and the others were robbed. The Supreme Sky tokens in their hands were snatched away by a mysterious young man. Furthermore, That young man is rushing towards our place. In a brightly lit room sat a middle-aged man. He wore a crown on his head and was drinking tea unhurriedly. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change at all. The Six Directions' supremacy and the others were also robbed. This is interesting. Looks like that thing is about to appear. Oxhead and Horseface have all appeared. The middle-aged man slowly sipped a few mouthfuls before putting down the cup. If they want to come to our Bountiful Treasures Tower as guests, we'll open our doors and welcome them. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is a business. The middle-aged man's words surprised the person who came in to report. But I heard that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others are among these people. They are all experts of the older generation. I'm afraid that they've come with ill intentions. I heard that they've come for the Supreme Sky Token. That's why I said that you're a little timid. Don't forget what our Bountiful Treasures Tower does. Even if they're interested in the Supreme Sky Token, we can still work together. The middle-aged man spoke unhurriedly. Even though he knew that Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others were coming, his expression was extremely calm. What you need to do now is to arrange for people to keep an eye on them and make the necessary preparations. If the sky is going to rain and a mother is going to get married, we can't stop it. I'd rather like to meet this young man and see who exactly sent him down. He actually managed to recruit Progenitor Thousand Motes and the others in one go. He's quite capable. The person who came in to report retreated, and the room fell silent again. The middle-aged man poured himself another cup of tea and drank it unhurriedly. Sovereign Xinghai, let's see how you're going to protect this treasure. Could it be that you sealed off the mountain to increase your strength? If that's the case, you're thinking too simply of this matter. Lin Fei didn't know that the news of his arrival had been leaked. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After spending 2 days on the road, Lin Fei had refined all the Supreme Sky Tokens. His strength had risen by a large margin. The divine water of life continuously flowed through his body, allowing his injuries to heal continuously. This rate of recovery was practically visible to the naked eye. After tasting this sweetness, Lin Fei became more and more interested in the Supreme Sky Token. He felt that the origins of this Supreme Sky Token were definitely not simple. Chapter 4368. The treasure house was very easy to find. At the very least, it was not difficult for Lin Fei. Along the way, he arrived at the small town where the treasure house was located without any obstructions. If not for ancestor Qian Mo mentioning it, he really did not dare to believe that the treasure house was here. This small town was very prosperous. Indeed, one could not tell that there was such a treasure house in this place. However, in the most important place of the town, there was a luxurious mansion. No, it should be called an ancient building. This building was very tall and had a majestic aura. It was unique in this small town. Lord, this is the treasure house. It is the most special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. I heard that if you want to enter the treasure house, you need a membership card, and each membership card requires a valuable treasure. Lin Fei was already standing in front of the treasure house. He released his spiritual sense and discovered that this treasure house was actually maintained by a large formation. His spiritual sense could not penetrate it. This made Lin Fei very surprised. Up until now, there was really nothing that he could not penetrate. This treasure house could be considered an accident. It was no wonder that it could become the most special place in the Kunlun mystic realm. Such an interesting place. I have to go in and experience it no matter what. Lin Fei strode into this treasure house. The people of the treasure house did not stop him. Instead, someone took the initiative to welcome him. This must be Lin Fei. Our Myriad Treasures Tower's Tower Master is waiting for you upstairs. This person who came up to greet them was a steward of the treasure house, and he said enthusiastically. Instead, the expressions of ancestor Qian Mo and the rest behind Lin Fei changed slightly. They did not expect that the moment he left Mount Luha, the treasure house would know. Someone must have leaked the news. Lin Fei did not care much. So, it is your treasure house lord who is waiting for me. All right, lead the way. As for the news spreading, Lin Fei was not surprised at all, since it could become the most special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm. It would not be difficult to know his whereabouts. Moreover, this time, Lin Fei had swaggered over without any concealment. Perhaps this news was spread by one of the 5 Supreme Beings. It was also possible that it was not spread by the 5 Supreme Beings. For it to be able to become a special existence in the Kunlun mystic realm, there had to be something extraordinary about it. This was something that Lin Fei would never deny. Following the steward, Lin Fei went upstairs. Our OP is in there. The manager brought Lin Fei and the others upstairs and stood in front of a room. You guys can stay outside, Lin Fei said. He pushed the door open and walked in. He was preparing to meet this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. You should be the Lin Fei who came from the secular world. I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age. You actually subdued ancestral founder Thousand Moths and the other old things. In front of a dark red tea table, a middle-aged man sat. He raised the teacup in his hand towards Lin Fei. If you don't mind, how about sitting here and having a cup of tea and a chat? Lin Fei took a look at this pavilion master of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion and felt that it was a little unbelievable. The other party's strength was a little strong. He actually had his strength sealed in his body. I heard that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion is very mysterious. This tea should be pretty good. I don't mind having a cup. Lin Fei walked over and sat in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master picked up a pot of tea and poured a cup for Lin Fei. Try this tea, and how is it? From this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master, Lin Fei did not sense any killing intent. There was only an extremely peaceful aura. Lin Fei did not drink it directly. He first took a whiff. Your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's tea is pretty good. After drinking it, it can even raise one's mental strength. It's quite valuable. Before Lin Fei even started drinking, he already smelled the fragrance. After smelling it thrice, he picked up the teacup and drank it slowly, as expected of someone who came down from above. Ordinary people really don't know your background. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Then he refilled Lin Fei's cup. Lin Fei knew that the other party had already misunderstood him. The other party could find out detailed information about him outside, but he really did not know the specifics. This was very normal. It seemed like this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion still had a certain connection with the people above. It was normal for the other party to not be able to see his background. As for the things that the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion took out in front of Lin Fei, it was just that. There was really nothing worth paying attention to. Of course, this Kunlun mystic realm was definitely different. After drinking a few cups of tea, he put down the teacup. Since you already know where I came from, then I'll just say it directly. I'm rather interested in this sky-piercing token. I wonder if your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion can part with it and hand it over to me? The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master was also sizing up this Lin Fei. Indeed, he could not see through Lin Fei's background. He only knew that Lin Fei came from above and was very calm. It was just that he was a little surprised about this sky-piercing token. His expression also turned a little strange, but it soon returned to normal. Brother Lin, you want this sky-piercing token? Don't you know the origins of this sky-piercing token? The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master laughed. Lin Fei said indifferently, to me, this sky-piercing token is just an interesting thing. Since it can appear in this Kunlun mystic realm, I naturally have to take all of them. Even though he did not ask anything, Lin Fei could indeed tell from the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master's eyes that this sky-piercing token was a good thing in this Kunlun mystic realm. The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master clapped his hands. A person walked in from outside. It was the manager from before. He held a tray in his hand and placed it on the tea table. On the tray were 2 sky-piercing tokens. These are the 2 sky-piercing tokens of our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. I'll give them to Brother Lin now. Lin Fei took a look at the sky-piercing token, but did not take it. He knew that since the sky-piercing token was taken out, there would definitely be a price to pay if he wanted to obtain it. It all depended on what this Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master wanted to say. I didn't expect that your Bountiful Treasures Pavilion would have 2 sky-piercing tokens. I've never taken other people's things for free. I wonder if Bountiful Treasures Pavilion master has anything to say. Just say it. I won't get angry." The Bountiful Treasures Pavilion Master smiled and said, "Isn't it just 2 sky-piercing tokens? It's nothing more than the trunk of the second god tree. It's a treasure here, but what kind of treasure is it above? I just hope that when we open the treasure, Brother Lin can cooperate with our Bountiful Treasures Pavilion." Lin Fei was able to glean some useful information. The second god tree. At this moment, Lin Fei finally understood why the Tree of Life was so interested in this sky-piercing token. So this was the second god tree. No wonder. Chapter 43:69. What was the second god tree? Of course, Lin Fei knew. He knew better than most people what it was. The second god tree was the heavenly tree. It was also very strong. The only thing he didn't expect was that he would encounter the heavenly tree. Lin Fei finally understood why the god tree of life was so interested in this thing. Wasn't the first god tree the god tree of life? It had the ability to devour all kinds of special tree species. Now, the truth was finally out. Previously, Lin Fei had guessed whether it was the same kind of thing as the god tree of life. But after he studied this token, he realized that it wasn't what he imagined. So he didn't continue guessing. Now, it seemed like the heavenly token did have some tricks up its sleeve. More importantly, Lin Fei got to know another piece of news from the treasure house. There seemed to be quite a number of heavenly token up there, far more than the few in the Kunlun mystic realm. This was a good thing for Lin Fei. He had plenty of opportunities to get his hands on it, and he could increase his strength. This trip had not been in vain. Lin Fei had obtained the best piece of news. It was more valuable than anything else in the world. This treasure house master was a good person. He even revealed such important news. Perhaps the treasure house master didn't even know that he had told such good news to Lin Fei. In the past, I wasn't interested in the Supreme Token. But now, I feel that the Supreme Token isn't too bad. After all, it's the second divine tree. It just so happens that I'm going to forge a treasure that I can use. So, I started collecting the Supreme Token. Lin Fei found a reason very casually. Since it was the second god tree, there would definitely be people who had ideas about it. Compared to refining a treasure, this was quite possible. The treasure house master was indeed quite curious. After all, although the heavenly token was not bad, that was in the Kunlun mystic realm. In other places, it was just ordinary. There were benefits, but they were more or less useless. It would be a waste to throw it away, but it was useless to take it. Now that Lin Fei said that he wanted to refine this second divine tree into a treasure, the Myriad Treasures Pagoda Master felt that it was rather interesting. This Lin Fei definitely had nothing better to do, yet he still dared to refine treasures. After coming out from the second divine tree, countless people had the thought of refining treasures. However, in reality, not many people had succeeded because the difficulty level was too high. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Master didn't think too much about it. In the end, this Lin Fei would definitely fail. No one had ever succeeded in refining a treasure using the second god tree. Initially, Lin Fei had wanted to ask about the specific situation of the second divine tree. However, he decided not to do so on second thought. After all, now that they had mistakenly thought that he came from above, he naturally had to have the awareness of someone above. Asking about the second divine tree was tantamount to revealing a flaw. After he obtained this treasure, he would naturally make another trip to the treasure house. At that time, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would definitely have a good chat with him. Let's forget about it for now. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Tower Master of Bountiful Treasures, I'm very happy that you've given me 2 Heavenly Connection tokens. However, you'd better tell me what you're thinking. Cooperation is cooperation, but we can talk about it in detail. I don't like to take things from others for free. If you don't say it, I'll leave. At least, I've received your kind intentions. Lin Fei pretended to stand up. Lin Fei was quite familiar with these people in the business world. To dare to take out 2 Supreme Heaven tokens, there must be a purpose. Although Lin Fei could take it now, it wasn't what Lin Fei wanted. As long as the price of these 2 Supreme Heaven tokens was stated, Lin Fei would naturally take it away. Of course, Lin Fei could also snatch this Supreme Heaven token. Although the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was quite strong, His strength had already broken through the core condensation level and reached the golden core level. Therefore, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was really not his opponent. Even if he had a special treasure, it was the same. However, given the current situation, Lin Fei still had to be careful. This was interesting. Otherwise, everyone's eyes would be focused on him. At that time, it would not be easy to take this treasure. A lion still used all its strength to catch a rabbit. It could be imagined that once Lin Fei exposed his terrifying strength, he would naturally become the bird that stood out. Usually, the bird that stood out did not have a good ending. Now that Lin Fei was in the light and they were in the dark, who knew what other means they had? But if Lin Fei was in the dark, then everything was in Lin Fei's control. This was the most interesting thing. Lin Fei believed that since he came, this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord must have his own thoughts. Moreover, the other party had also checked his background. If he didn't have any thoughts, then it would be a lie. So Lin Fei intended to test the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord to see what he had in mind. Hence, Lin Fei assumed a posture of standing up. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was also somewhat unable to come back to his senses. He did not expect that Lin Fei would actually leave just like that. This was completely different from his judgment. He did not see that the other party actually robbed the heaven-piercing token from the hands of 5 sovereigns for the sake of the heaven-piercing token, and even came for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Then now, he actually did not want the heaven-piercing token anymore, turning around and leaving. What kind of trick was this? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord naturally would not let Lin Fei leave just like that. Otherwise, he would have done this for nothing. Since the other party wanted to make a declaration, then the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord did not mind having a good chat with the other party either. Brother Lin, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's talk things out. Since you don't want to take this heaven-piercing token for nothing, then I'll also be frank with you. The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord stood up and invited Lin Fei to sit back down again, pouring another cup of tea. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of tea. He wanted to hear what this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord had to say. He knew that this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord definitely knew a lot of news. Although Lin Fei also knew quite a bit, compared to this Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord, it was definitely far inferior. At this point, Lin Fei was still rather confident in his heart. Actually, this matter isn't much either. It's just that this heaven and earth treasure is about to appear. The experts from various families are all going to come down. At that time, it'll become lively. And I hope that when the heaven and earth treasure appears, Brother Lin can help our Myriad Treasures Pavilion bring some things back. Lin Fei even thought that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord would make him go kill people and set fires. Now, it seemed like he was thinking too much. In this Myriad Treasures Pavilion, Lord knew quite a lot of situations, and even knew to collect things when the heaven and earth treasure appeared. Turns out that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion is still planning this. Looks like you've also found quite a few people, right? After all, when the heaven and earth treasure appears, there are quite a few things in the surroundings that are accompanying it. Chapter 4370. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long and left. But he also made an agreement with the Lord of the Myriad Treasures. As long as he obtained the accompanying item of this treasure, he would definitely trade it with the Myriad Treasures house. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures house also promised that as long as he had the accompanying item, the Myriad Treasures house could go and find the Tong Tian token. Their ability was quite big. What kind of person do you think this Lin Fei is? I can't see through his details. It seems that there are some problems with the information you investigated. This Lin Fei is not as simple as you think. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures house stood in front of the window and looked down, just in time to see Lin Fei leave with his people. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures house frowned slightly, and behind him there were several black figures, half kneeling on the ground and listening silently. The Lord of the Myriad Treasures house thought that he could see through Lin Fei, but he didn't expect this guy to have some ability. Fortunately, the Lord of the Myriad Treasures house didn't do anything excessive. Instead, he gave out 2 Tong Tian tokens. For him, these 2 Tong Tian tokens were nothing, but it was good to leave an impression in front of this Lin Fei. As for Lin Fei's origin, He could only slowly investigate. For Master Xianxia, one more person like Lin Fei was not a good thing. This was what the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House wanted to see the most. Lin Fei took the 2 Tong Tian tokens and left. From the mouth of the Lord of the Myriad Treasures House, Lin Fei also knew the general location of this treasure. It was under the Shattering Heaven Palace of Master Xianxia. Now Lin Fei rushed to the Shattering Heaven Palace, but there was still one thing to do before going to the Shattering Heaven Palace. That was to completely refine these 2 Tong Tian tokens. Now refining the Tong Tian tokens was a very simple matter. After all, the Tree of Life was the first divine tree, and the Tong Tian God Tree was only the second divine tree. Naturally, it couldn't withstand the devouring power of the Tree of Life. Lin Fei found a place and began to refine the Tong Tian tokens. At the same time, in a dark swamp, there were wild beasts constantly roaming. More than a dozen black figures were hunting here. These were the regulars here. They were a type of wild beast called the Blackwater crocodile. They were extremely strong and were good at teamwork. There was a loud crash. A black hole suddenly appeared. A figure appeared in a flash. The Blackwater crocodiles detected the movement and instantly besieged. However, before they could get close, they heard a series of banging sounds as the Blackwater crocodiles exploded one after another. This should be the Kunlun secret region. After this person muttered to himself, he instantly turned into a black shadow and left. His figure was very fast, almost like a stream of light, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in the sky above Shattered Heaven Palace. This person seemed to know the location of Shattered Heaven Palace, and after arriving in the sky, he locked onto the position. The next second, the figure entered the main hall of Shattered Heaven Palace. "Welcome, senior brother." After the black figure entered the palace, a person inside the palace immediately cupped his hands and said, this person was Shattering Heaven Palace's Supreme Xianxia. Don't look at how Xianxia had already sealed Shattered Heaven Palace. In fact, Xianxia had not dared to take it lightly, but had been guarding this palace. This was the most important place of Shattered Heaven Palace. As soon as the newcomer entered, Walking Sea Supremacy immediately corrected his attitude. Junior brother Xianxia, don't be so polite. In any case, we are all under the same master. This time, I'm only here to be in charge. Junior brother Xianxia is responsible for the general affairs. This person showed a handsome face with a trace of evil smile hanging on his mouth. Xianxia did not dare to put on any airs in front of this senior brother. You're the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. This is what I should do. Then arrange a quiet place for me. If there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Xianxia obeyed and left. In front of this senior brother, Xianxia really did not dare to do anything and did not dare to say anything. It was really because this senior brother's strength was terrifying. He estimated that he could kill him as soon as he made a move. It was better for him to properly assist. As long as this matter was completed, he could openly worship this senior brother as his master. Lin Fei used a day to refine the 2 Clear Heaven Command tokens. This time, the effect of refining the Clear Heaven Command token was a little worse, but it made Lin Fei very satisfied. In any case, this time, he still had a harvest from the multi-treasure house and knew the origin of the Clear Heaven Command token. From the words of the multi-treasure house, Lin Fei could hear that there were still a lot of Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun Mystic Territory. It should be deliberately put here to improve the strength of people. After all, with the Clear Heaven Command token, the cultivation speed was much faster than usual. Maybe 1 month with the Clear Heaven Command token was equivalent to 2 months. This kind of cultivation gap was very obvious. Lin Fei was not in a hurry and immediately went to Shattered Heaven Palace. Because there was still some time, he had to look for the Clear Heaven Command token again. Going to Shattered Heaven Palace so early, it was boring. Some people had not come down yet. Halfway there, Lin Fei suddenly stopped, because he noticed the fluctuations in the void. One must know that Lin Fei was proficient in space methods before. No, it was space law, so he was very sensitive to space fluctuations, especially now that he had recovered a part of his strength. Although he could not use the power of space law, he could sense the changes in it. Just a while ago, he noticed that there was an aura coming down, and this aura was probably someone who came down from above. In other words, there must be a lot of people who were waiting for this treasure to mature, and they had to use all means to come down. The Kunlun mystic territory suddenly became lively, and Lin Fei certainly hoped that it would become more and more lively. In the next few days, Lin Fei could sense people coming down almost every day. Sometimes it would be 2 or 3 days, sometimes it would be 4 or 5 days. But no matter what, there were still people coming to the Kunlun secret region. There were 6 people in total. Although these 6 people weren't a lot, their origins weren't simple. At the very least, they had a backer behind them. Lin Fei did not stay idle. More or less, he received some news about the Clear Heaven Command token. In total, Lin Fei had obtained 3 piercing heaven tokens. After obtaining these 3 Clear Heaven Command tokens, Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy to get more Clear Heaven Command tokens in the Kunlun Mystic Territory. It should not be possible to collect them in a short time, but this did not have a big impact on Lin Fei. In any case, after refining so many heaven-piercing tokens, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Especially his fleshly body, it had become even stronger. One must know that Lin Fei had an immortal godly body. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4371. After walking leisurely for a period of time, Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the Heaven-Breaking Palace. When he reached the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei also felt a strong aura. Even though their auras were concealed very well, it wasn't hard to guess that these people were all aiming for that worldly treasure. Among these people, the largest group should be Lin Fei's group. After all, the progenitors behind him were very strong. When they were about 100 li away from the Heaven-Breaking Palace, Lin Fei let the progenitors leave. Such an interesting thing would be boring if they brought a group of people along. Lin Fei also wanted to see how interested the higher-ups were in this treasure and whether it was worth sending people down. He also wanted to understand the situation. Lin Fei was thinking about the second heavenly tree. It would be fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If he understood the situation of the heavenly tree, then he would recover faster. For example, Lin Fei's recovery was only about 10% of the immortal divine body's recovery. About 10% of Lin Fei's strength was already very terrifying, especially since his physical body was getting tougher and tougher. He could even use some of his techniques now. After walking for another half a day, Lin Fei was already near the Heaven-Breaking Palace. Looking from afar, the place where the Heaven-Breaking Palace was located was not ordinary. It was a treasure mountain with treasure light, but it was sealed by a formation. This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. It was no wonder that Supreme Xianxia of the Heaven-Crushing Palace wanted to cultivate a main body and a clone. The main body was probably to guard the Heaven-Crushing Palace. It was really hard on him. Lin Fei looked at the Heaven-Breaking Palace and slowly retracted his gaze. At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. "Brother, you are very insightful. Looks like you also came down from the higher-ups. My name is Fangwen." At this time, a figure appeared on the official road. This figure was sitting on a white tiger and was slowly approaching. Sitting on top of the white tiger was a young man. He was fair and plump, and he seemed to be very familiar with everyone. However, his strength was not weak. A real core condensation expert. He could be said to be an expert of the core formation realm. At this moment, the other party's strength seemed to have been sealed. He looked no different from an ordinary inborn expert. "Friend, you also came down from above. Your elegance is not bad. You actually caught a white tiger as a mount," Lin Fei said with a smile. The person called Fangwen laughed and said, "There's no helping it. It's rare for us to come down here for a vacation, so we have to take it easy. Why are we in such a rush? Besides, the treasure hasn't appeared yet. Brother, what do you think?" Lin Fei didn't know what Fangwen was planning, but it was good to know more about the situation with such a person. At the very least, he was quite curious about that special place. To be able to send these people down, the strength behind them must be pretty good. If he could understand more about the situation, it would be for the best. "I am Lin Fei. I just came down not too long ago. However, this place is indeed more interesting than the top. At the very least, I could be the king of the mountain here, Lin Fei said with a smile. When Fangwen heard that, he was slightly startled. Brother Lin, what you said is interesting. It's rare for us to come down and be the king of the mountain. It's a pity that the time is not long enough. When the time is up, we have to leave this Kunlun secret realm. Otherwise, I would be very willing to stay here for 8 to 10 years. After all, at our realm, it's not easy to break through to the Golden Core realm. Lin Fei said with approval. That's right. It's indeed not easy for us to form our core at our realm. However, forming the Golden Core is no different from ascending to the heavens. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's approachability and Fangwen's familiarity, the two of them started chatting very quickly. Lin Fei also caught a black tiger from the forest. This tiger was not weak. It was actually at the peak of the post-liminary realm. It was equivalent to a Grandmaster tiger. It could be used as a mount. The two of them walked towards the heaven-breaking palace unhurriedly. I think your previous idea is pretty good. Since we're here for a vacation, there's no need for us to fight to the death for the treasures of heaven and earth. By the way, let me tell you, this time there are 3 little heavenly kings. They're at the peak of the core formation stage, and they're only 1 step away from the gold core stage. Moreover, they've brought magic treasures with them. Fangwen said mysteriously in a low voice. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. Then they must have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent 3 minor heavenly kings down. Lin Fei said. He recalled silently in his heart. He really did feel 3 tyrannical auras coming down. At that time, Lin Fei did not pay much attention to them. He thought that everyone's strength was about the same. But now it seemed that the 3 people should be the 3 minor heavenly kings. Fangwen snorted coldly. That's because they have such a strong background. They even brought magic treasures with them. They're prepared to fight, so we should just watch from afar. If we can get something, we will. If we can't, we will. There's no need to take risks. If you die here, you will really die. No one will help you vent your anger. Lin Fei could also see that Fangwen really had the idea of avoiding danger. In other words, he would not participate in the fight for the treasures. If you don't want to take it back, how are you going to explain it when you return? You should know that there are many people who value treasures. Fangwen laughed. It's just a treasure. There's nothing to be surprised about. If we can't take it, then we can't take it. Anyway, we're just going through the motions. Who doesn't know how powerful the 3 minor heavenly kings are? They are at the peak of core formation realm. With that treasure, even if you and I join forces, we may not be a match for them. There is no need for me to get involved. Lin Fei wanted to ask about the origins of the 3 minor heavenly kings. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. He was not in a hurry. Let's rest here. This place is only a few kilometers away. There's no need to get too close. The 3 minor heavenly kings are very domineering. Fangwen acted like he was here for a vacation. He stopped when he was 3 to 5 kilometers away. The heaven-breaking palace was already within sight. Lin Fei was naturally not in a hurry. As long as they were near the heaven-breaking palace, everything would be fine. Anyway, I don't really care about this thing. I am here to watch the show. Then, which 2 of the 3 minor heavenly kings do you think will win? Chapter 4372. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei naturally wanted to ask about the origins of these 3 minor heavenly kings. The auras of these 3 were very strong. It would be good to know about them in advance. Lin Fei didn't take them seriously, but it was good to know about them. It would save him the embarrassment of talking about them. When this was brought up, Fangwen seemed a bit happy. He said proudly, Brother Lin, you've asked the right person. I, Fangwen, have a good understanding of the 3 little heavenly kings. Everyone calls me know-it-all. Lin Fei smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Then I've asked the right person. Fangwen smiled and said, the 3 minor heavenly kings are actually not small. For example, Yanfei has been a monster since he was young. He's now at the peak of core formation. His strength is unfathomable. He also has a powerful defensive armor. With this armor, people in the same realm can't do anything to him. So he's the most powerful person in the heaven-breaking palace. As long as he doesn't leave the palace, it won't be easy to break it. As for the second one, it's Su Tianxing. I heard that Su Tianxing was born with the Starlight Treasure Body. At night, he can borrow the power of the starlight to greatly increase his strength. As for the last one, he's called Barbarian King. He's a close combat expert. Even if he stands there and gets attacked for half an hour, he won't be able to do anything to him. These three are the most powerful competitors this time. Fangwen said slowly. He was very familiar with the three minor heavenly kings. My guess is that Su Tianxing and Barbarian King will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Of course, there's another possibility. The two minor heavenly kings will work together to break through the heaven-breaking palace. Although we won't have a chance to get the treasures, the accompanying treasures are also very good. It's worth a trip. Lin Fei originally thought that only Myriad Treasures Tower would be interested in the accompanying treasures. Now, it seemed that not only Myriad Treasures Tower, but even the people who came down here were interested in the accompanying treasures. But I'm thinking the same thing as you. I'll just get some accompanying treasures. But have you heard about the origins of these treasures? My superior didn't say anything at all. In any case, it said that there would be a powerful natural treasure down there. Lin Fei said with a blank expression. That's right. Fangwen's face darkened. He lowered his voice and said, "This treasure has a powerful origin. Do you know what it is? I heard that it was a treasure of the great sage from ancient times. What's important is that it's only a part of it. Think about how terrifying it is. Most people don't even know about it. Only people like me know about it. Kid, you're lucky." Lin Fei didn't know the exact origins of this treasure. However, after hearing that it was a great sage from ancient times, Lin Fei started to take note of it. Fangwen said secretly, "Do you know about the 24 sea-calming divine pearls? I heard that the treasure that appeared this time is one of the 24 sea-calming divine pearls. I don't know what attribute it is, but no matter who gets it, their strength will definitely skyrocket." Sea-calming divine pearl? Lin Fei frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. Isn't this a treasure from ancient times? There are a total of 24 pearls. If all of them are used, the power is far beyond your imagination. I didn't expect that this treasure would be one of the 24 sea-calming divine pearls. Whether it's the water-calming pearl or the wind-calming pearl, they're all different. How could it be the 24 sea-calming divine pearls? Are you mistaken? This is a real ancient treasure. No matter how ignorant Lin Fei was, he knew that this was a true treasure from ancient times. Fangwen snorted. That's why most people don't believe it. But in fact, it is one of the 24 sea-calming divine pearls. It's in the Kunlun Mystery Land. The higher-ups paid a great price to find it. It's a pity that the sea-calming divine pearl has been sealed for thousands of years and only ended today. You can imagine how intense the competition this time is. Although the three little kings are the strongest, no one knows who will get the sea-calming divine pearl, because it can also find the whereabouts of the other 23 sea-calming divine pearls. It's hard for everyone not to be tempted. One sea-calming divine pearl was already very powerful. If 24 of them were gathered together, it would be a true set of magic treasures. And this was no ordinary magic treasure. It was a true Khanate Dharma treasure. A Xiantian treasure was much more powerful than a Hotian treasure. Even 10 Hotian treasures might not be able to defeat a Xiantian treasure. This was definitely a huge surprise. Lin Fei never thought that there would be a Xiantian treasure in the Kunlun Mystery Land. This was a really good thing, better than any other magic treasure. The power of this sea-calming divine pearl was even more different. Brother Fang, you're really well-informed indeed. You can really be considered to be a know-it-all. To think that you would even know of such an important piece of news. I'm truly impressed with you. Lin Fei said. Fangwen chuckled. That's right. I paid a great price for this news. I also like your brother. When the sea-calming divine pearl comes out, we can't take the risk. It's better to take some accompanying treasures. I heard that there are usually Hotian treasures beside the sea-calming divine pearl. Even if it's only one or two, it's worth it. Lin Fei could also see that Fangwen probably wanted to get a helper. After all, with so many people, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them alone. These people were all experts in the core formation stage. Those Supremes couldn't keep up. If he wanted to get the accompanying treasure, he would have to see if he had any helpers. Lin Fei immediately understood. Beside a Xiantian treasure, there would definitely be a lot of good things. Even if he could only get one or two, he would be rich. I'm alone now. Anyway, I don't want the sea-calming divine pearl anymore. I don't have the ability. However, I can snatch the accompanying treasure. Fangwen laughed. When the time comes, let's work together happily. No matter if you sell the accompanying treasure or not, I'll take out what you want. If I can snatch the accompanying treasure, I naturally don't plan on taking it. I'm rather interested in the heavenly token. No, it should be the heavenly tree. I don't know if a well-informed person like you knows the origin of the heavenly tree. I want to refine a set of heavenly speed treasures, but finding the materials is still a problem. Chapter 4373. It was not easy for Lin Fei to meet someone who knew the news. He would definitely not miss this opportunity. Otherwise, how could he know about the 24 sea-calming immortal beads? It was a real innate magic treasure. Lin Fei had his own thoughts about this Kane treasure as well. However, the thing that could help him the most at the moment was the heavenly tree. If he knew the whereabouts of the heavenly tree, that would be the best thing to do. It would be the best if he could get the information from Fangwen. As for the other things, he would think about it later. Fangwen said with a weird look, "You're actually interested in the heavenly tree? Don't even think about it. The heavenly tree is in the heavens reaching church." Lin Fei was stunned when he heard this. He thought that the heavenly tree could be found everywhere on the streets. At least those fragments. After all, the heavenly token seemed to be made of these fragments. Perhaps Fangwen saw through Lin Fei's doubt, so he added, "The heavenly token is from the heavens reaching church. The heavens reaching church owns the heavens reaching church. Although it's useless, the heavens reaching church has already recalled all the heavens reaching church's tokens. Therefore, it's impossible for you to refine treasures with this token unless you're willing to join the heavens reaching church. However, as a major sect in the cultivation world, it's not that difficult to join the heavens reaching church." Actually, Lin Fei had already prepared for this. After all, the heavenly token could not be circulated everywhere. There might be a reason why the Tantian token was circulated. Now, it seemed that it was really the case. Lin Fei scolded with annoyance. "I was cheated by that guy. He said that the heavenly treasure could be refined into treasures. Fortunately, I didn't collect it. Otherwise, it would be in vain. It turns out that it belongs to the heavens reaching church." Fangwen burst into laughter. "It turns out that you can also be cheated by others. This heavenly reaching token can indeed be used to refine rarities. However, it's too difficult to refine. Now, heavenly reaching church doesn't allow any heavenly reaching token to be left outside. Even if you have it, you'd better put it away. Otherwise, if you meet those blind guys of heavenly reaching church, you'd better get into trouble." Lin Fei didn't ask anything about the heavens reaching church anymore. As long as he knew that these heaven-reaching tokens were from the heaven-reaching church, it was enough. For the next few days, the two of them basically stayed here and did not leave at all. From Fangwen, Lin Fei also understood a lot of information. This person was really a know-it-all. However, his mouth was a little too big. He liked to show off the most. If he knew something, he would definitely not be able to hide it. This was the so-called big mouth. Lin Fei didn't think that his luck would be so good that he could meet such a big mouth. After half a month, he had a good understanding of the cultivation world. At the very least, he was no longer a newbie. In Fangwen's words, the Kunlun mystic realm was just an abandoned mystic realm. If not for the 24 sea-calming divine pearls, who would care about it? The Kunlun secret realm was weaker, which was why they could send him down. Otherwise, they would only be able to watch helplessly, unable to get their hands on such a treasure. On this day, a ray of treasure light soared into the sky. The sky was filled with colorful clouds. It was very spectacular. Everyone in the Kunlun secret realm noticed this scene. Fangwen also opened his eyes immediately. He stared at the colorful clouds and laughed. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls are finally coming out. Let's hurry over. Don't be slow. Lin Fei stood up. The source of the treasure light was the heaven-breaking palace. At this moment, the sky above the heaven-breaking palace was already covered with clouds. The movement was very big. Lin Fei could guarantee that everyone in the Kunlun secret realm knew about the treasure light. When the treasure light appeared, it meant that the 24 sea-calming divine pearls also appeared. In a lake, a figure walked up from the bottom of the lake. The water on both sides flowed backward. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls have finally appeared. It seems that I can fight again. On a mountain, a figure sat with his legs crossed. He also opened his eyes. A white lotus appeared under him. He stood on it casually and floated away. Similar scenes kept happening in the Kunlun secret realm. There were about a dozen figures flying toward the sky. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also very shocked. They were all dumbfounded. They stared at the clouds above their heads. They only felt that there was an aura above the clouds that made them feel very comfortable. Senior brother, the 24 sea-calming divine pearls are about to appear. I think those people are going to attack our heaven-breaking palace. Supreme Xianxia was also very excited. He stared at the clouds above his head. In a short period of time, he had gone from the Supreme Realm to the Encore Realm. As a result, Autarch Xianxia's strength grew even stronger. Even so, he still felt as though he was facing his senior apprentice brother. The door was pushed open. A figure walked out. It was Yin Fei in black. He raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. The 24 sea-calming divine pearls are Kane treasures. Even if there is only one, it will cause quite a commotion. You have to be prepared. Those people are probably going to attack the heaven-breaking palace. Don't worry, senior martial brother. Once I open this formation, it won't be easy for them to break in. I'm a core formation expert now, and I have the treasure senior martial brother gave me. If they dare to barge in, they will not be able to bear the consequences. Yin Fei waved his sleeves and appeared above the heaven-breaking palace. Then leave the little sky king to me. You just need to stall the rest of them. When the 24 sea-calming divine pearls appear, I will naturally use a method to take them. Back then, Supreme Xianxia did not know why the heaven-breaking palace was built on such an inconspicuous mountain. Only later did he find out that there was a treasure at the bottom of the mountain. That was why they built the heaven-breaking palace on top of it. This heaven-breaking palace was not a simple building. It was a treasure. That was why it could suppress the light of the treasure. Yin Fei, you are so fast. I thought you would not come down. Looks like we can have a big fight again. A figure floated over. As the figure arrived, the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. It formed a star field around the figure. Su Tianxing, you are not slow either. I thought you would come up alone. Looks like you're not brave enough. Yin Fei snorted coldly. The figure covered in starlight was Su Tianxing. He stopped not far away and looked at the heaven-breaking palace and the clouds above. It is so boring to fight you alone. No matter what, I should wait for the other barbarian king to arrive. That way, it will be more interesting. I think that is right too. The barbarian king loved to beat people up, especially people like you, Yin Fei. Bookhouse website, Chapter 4374. As soon as Su Tianxing's voice fell, another loud rumble was heard. In the forest, a figure strode over. Every step he took caused the ground to crack, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was the barbarian king. Barbarian King's leather armor shone with resplendent light, appearing quite extraordinary. He stood in the air above the heaven-crushing palace, facing Yin Fei from a distance. I really want to catch you and beat you up. I don't think you can take more than 10 hits from me. The barbarian king was a bald young man. He clenched his fist and punched the air above the palace, activating the formation and blocking the punch. Even so, the entire heaven-breaking palace was still greatly shaken. Bang, bang, bang. Many buildings were shaken and cracked. The disciples of the heaven-breaking palace were also shaken and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. With just one punch, the entire heaven-crushing palace was affected. Your heaven-crushing palace is pretty strong. It didn't explode after taking one punch from me. Looks like I'll have to punch it a few more times. The barbarian king laughed. After the two minor heavenly kings landed, Many figures started to approach the heaven-crushing palace one after another. They didn't attack directly because they saw Xianxia and the barbarian king. These two minor heavenly kings were very strong, especially the barbarian king, who was the most violent. If he didn't like someone, he would punch them. If he couldn't, then he would die. That was how violent he was. As for Xianxia, his temper was much better, but not everyone dared to offend him. Lin Fei and Fong also arrived at the periphery of the heaven-crushing palace. At this moment, not too far away from them stood people with dense auras. Every single one of them was a core formation expert, but compared to the three little heavenly kings in the distance, they were still a huge level weaker. Those two were Xianxia and the barbarian king. They were very strong. The barbarian king liked to settle everything with his fists. The three minor heavenly kings were very strong. According to Lin Fei's senses, the three of them were equally matched in strength. They were much stronger than the core formation stage cultivators present. If they really waved their hands, no one here would be a match for them in a one-on-one battle. Wait, it must be the two minor sky kings restraining Yun Fei while we attack the heaven palace. Only after we destroy the heaven palace can we go underground. After all, the creature underground won't come out on its own. Fongwen seemed a little excited, but he lowered his voice and said, "When we attack later, don't put in too much effort, just follow them." Everything was just as Fongwen had said. Yun Fei, who was in the sky, attacked Xianxia and Barbarian King. A treasure appeared above Yun Fei's head, and a flying sword-shaped treasure directly attacked the two of them. A huge energy wave swept out in all directions. In an instant, the vicinity of the heaven-breaking palace was turned into ruins. If it wasn't for this formation, the heaven-breaking palace would have been destroyed long ago. The disciples of the heaven-crushing palace had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that they sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. They began to attack. After the two minor sky kings started exchanging blows with Yun Fei, the rest of the people started taking action as well. One treasure after another was hurled out, shaking the world and causing the ground to tremble. Fongwen, who was already used to this, immediately took out a treasure. However, unlike the other treasures, Fongwen first took out a treasure to protect himself. Then, he began to control his spells. Wind blades directly struck the formation in the distance. In a situation like this, the first thing we need to do is to protect ourselves. It doesn't matter how much effort we put in, but if we can't even keep our lives, then we can't do it. This Fongwen was really an interesting person. Lin Fei didn't bring any treasures. He only used his sword intent. He simply released his sword intent and circled around him. Then he directed a wave of sword intent to attack. Fongwen was a little surprised to see Lin Fei attack. "You're actually a sword cultivator? That's not easy." Nowadays, there aren't many people who practice close combat and sword cultivation because it's too time-consuming. Nowadays, spells are the most popular. Spells are much better. As long as you have a protective treasure, who's afraid of who? The heaven-breaking palace's formation was quite strong. At least, it didn't budge even when facing a dozen people. Lin Fei soon discovered that those people didn't use their full strength. They were only shaking the formation. They looked very clever. No one was willing to waste too much magic power at this time. Even Fongwen was the same. Although the power of the formation was quite strong, it was actually just to scare people. Lin Fei found this more and more interesting. The power of the treasure light kept attacking the heaven-breaking palace. The clouds became thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire heaven-breaking palace. Yun Fei, who was in the sky, was fighting with the other two minor heavenly kings. Even though it was 1 against 2, he could still fight to a draw with the other two minor heavenly kings. A flying sword flew back and forth, filled with endless, dangerous aura. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. The 24C calming divine pearls would definitely come out anyway. More importantly, it could be seen that these people were wily old foxes. They knew when to exert force and when not to exert force. This went on for half an hour. There was a loud crash. A beam of treasure light shot into the sky. It was bigger than the previous beam of treasure light. A torrent of power swept out. The heaven-breaking palace's formation was destroyed. The people present were also attacked by the torrent of power. However, they all had treasures in front of them to protect themselves. This wave of impact didn't affect them much. However, this wave of impact made everyone realize that the 24C calming divine pearls weren't as simple as they thought. With a crash, a black flowing light rushed out of the ground. The treasure came out. As soon as the black flowing light came out, it flew away from the heaven-breaking palace. Yunfei, who was fighting with the two minor heavenly kings, used a hand seal to grab the black flowing light. However, he was a bit slower, and the black flowing light escaped. Yunfei didn't fight back. He used the treasure and chased after it. Ha ha! Yunfei, you guys calculated everything. You didn't expect that the treasure would leave on its own. It seems like it's going to be interesting this time. After everyone chased after the 24C calming divine pearls, many people rushed down into the ground. If they didn't fight for the treasure now, when would they? Let's go. Let's go down too. Let's not get involved with the 24C calming divine pearls. Shukju website. Chapter 4375. Of course, Lin Fei was interested in a companion treasure like this. Moreover, he could tell that the 24C calming divine pearls weren't easy to snatch. It actually had a trace of instinct, which was the most difficult part. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for the three junior heavenly kings to obtain the 24C calming divine pearls. Lin Fei decided to go down and see what good stuff was down there. If it was useful to him, even if he didn't use it, he could give it to someone else. He couldn't come in for nothing. Lin Fei could tell that as long as he waited for the 24C calming divine pearls, there wouldn't be anything else in the Kunlun mystic realm that would catch his eye. Therefore, he still had to take a look at the companion treasure. When Fangwen jumped down, Lin Fei followed in a hurry. This was a huge, deep pit that continued to sink downwards. However, a sword intent appeared under Lin Fei's body. Like a cloud, it slowly dragged him down to the bottom. When he reached the bottom, he realized that there was a huge fight going on. The experts who entered first had started fighting. There were quite a few treasures in that area. Lin Fei could see all of them very clearly. Of course, the most important one was a purple flower. The purple flower was very proud, but it looked very precious. Lin Fei knew that it was the purple gold sky flower at a glance. It was a special flower. After refining this purple gold sky flower, one would instantly obtain a physique. In layman's terms, one would condense a treasured physique. It was very rare. At the very least, Lin Fei only knew about it from some ancient books. He didn't expect that there would be such a companion treasure underground. You guys don't have to fight over it. This purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A young man flew over first. At the same time, a rope treasure wrapped around the purple gold sky flower, wanting to snatch it away. However, before the rope could reach the front, a stream of light flew over and hit the long rope heavily. It turned out that there was a young man pulling a large bow in the distance. He was the one who shot the arrow just now. You want this purple gold sky flower? You're thinking too much. Have you asked me, Xianxia? The young man called Xianxia drew his bow again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen arrows were shot out, directly locking onto everyone. Taking advantage of this time, he directly pounced towards the purple gold sky flower. The streams of light that shot out were not physical, but illusory. They instantly turned into a dozen black dragons roaring in front of them, showing Xia Hongxing's powerful strength. Even Lin Fei was locked on by this arrow. He didn't expect this guy called Xia Hongxing to be so strong. He was really similar to the legendary figure. 1 against a dozen. He wanted to take the purple gold heavenly flower for himself. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei blocked in front of him with his sword intent. The incoming stream of light turned into a black dragon and roared with great strength. The people present all blocked it very easily. It seemed like everyone's strength was quite good. With such an opportunity, Xia Hongxing had already gotten close to the purple gold sky flower. Just as Xia Hongxing was about to reach out to pluck the purple gold sky flower, a figure rushed out from the ground. With a palm, he slapped Xia Hongxing's chest and was sent flying. Xianxia, you didn't expect this, right? My earth burrowing technique was specially used to guard against you. Looks like this purple gold sky flower belongs to me. A short person came out and reached out to grab the purple gold sky flower. At the crucial moment, the earth burrowing technique actually played a huge role. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. The person who escaped reached out with his hand and grabbed the entire purple gold sky flower. He then dropped it into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After Xia Hongsheng was sent flying, his face was filled with rage. He drew his bow and shot the arrow towards the ground. The ground continued to collapse, but that person seemed to have disappeared. The best thing here was this purple gold sky flower. Although the other companions were all right, no one was interested in them. After all, this purple gold sky flower could give birth to treasure bodies. Even the most ordinary treasure body could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Su Tianxing of the three minor heavenly kings was so strong because he had the starlight treasure body. He borrowed the power of starlight to form a strong defense. And Barbarian King also cultivated a treasure body. It was also very strong, which was why they cared so much about it. That Du Xing's son is already injured. He can't have run far. He must be in this area. Everyone, let's search together. Don't let him steal the purple gold sky flower. Xia Hongsheng chased after him. The others also made up their minds. They had to find this Du Xing's Sunday. They had let him steal the best purple gold sky flower for nothing. Du Xing's son's strength was weaker than theirs, but in the end, he got the upper hand. Our luck is really bad. The best purple gold sky flower was actually stolen by that Du Xing's Sunday. That guy can't do anything else, but he's good at burrowing. Who knows where he's gone? Fangwen said helplessly. There are still some companion treasures here, but no one had any thoughts of fighting over them. Fangwen also snatched a treasure back, but it was not very valuable. His focus was on the purple gold sky flower. When he came down, he knew that the companion treasure would be good, but he didn't expect it to contain a purple gold sky flower. If he had known earlier that there was this purple gold sky flower, he would have come down a long time ago. He wouldn't have wasted so much time. Now that the purple gold sky flower was gone, he only managed to snatch one of the other companion treasures. Let's go. Let's find a place to drink. I won't get involved in this. Lin Fei was very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. Although this Du Xing's son was very good at burrowing, Lin Fei had left his divine sense on him to track him. Just like what he said, this guy was indeed injured. His speed had slowed down, but he couldn't have run far. According to his calculations, he should have run at least 20 to 30 miles away. His burrowing technique was indeed amazing. It was no wonder these experts were dumbfounded. It might be easy to chase him in the sky, but how are they going to chase him underground? Is that the purple gold sky flower? It's indeed beautiful. It's a pity I'm late. Lin Fei and Fangwen came up. Fangwen invited Lin Fei for a drink, but Lin Fei shook his head and rejected. Let's forget about drinking. It's rare for me to come to Kunlun Mystic Realm. I'm planning to take a stroll around. Since there's no chance for the 24 settled seas, I might as well take a stroll to my heart's content. Fangwen naturally didn't have any objections. Bookseller's House. Chapter 4376. Earth Traveler's son's original name was Earth Yuan. The name wasn't very impressive, but their family was most proficient in this burrowing technique. Among them, Earth Yuan was the best at burrowing into the ground. He could burrow over 10 to 20 li in one breath. If he was stronger, he could burrow over 100 li or even a few hundred li in one breath. Earth Yuan was heading towards this goal. This time, he had spent a great deal of effort in order to obtain a spot in the competition. He sneaked down and killed them off guard. Humph. You guys still think you're very powerful. Didn't I snatch the violet gold sky flower? Wait until I refine this violet gold sky flower. Then I'll have a treasured body and my strength will increase by a lot. Earth Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. After all, Xia Hongxing's archery attack just now was still very powerful and had injured him. Fortunately, his reaction was fast, and after snatching the purple gold sky flower, he used the earth escape technique to escape more than 20 kilometers in one breath. To ensure his safety, Earth Yuan escaped 20 li in one breath before heaving a sigh of relief. He came up from the ground and leaned against a big tree. He took out a pill and swallowed it. I should be safe now. I don't believe that they can still catch up to me. Earth Yuan was very relieved after escaping so far. He was 20 li away from Heaven-Breaking Palace. No matter how strong they were, it wouldn't be easy for them to catch up. Earth Yuan also ate a kind of medicinal pill that could conceal his aura. This was also his other trump card. With the escape technique paired with this pill, it would be a piece of cake for him to slip away. Earth Yuan, your burrowing is not bad. You ran so far in one breath. If I wasn't prepared, I would have been lost. Just when Earth Yuan felt he could relax, a cold light came, accompanied by a cold snort. Earth Yuan flipped over, and the tree behind him exploded into powder. A figure chased after him. Who else could it be other than Xianxia? He pulled the bow and shot the arrow again. This time, Earth Yuan was not so lucky. He was directly blown away by the arrow and smashed several big trees before stopping. Xianxia, how did you catch up to me? This is impossible. I escaped 20 li in one breath and didn't choose a direction. Earth Yuan, on the other hand, was injured. After taking that arrow, his essence energy was greatly injured. He stared at Xianxia with fear. He didn't expect Xianxia to catch up. The Xia family was a big family in the upper echelons. Xianxia continued to draw his bow. He faced Earth Yuan. If I were you, I'd obediently hand over the purple gold sky flower. Otherwise, I'll shoot you to death with one arrow. Xianxia let out a long breath. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught up to Earth Yuan. Earth Elemental had traveled so far in one go, and he was really tired. Although he looked relaxed now, he was actually very tired and had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, he had caught up. I can hand over the flower, but you have to let me go. Otherwise, I'd rather destroy it. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth. He grabbed a purple gold heavenly flower in his hand. After the flower was plucked, it was still so noble. Xiaohongxing's eyes became a little hazy. As long as you throw this flower over, I'll let you go. After all, our Xia family is very trustworthy. If he was targeted by someone else, then Earth Yuan wouldn't be afraid. However, if he was targeted by Xiaohongxing, then it would be troublesome. Because the other party was an archer, his archery skills were the most powerful. Being able to shoot more than a dozen arrows in one go was not something that just anyone could do. He finally got the flower, but he had to give it away. Earth Yuan was really unwilling. He had no choice. If he dared to move again, he definitely wouldn't be able to block Xia Hongxing's arrow. I'll give you the flower. Tu Yuan gritted his teeth and threw the purple gold sky flower out. However, it wasn't towards Xiaohongxing, but in another direction. Xiaohongxing cursed and anxiously chased after the purple gold sky flower. Earth Yuan immediately escaped, but this escape caused his injuries to worsen. But there was nothing he could do. If he didn't leave, then Xiaohongxing would definitely kill him once he got the purple gold sky flower. Xiaohongxing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally get the purple gold sky flower. However, just as he was about to get close to the purple gold sky flower, the slowly falling purple gold sky flower seemed to have received some kind of power and floated towards a certain direction, causing Xiaohongxing to miss. Damn it, there's still someone here to steal the purple gold sky flower. Without saying a word, Xiaohongxing shot 10 arrows in that direction. There was a loud rumbling sound. But even after this loud sound, the purple gold sky flower actually disappeared without a trace. It was gone. Bastard, who stole my amethyst golden sky flower. The power of those 10 arrows was quite extraordinary. In the end, he still lost the purple gold sky flower. How could Xiaohongxing take it? He couldn't take it all. Xiaohongxing, you're amazing. You've already snatched the purple gold sky flower. Why do you have to be so overbearing and chase me all the way? Just as Xiaohongxing was feeling extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded out. Xiaohongxing's face darkened. He knew that he was in big trouble. Someone was slandering him. As one of the outstanding youths of the Xia clan, he had never thought that he would be slandered. But now, he had indeed been slandered. His voice was very loud. After it spread, those experts who were searching for the earth elemental would immediately target him. Xiaohongxing. Xia Hongsheng wanted to catch the person who slandered him and cut him into 8 pieces. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Someone was coming from his left. Xia Hongsheng, you're really powerful. You can actually chase after the earth elemental and snatch the purple gold sky flower. Now, are you going to hand it over, or do you want us to take action? A cold light shot over. Xia Hongsheng didn't even have time to say anything as he immediately used his bow to neutralize this wave of attacks. But just like that, another person came from not far away. The purple gold sky flower isn't even in my hands. I've been schemed against. Do you believe me? But how would these people believe Xia Hongsheng's words? Since Brother Xia doesn't plan to hand over the purple gold sky flower, then we can only do it ourselves. Without any warning, they started fighting on the spot. In the distance, Lin Fei had already placed the purple gold sky flower in a box. He added a seal so that not a single bit of its aura leaked out. Looking at the people fighting, the corner of his lips curled up. You just shot an arrow at me. No matter what, you have to pay a price. Chapter 4377. Lin Fei was more or less a bit of a prankster. Since Xia Hongsheng dared to make a move, he would have to suffer a little. At this time, Xia Hongsheng was unable to explain it all. Everyone knew that Xia Hongsheng was the fastest to catch up to Earth Yuan, so the purple gold sky flower must be in Xia Hongsheng's hands and not in the hands of others. Lin Fei patted his shoulder and left. He was still thinking about the 24C calming divine pearls. Earth Yuan, who had escaped 10 miles away, spat out several mouthfuls of blood after coming out. He cursed Xia Hongsheng more than 100 times in his heart. The purple gold sky flower that he had worked so hard to get was taken away, just like that. Was it easy for him? The feeling of drilling around in the ground was really uncomfortable. But this moment, he actually heard Xia Hongsheng's voice. This surprised him a little. This guy has been targeted so quickly. This is great. Serves him right. Earth Yuan gritted his teeth and decided to go back to give Xia Hongsheng a deep impression. So he swallowed a few pills and used the Earth Escape technique to go back. When Earth Yuan returned, he told everyone, "The purple gold sky flower is with Xia Hongsheng." This sentence was like rubbing salt on a wound, making it impossible for Xia Hongsheng to explain. At this time, the 3 minor heavenly kings were chasing the 24C calming divine pearls. The 24C calming divine pearls were very fast, like a stream of light. They even had a trace of instinct. As long as they got close, they would immediately change directions. After chasing for hundreds of miles, the 3 minor heavenly kings couldn't catch the 24C calming divine pearls. Their faces were a little ugly. They had more or less underestimated the ability of the 24C calming divine pearls. They could actually run so fast. Inescapable net. Yunfei suddenly waved his hand and directly shot out an inescapable net treasure. Like a huge net, it directly covered the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it. As soon as the 24C calming divine pearls avoided it, the Savage King immediately caught up. He threw a punch and sent the 20C calming divine pearls flying. They smashed heavily into the mountaintop. More than half of the mountain was instantly smashed. The 24C calming gods should belong to me. Su Tianxing's astral treasure body shone brightly. A towering hand directly grabbed down, and the entire mountain instantly collapsed. The 24C calming divine pearls finally fell into the hands of his starlight treasure body. Before Su Tianxing could feel proud of himself, Yunfei slashed down with a black streak of light and broke his starlight hand. The 24C calming divine pearls regained their freedom. The barbarian king shot up into the sky, grabbed the 24C calming god pearls, and fled into the distance. Everything happened so quickly that Yunfei and Su Tianxing didn't even have time to react before Barbarian King snatched the pearls away. The two of them immediately stopped fighting and chased after him. Barbarian King, you can't escape. Hand over the 24C calming god pearls. Yunfei controlled a streak of light to slash at the Barbarian King. The Barbarian King didn't even bother looking back. He simply relied on his thick hide to charge forward. At the same time, he took out a crystal stone and crushed it with a whoosh. Yunfei and Su Qianxing became even more anxious. The barbarian king was preparing to leave the Kunlun secret realm. If the barbarian king really left the Kunlun secret realm, they wouldn't have a chance with the 24C common god pearls. Once they reached the top, they would be protected by all kinds of experts. How could they have a chance with them? The barbarian king turned around and laughed. You two don't have to worry. I've already communicated with the top. We can leave in a while. I have my treasure body. You guys can't snatch my 24C common god pearls. If it was someone else who obtained the 24C common god pearls, Yunfei and Su Qianxing were confident they could deal with them. But now that the 24C common god pearls were in the hands of the barbarian king, it would be a little difficult. At the very least, his physical body was too strong. Why did the barbarian king keep running on the ground? It was because he cultivated the earth treasure body, which was best at defense. As long as he was in contact with the earth, his physical body would be unbelievably strong. Even if they attacked for a while, they might not be able to break the treasure body. That was why the barbarian king dared to be so proud. The barbarian king was indeed very happy. As long as he could bring the 24C common god pearls up, it would be equivalent to making a great contribution. Looking at the faces of Yunfei and Su Qianxing behind him, the barbarian king was even happier. Fortunately, you didn't run too far. I want these 24C common god pearls. Without any warning, a voice appeared in front of him and a punch was thrown. The attack came without any warning. At least that was what the barbarian king thought. But then, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he directly punched. A guy who doesn't show his face has the nerve to come and snatch a Khanate treasure. Who do you think you are? Just as the barbarian king's voice fell, he heard a loud crack. His entire arm exploded, followed by a huge force that crushed his body. The barbarian king suffered heavy injuries on the spot, but this was not the end. After a flash of light, his other arm was also chopped off. The 24C common god pearls flew out. However, it was caught by a figure. As expected of a Khanate treasure, this ability is not bad. Now, it finally belongs to me. Su Qianxing and Yunfei, who had caught up from behind, were shocked. The unbelievably powerful barbarian king's arm had been blown away by a single punch, and his other arm had been chopped off by a single sword strike. His vitality had been greatly injured. Where did this expert come from? Why didn't they know anything about him? At this time, the one who came to snatch the 24C common god pearls was naturally Lin Fei. After he took the purple gold sky flower, he immediately used the earth burrowing technique to come over. Earth Yuan also knew the earth burrowing technique, but it was completely incomparable to Lin Fei's earth burrowing technique. The difference was like heaven and earth. Are the two of you also planning to snatch the 24C common god pearls? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and the sword intent that filled the sky rushed over like flowing water. Su Qianxing and Yunfei's body protection was swept away, and they fell heavily into a forest. It's not your turn to make decisions in the Kunlun mystic realm. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. A faint voice fell directly into the hearts of the two of them, and they suddenly exploded. They only stopped after vomiting a few mouthfuls of blood. Yunfei and Su Qianxing got up, and their expressions changed drastically. There was actually a super expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm. There was no explanation on the information at all. If they knew that there was such an expert hidden in the Kunlun mystic realm, they would definitely not be so relaxed. Bookhouse website, Chapter 4378. Su Qianxing and Yunfei slipped away without saying a word. They really couldn't afford to offend this guy. They had to report this matter to the higher-ups first. Only after seeing what the higher-ups decided could they consider whether to leave or not. Otherwise, they would definitely be scolded when they return now, especially since Yunfei had finally come down to oversee things. In the end, they encountered such a thing, which was completely beyond their expectations and imagination. Lin Fei didn't chase after the two of them. Both of them were very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, they were a lot weaker. At the very least, Lin Fei's recovery speed was much faster now that he had the sky-piercing token. His fleshly body was invincible. Barbarian King's fleshly body was very strong, but in front of Lin Fei, he was crushed. One punch blew up the Savage King's hand, and this was Lin Fei showing mercy. A ray of light fell down and directly enveloped the Savage King, sucking him back on the spot. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to stop him. He just wanted to scram as far as he could. He also knew that it wouldn't be easy to send more people down. Not a single faction had the capital to constantly send people down. After all, every time they sent people down, the expenditure would be huge. Furthermore, they knew that there was a super expert in the Kunlun secret realm. Naturally, they would not blindly send people down. That would only be a loss. After Lin Fei got the 24C calming divine pearls, he escaped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Now, where was the safest place? Of course, it was deep underground. Yi Xiaolong directly escaped into the depths of the ground and opened up a small temporary cave. Lin Fei released a set of simple formation flags. After reinforcing the small cave, he released the 24C calming divine pearls. These things were ready to leave as soon as they came out, but they couldn't block Lin Fei's grasp. No matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't escape from Lin Fei. This was the first time Lin Fei came into contact with the 24C calming divine pearls. Although it was just a simple one, Lin Fei smiled. Looks like my luck is pretty good. It's actually a fire-type bead. Thankfully, they did not refine it. Otherwise, the fire-type power that a Xianxia magic treasure can unleash would be very terrifying. Now, let me teach you how to refine it. Lin Fei's current strength was very strong, and his sword intent could indeed kill many people, but he still felt that it was lacking. If they had these connate treasures, their might would be even greater. Even though this was only a portion of them, it was still not something that ordinary experts could withstand. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the 24 underground god pearls. He began refining the 24C calming divine pearls. However, the refinement of the 24C calming divine pearls was much more complicated than Lin Fei had imagined. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry, so he would slowly waste his time with the 24C calming divine pearls. The heaven-crushing palace had long since been reduced to rubble. At the very least, more than half of the palace had been reduced to rubble. Supreme Xinghai had stopped many experts, but he had also suffered quite a bit. When he saw that Senior Brother Yunfei had returned, he was clearly excited. Senior Brother Yunfei, I wonder if you managed to snatch back the 24C calming divine pearls? Autarch Xinghai immediately rushed over to greet him. The moment he came up, Yunfei sent Supreme Xinghai flying with a slap. What the hell are you doing? There's actually a super expert in the Kunlun Mystery Dimension, and you didn't know about it? Didn't you make us work for nothing? Supreme Xinghai was sent flying with a slap, and he smashed heavily into a palace, turning it into rubble on the spot. Supreme Xinghai was completely dumbfounded. He did not understand what his senior brother was saying at all. Since when did the Kunlun Mystery Dimension have a super expert? That was impossible. Supreme Xinghai knew this very well. As for those old antiques, they did not have the strength to come out and fight for it. After all, their blood and chi had deteriorated, and they were all working hard to break through. Senior brother, are you mistaken? There is no super expert in the Kunlun Mystery Dimension. Otherwise, my heaven-crushing palace would have been taken down by them long ago. Why would I have to stand guard here, personally? Supreme Xinghai crawled out and said hurriedly. Yunfei was truly infuriated. He reached out and grabbed Autarch Xinghai by the neck, then lifted him up into the air. And you still dare to say that there is no super expert? If not for the appearance of this super expert, how could the 24C calming divine pearls have been snatched away? The barbarian king is strong, right? He has the treasure body of the earth, but he still couldn't withstand that attack. One of his hands was blown off. Even me and Su Tianxing couldn't withstand a single punch from him. That's right. Yunfei was not just a normal person in a bad temper. It was clearly something that he had to obtain, but something like this had happened. Who would have thought that the Kunlun Mystery Dimension would have such a powerful expert? This was completely different from what the higher-ups had said. According to them, there should not be anyone too strong in the Kunlun Mystery Dimension. Even if they were to go down, only Su Tianxing and Barbarian King would be able to fight him. But now, things had gone beyond their expectations. Now that a super expert had made his move, they could only stand by the side. And they were thankful that the other party did not go all out. Otherwise, they would have long become corpses. Yunfei felt as though he was being stepped on again and again by the other party. It was unbearable. This time around, Supreme Xinghai finally believed that a super expert had appeared in the Kunlun Mystery Dimension. Could it be that Lin Fei? All of a sudden, Supreme Xinghai finally thought of someone. This was the person he could not see through the most. What Lin Fei? Yunfei's eyes narrowed as a cold glint flashed. Tell me clearly. Supreme Xinghai hurriedly explained in great detail. After all, he had sent people to investigate this Lin Fei before. Through this investigation, Supreme Xinghai naturally remembered this Lin Fei. He was indeed quite mysterious. To think that even Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others would be able to take him in. At that time, Supreme Xinghai was still puzzled. Why didn't this fella bring Ancestor Thousand Motes and the others to attack the Broken Sky Palace? But now, it seemed like this fella did not care about such actions at all. He was extremely strong. Yunfei's eyes flickered nonstop. He too felt that this person was becoming more and more like that super expert. See for yourself if it's this person. Yunfei drew in the void, and a figure appeared. The moment Supreme Xinghai saw this figure, he immediately cried out, "Right, it's this person. He's Lin Fei, an extremely mysterious fella." Even though Yunfei had long since prepared himself, he was still in disbelief after finding out that this person was that super expert. Chapter 43-79. After 10 days, Lin Fei finally refined the 24C calming divine pearls. It took a little longer than he had imagined. The fiery red pearl kept spinning around Lin Fei. Although it was just a gentle spin, it contained a terrifying attack power. This sea calming divine pearl was called the Fire Element Pearl. After being completely transformed by Lin Fei, the sea calming divine pearl's power was completely retracted. It didn't even need to unleash its power. With just a light strike, the Fire Element Pearl could unleash a terrifying power. The item was refined successfully, but Lin Fei still had something to do. He had to find a treasure house master of the treasure house and have a good chat. For example, how did he know where to enter from the treasure house? Of course, he wouldn't go in now, but he had to understand it clearly first. Moreover, the matter of the Kunlun Mystic Realm hadn't been settled yet. Don't look at how Lin Fei let go of the two minor heavenly kings, Su Tianxing and Yunfei. Otherwise, Lin Fei would have been able to kill them on the spot in the previous exchange. Although the two of them were strong and cultivated treasure bodies, their treasure bodies were the lowest grade. They couldn't withstand his attack at all. After Lin Fei left the underground, he went straight to the treasure house. If he wanted to know more secrets in the Kunlun Mystic Realm, Lin Fei felt that he had to get this information from the treasure house. If he didn't even know about the treasure house, it would be useless to ask others. The treasure house master was also very surprised by Lin Fei's arrival. The appearance of the 24C calming divine pearls did surprise the treasure house master. Although he knew that they were sea calming divine pearls, he didn't expect them to be snatched away by a super expert. Until now, the treasure house master didn't know who this super expert was. However, when Lin Fei appeared, he felt that he seemed to know the answer. Maybe this person in front of him was that super expert. The appearance of a super expert defeated the three minor heavenly kings. The barbarian king returned to the top, and the remaining two junior heavenly kings each found a place, seemingly intending to contact their superiors to discuss again. Senior Lin, you've really kept us in the dark. The three little kings have all suffered under your hands. After sitting down, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Master got straight to the point. Looks like your Bountiful Treasure Towers news is still very fast. Actually guessing it so quickly. Other places could still conceal the news, but in front of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion Lord, Lin Fei did not plan on concealing it either. They could guess whatever they wanted. The more they guessed, the easier it was for them to have misgivings. For example, when you speak, as long as you speak too much, there will always be times when you make a mistake. But if you stand there and don't move, then there will be no mistakes. Actually, the Plentiful Treasures Pavilion Lord was also worried that Lin Fei would not acknowledge the identity of this super expert. The fact that Lin Fei actually admitted it directly shocked the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. Such an unremarkable person was actually a super expert, defeating 3 minor heavenly kings in a row, and even snatching the 24C Calming Divine Pearls. He even snatched the 24C Calming Divine Pearls. If nothing unexpected happened, he would probably refine the C Calming Divine Pearls. Now that Lin Fei admitted it, the following matters would be easy to handle. I wonder what Senior Lin has come here for? As long as it's something that our Myriad Treasures Pavilion can do, we will definitely satisfy Senior. In the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord's opinion, this Lin Fei must be a senior. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong that even the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord couldn't see through him. No one knew the origins of this super expert, Lin Fei. He just came to this Kunlun mystic realm out of nowhere. He even snatched away these items, causing them to make a wasted trip. Although it was just a C Calming Divine Pearl and wasn't much, it was still a part of Xianxia treasure. To many forces, it was still rather tempting. If the Myriad Treasures Pavilion could come into contact with this super expert, Lin Fei, it might be of great benefit to their Myriad Treasures Pavilion. In particular, Lin Fei's strength couldn't be seen through. It could simply be described as unfathomable. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Actually, I'm not someone from above. I'm purely a native cultivator. Is this very surprising to you?" The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord was a little shocked. He found it hard to believe what Lin Fei said. How could someone with such strength be a native? The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord blurted out, "Senior Lin, your words are funny. If you're a native, how could you possibly cultivate to this realm? You must know that the highest realm in the Kunlun mystic realm is the Supremacy realm, which is also the so-called peak of Foundation Establishment realm. It's extremely rare to break through to the core formation realm." Lin Fei laughed. "Can't I be talented? Or is it that only the Foundation Establishment realm is the peak in the Kunlun mystic realm? In my opinion, it's just that your cultivation hasn't reached the required level, and I happen to have reached the required level. I wonder if this explanation is enough." They didn't feel that Lin Fei's tone had become much heavier. When the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord heard this tone, his expression changed immediately. He immediately said, "Senior Lin, you've misunderstood. It's not that we're doubting your strength. It's just that your background has indeed shocked us. We've always thought that you came down from above, but you came here earlier than us. Who would have thought? This was definitely big news. At the very least, in this Kunlun mystic realm, if the forces behind the other 3 minor heavenly kings were to find out, they would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. It was no wonder that they didn't have any information on the existence of such a person. From the start, he didn't even come down from above, but was a native super expert. It was unknown how he cultivated his strength. Other than terrifying, it was still terrifying. Then, I wonder what instructions you have for me, Senior? I would like to know how to get to the top of this Kunlun mystic realm. I believe that your Myriad Treasures Pavilion should be very clear about it, right?" This question did not surprise the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord. He said, "Senior Lin, if you were to go up, I reckon that it would be a little troublesome now. That's because the passageways up there are almost all sealed. Even I have stayed in this Kunlun mystic realm for 70 to 80 years. Lin Fei frowned slightly. "Is there really no other way?" "It's not that there isn't a way. It's just that it requires a huge price. Using the people above to open up a passageway for you to go up from below, but going up from below is different from coming down from above. Therefore, the price is extremely huge. I'm afraid that Senior Lin won't be able to accept it in a short period of time." The Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord frowned and said, "Other than this method, there's actually another method." Chapter 4380. Lin Fei believed that the owner of the treasure house still knew other information. After all, he didn't stay here for nothing for decades. He probably knew the entire Kunlun mystic realm very well. Actually, there's a special place in our Kunlun mystic realm. That place is a teleportation formation that leads to the top. However, this teleportation formation seems to be a little damaged. As this teleportation formation is too advanced, the people below can't repair it, so it has always been abandoned. That place isn't a place that anyone can enter. Only super powerhouses like Senior Lin can enter. The words of the owner of the treasure house made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He knew that the owner of the treasure house knew other secrets. Listening to the owner of the treasure house explain slowly, Lin Fei finally understood. There was actually such a place in the Kunlun mystic realm. As for the teleportation formation, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. This thing was indeed relatively advanced. If ordinary people didn't study it, they wouldn't be able to figure it out at all. To Lin Fei, this wasn't a troublesome thing at all. This was because he knew this kind of teleportation formation too well. Whether it was low level or advanced, it was very simple for Lin Fei. After Lin Fei chatted with the owner of the treasure house for a while, Lin Fei finally figured out what was going on. He also remembered this place, and even got a map from the owner of the treasure house. Senior Lin, I heard that you're interested in this supreme token. I wonder if we can make a deal. After saying these words, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion Lord suddenly said, his expression also becoming much more solemn. From the moment Lin Fei came in, he knew that the owner of the treasure house definitely had something to say to him, especially after he knew that he had obtained the Calm Sea Divine Pearl. If it was something else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be interested. However, he was interested in the Supreme Token. His body hadn't completely recovered, and he still needed a large number of Supreme Tokens. From Fong 1, Lin Fei already knew that all the Sky-Reaching tokens had been taken back by the Heavenly Reaching Church. It would not be easy to get the Sky-Reaching tokens. Therefore, he also wanted to see what this treasure house lord had to say to him. Our Bountiful Treasures Tower is very interested in the purple gold sky flower, and we plan to use this Supreme Sky token to exchange with Senior. Also, we want to cooperate with you to find other sea-calming divine pearls. We're willing to use this Supreme Sky token as payment or the Supreme Sky Armor. As long as it's a treasure made from the Supreme Sky Tree, we can help Senior obtain it. As for the purple gold sky flower, Lin Fei was indeed useless. Although the purple gold sky flower could cultivate a treasure body, it was only the lowest grade treasure body. In front of Lin Fei, he could destroy it with a single punch. It was completely useless. Therefore, this kind of purple gold sky flower was quite useless. Now that the Bountiful Treasure Tower had actually taken a fancy to this purple gold sky flower and wanted to join forces to search for other sea-calming divine pearls, this was something that could be discussed. Then what price do you intend to offer for this purple gold sky flower? Lin Fei laughed. With this, the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Lin Fei would refuse. Their Bountiful Treasure Tower was still very concerned about this purple gold sky flower. This was a treasure body that could be cultivated. Although the quality was ordinary, it was still a treasure body. Cultivating a treasure body, this first step was the most difficult. As long as one had this treasure body, then they would have the confidence to improve this treasure body. But if one didn't even have the basics, no matter how many treasures they had, they could only stare at it. No matter what, they had to get their hands on this purple gold sky flower. Previously, the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower didn't know where the purple gold sky flower went, so he could only be very helpless. But now that he knew that Lin Fei was that super powerhouse, the purple gold sky flower must be on Lin Fei. Therefore, he had to buy this purple gold sky flower no matter what. Especially since the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower knew that this Senior Lin Fei liked that Supreme Sky token, he would probably be very interested in other things made from the Supreme Sky Tree. Although he didn't know why the other party was interested in this thing, this didn't prevent the owner of the Bountiful Treasure Tower from carrying out the transaction. The purple gold sky flower is an important treasure for cultivating a treasure body. Therefore, Our bountiful treasure tower is willing to offer 15 Supreme Sky tokens. This is our limit. The 15 Supreme Sky tokens surprised Lin Fei a little. My goodness, the owner of the bountiful treasure tower really hit a lot. Lin Fei was even more sure of one thing. That was, the heaven-reaching church didn't take back the real Supreme Sky tokens. This thing could be said to be of little value, but it still had some use. Lin Fei knew that if he wanted to completely recover from his injuries and return to his previous peak, then he needed to absorb more Supreme Sky tokens. The more one cultivated, the slower the recovery rate would be. Therefore, the Heaven Ascension token would definitely require an uncountable number of cultivation tokens. 15 copper coins for a token? That's too little, Lin Fei said faintly. The moment the owner of the bountiful treasure tower heard this, he knew that 15 Supreme Sky tokens were too little and couldn't satisfy this Senior Lin Fei. Senior Lin, 15 Supreme Heaven Medallions is already very difficult to obtain. Right now, the number of Supreme Heaven Medallions is getting fewer and fewer. However, we can still grit our teeth and get a Supreme Heaven armor made from the Supreme Heaven tree. It should be able to make up for 10 Supreme Heaven Medallions. Lin Fei also knew the value of the purple gold sky flower. 15 Supreme Sky tokens and an armor was more or less the limit. More importantly, in the entire Kunlun secret realm, only the owner of the bountiful treasure tower could take it out. Lin Fei could also see that the owner of the bountiful treasure tower was rather sincere. He reckoned that this was really the limit. Then when could I get these things? Lin Fei didn't really care about other things. What was important was when he could get it. This was what Lin Fei was more concerned about. If it was a year or so, it would be a little long. 3 months. The owner of the bountiful treasure tower clenched his teeth. This is the fastest speed of our bountiful treasure tower. You also know that this thing is almost gone in the Kunlun secret realm. Therefore, we can only come down from above. However, this requires some time. 3 months? Lin Fei could still wait. The Kunlun secret realm was rather safe. I'll wait for you for 3 months. He took out the purple gold sky flower and casually opened the box. After letting the owner of the bountiful treasure tower take a look, he immediately kept it to prevent the owner of the bountiful treasure tower from being overly suspicious. The purple gold sky flower flashed by, but the owner of the bountiful treasure tower was already very attentive. I'll definitely get this thing within 3 months. The owner of the bountiful treasure tower couldn't wait to send the news up so that the people above could prepare these things. As for the sea-calming god pearl, we'll talk about it after you guys finish the transaction. I reckon that there's only one sea-calming god pearl left. Chapter 4381. After Lin Fei left the treasure house, he headed straight for the heaven-breaking palace. He still had 2 big fish on his hands. No matter what, he had to collect some interest from these 2 big fish. He was quite satisfied with his gains in the treasure house. At least he wasn't disappointed. The purple gold sky flower might be useful, but it wasn't. It was better to exchange it for some supreme heaven token. Chun Fei also believed that the bountiful treasure tower lord would definitely fulfill his promise and get this heavenly connection token at the first possible moment. Lin Fei might not believe other people's words, but Lin Fei trusted the treasure house owner. At the very least, the treasure house owner had a name in the Kunlun Mystery Land. What Lin Fei had to do now was to wait for 3 months to get the supreme heaven token. Lin Fei planned to head straight for the heaven-breaking palace, but he sensed an aura heading in another direction halfway. After pondering for a while, he determined who this aura belonged to. It was Su Tianxing, the guy with the starlight treasure body. Could it be that the force behind Su Tianxing had sent someone down again? Lin Fei frowned and changed his location. He wanted to take down Su Tianxing first. In Lin Fei's eyes, Su Tianxing still had some value. That was why he left the 2 of them alive. Otherwise, he would have just killed them. Lin Fei didn't know how strong the 3 minor heavenly kings were, but it definitely wouldn't be too much. Every single one of them had been nurtured with a lot of resources. Su Tianxing was indeed going to receive them. Ever since he suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Fei, he immediately reported the news. Although the process was quite troublesome, at least the higher-ups knew about it. When the higher-ups heard that there was a super expert in the Kunlun Mystery Land, they decided to send another expert down without hesitation. Of course, this was the only one. They couldn't afford to waste so much resources, so what Su Tianxing needed to do now was to receive the other party. Su Tianxing was still on tenterhooks. Fortunately, the super expert did not do anything, which made him heave a sigh of relief. However, no matter what, the sea-calming divine pearl had been taken away, so he had to get it back. The other party was very strong, but this time, the higher-ups had not only sent an expert, but they had also brought a treasure with them. They would definitely be able to suppress the other party. Of course, Su Tianxing wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible and leave this place as soon as possible. No one wanted to continue staying in this difficult situation. It was really boring. Su Tianxing came to a lake. He took out a jade talisman in his hand. This was a positioning jade talisman. Only this positioned jade talisman could allow the other party to come here accurately. Otherwise, he would have gone to the wrong place. It wouldn't matter if he landed in the Kunlun Mystic Realm. However, if he landed in any other place, the outcome would be extremely miserable. After activating the Jade Talisman, Su Tianxing heaved a sigh of relief. Now, all he had to do was wait for the other party to come down. Su Tianxing could not guarantee that he would not encounter that super expert again. However, no matter what, the other party had already taken away the sea-calming divine pearl, so he should not have any other thoughts. God bless me. I must let the other party come down smoothly. Please don't make such a mistake. Su Tianhai prayed in his heart. As soon as he said that, a voice suddenly rang in his ear. You're not bad. You can't get the sea-calming divine pearl, but you still plan to call for more people. I wonder which expert you've called for this time. I really have to thank you. You've contributed a lot to me. Who? Su Tianxing turned around and threw a punch. The starlight that filled the sky gathered together. However, the starlight was useless. A hand stretched out and grabbed Su Tianxing's neck. Boom! His body shook. Tianhe, the starlight treasure body on his body instantly collapsed. God knew how much blood flowed out of his body. Fear and unease appeared in Su Tianxing's eyes. That's super expert. Elder, please spare me. Spare me. Su Tianxing did not expect that after the super expert took the sea-calming divine pearl, he would actually target him again. What the hell? He did not expect that he would be targeted again. This made no sense. After such a super expert got his hands on something, he would definitely go as far as he could. Why would he care about him? But now, he realized that he seemed to have thought too much. Maybe this super expert had never intended to let him go. Why didn't he kill him at the first moment? Maybe he was waiting for him to call for more people. Otherwise, why would he say what he did just now? After understanding this, Su Tianxing immediately begged for mercy. He wanted to keep his life first. I thought you would resist. It seems like you're a smart guy. Lin Fei swung his hand, and Su Tianxing's entire body smashed onto the ground. The ground cracked, and Su Tianxing spat out countless mouthfuls of blood. His entire starlight treasure body almost collapsed, and he could not use it. How long will it take for the people who came down to arrive? Is it one person or a few people? Lin Fei said faintly. Su Tianxing felt like he had walked on the edge of death and was almost killed. One person. He will come down in about an hour. Su Tianxing answered honestly. As long as Lin Fei asked him something, he would answer. Soon, Lin Fei figured it out. It seems that the higher-ups are still interested in this sea-calming divine pearl. Such a great expert came down and is actually a fake golden core expert. He also brought down a supreme-grade magic treasure. Lin Fei smiled faintly. He was a little happy. It seemed like he had caught a pretty good fish. The stronger the people who came down, the more satisfied Lin Fei would be. For places like the Kunlun Mystic Realm, Lin Fei also believed that it was impossible to send the strongest person down. After all, the space channel was not easy to withstand, so the strength would not be that strong. The Golden Core Realm was considered good. Coupled with a supreme-grade magic treasure, he could basically explode with the strength of a Golden Core expert. However, such a Golden Core expert was still quite satisfactory to Lin Fei. At the very least, he could exchange for a lot of things. Su Tianxing did not dare to breathe loudly. He could only apologize to his senior brother who had not come down yet. At this moment, he really did not dare to hide anything. The other party could kill him with a punch. He had always thought that his Starlight treasure body was very powerful. However, in front of the other party, he realized that this treasure body was still very fragile. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Chapter 4382. The light shone down. A soft snort could be heard. Before the person could be seen, there was a sound. So this is the Kunlun mystic realm. As expected, it is not good. I don't know what junior brother Tianxing is doing. He can't even handle such a thing. A white-clothed figure appeared. Su Tianxing, who was breaking out in cold sweat for his senior brother, had his expression turned dark and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If it wasn't for this super expert, how could I have failed? You still have the cheek to talk about me? You deserve to be unlucky later. You'll be no different from me. Su Tianxing was still worried about his senior brother. Now that he heard this, he was completely disappointed. He couldn't wait for this super expert to teach this senior brother a lesson. The person who came down was indeed Su Tianxing's senior brother Wang Hu. Wang Hu didn't care much about this trip. Even if there was a super expert, could he be stronger than him? Not bad, not bad. Another big fish came down. A cold voice rang out in Wang Hu's ears. Immediately after, he saw a palm whizzing over. It landed heavily on Wang Hu's body. There was a loud rumbling sound. A powerful force exploded within his body. Wave after wave, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Lin Fei didn't have any plans to deal with this guy who came down from above. He just wanted to take him down. How could he wait for him to attack? He wasn't afraid of trouble, but Lin Fei was afraid of trouble. So he slapped him. The power of this slap was different. It contained the power of the 5 elements. It wasn't a simple sword intent. It was the true power of the 5 elements. The power was terrifying and ferocious like a flood. It caused Wang Hu to be seriously injured. Su Tianxing felt an inexplicable sense of excitement when he saw his senior brother's miserable appearance. Wang Hu was caught off guard and didn't come back to his senses for a while. He had just come down and was attacked. More importantly, he couldn't resist at all. What was junior brother Su Tianxing doing? Very quickly, he saw his junior brother gloating. He looked into the distance and saw a young man standing with his hands behind his back. Did this person attack me, or is he that super expert? Many thoughts popped up in his mind. Before Wang Hu could say anything, the slap flew over and landed on his body. There was another loud rumbling sound, and he was slapped into the ground. This time, Wang Hu didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he had vomited, and he was on the verge of death. A hand reached in, pulled him out, and casually threw him in front of Su Tianxing. Carry him. Let's go to Heaven Breaking Palace. Su Tianxing didn't dare to refuse at all. He carried senior brother Wang Hu on his back the moment he got up. Senior brother Wang Hu, this is the super expert. You shouldn't say anything else. Save your breath so that you won't be able to return. I'm doing this for your own good. Su Tianxing said softly and followed behind Lin Fei. Wang was a little dumbfounded. This person was a super powerhouse. This strength was way too strong, wasn't it? Even though his physical body state wasn't that weak, he could still hold out for a while. But right now, he felt as though his entire body was a pile of mud, and he couldn't muster up any strength at all. In fact, even his treasures and whatnot had been taken away by the other party. He was prepared to fight 300 rounds with this super expert. But now, he realized that he was overthinking. This person didn't care about him at all. He was almost like a dead fish now. If not for the fact that he still had some value, he would have been killed by this person. Wang Hu regretted coming down. So there was such a big hole waiting for him down there. Su Tianxing, you really are a troublemaker. Wang Hu could only swallow this. He didn't dare to do anything else and just lay on Su Tianxing's body. Senior brother Wang Hu, you can't blame me. I was waiting for you to come down, but who knew that this super expert would come? How could I be his match? Su Tianxing did not want to be misunderstood by this senior brother Wang Hu, so he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to explain. Hearing this, Wang Hu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. How did he encounter such a thing? He finally understood why he had said those words before. In the eyes of super expert, he was just a fish, and a pretty good one at that. Wang Hu really wanted to cry. I want to go back, I want to go back. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. I don't want to be a fish on a chopping board. Lin Fei was very fast. Not long after, he arrived near the Heaven-Crushing Palace. More than half of the Heaven-Crushing Palace was in ruins. Not many people could be seen. Lin Fei scanned the area. Thankfully, Yin Fei and Autarch Xinghai were still within the Heaven-Crashing Palace. They didn't go anywhere else. This saved Lin Fei a lot of time. He directly entered the Heaven-Crushing Palace. Yin Fei and Supreme Xinghai were in a sorry state. This was not a sorry state physically, but a sorry state in their hearts. This was especially true for Yin Fei. How could he have expected that he would encounter a super expert not long after he came down with such a grand entrance? The super expert was ridiculously strong. He stole the Sea Calming Divine Pearl just like that. Yin Fei even knew that the expert had not only taken away the Sea Calming Divine Pearl, but he also seemed to have taken away the purple gold sky flower. It could be said that all the benefits had been taken away by the expert, but the expert had disdained to kill him, which made Yin Fei very resentful. He was waiting for his senior brothers to come down so he could take revenge. Even a super expert was nothing in front of his senior brothers. Time passed faster and faster. There was a loud sound. The stone door of the secret room split into pieces. Innumerable rocks came crashing down. Yin Fei struck out with his palm, but the stones were filled with immense power. Unexpectedly, they didn't shatter. Instead, they smashed into Yin Fei's body, sending him flying. Even Xinghai, who was next to him, was sent flying. A figure walked in. There were 2 people behind him. I thought you would sneak up. Seems like you're not smart. Barbarian King is smarter. Lin Fei glanced at them. Yin Fei struggled to stand up and lean against the wall. He finally saw who it was. It was the super expert, Lin Fei. Not only him, but he also saw Su Tianxing and that Wang Hu behind him. He also had some contact with this Wang Hu. Now, his heart trembled, and he realized that he was in big trouble. Yin Fei didn't think that Su Tianxing had found this super expert. It was obvious that this super expert had a use for them. Don't kill me. I surrender. Chapter 4383. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all that Yin Fei had chosen to surrender. Unless Yin Fei had a screw loose in his head, Lin Fei would definitely be obedient. Therefore, Lin Fei easily caught all the fish. After catching the fish, the rest was simple. Lin Fei threw them together. He immediately asked them to send a message. The content of the message was very simple. If he wanted these disciples with potential to return to the top, he had to get them some supreme token. As long as it was a treasure related to the supreme tree, it would be fine. Otherwise, these disciples wouldn't be able to return. Yin Fei and the others wanted to cry after knowing their value. They didn't expect that this super expert didn't kill them. His purpose of keeping them alive was so simple. Since when were they worth a few supreme tokens so cheap? They wanted to cry. For a moment, they wanted to run back. It was really embarrassing. However, they had no choice. If they didn't send a message, they might be killed by this super expert. When that happened, they would be really pitiful and helpless. Lin Fei believed that the people above would definitely send the supreme tokens down after knowing the news. Although it was troublesome to send people down, it was very easy to send these things down. Lin Fei's requirements were not high. He only wanted a Heaven's Chosen One, so he wanted at least 10 Heaven's Ascension tokens. With the 3 of them here, that would be 30 Heaven's Ascension tokens in one go. He believed that with their abilities, they would be able to get their hands on them easily. It was impossible for them to not get them. Therefore, Lin Fei just had to wait for the news. Fortunately, after they sent the message, there was news 2 days later. The people above were very angry about what happened, but they couldn't stop a super expert from below. Therefore, when the forces behind Su Tianxing found out that Wang Hu had also been taken down by a super expert, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. It was just 20 heavenly tokens. They still had some ability. They just wanted to get Wang Hu back first. They couldn't send another person down. It was impossible for them to do so in a short period of time. So this time, Lin Fei got the exact news. They would give them the heavenly pass, but at the very least, they couldn't let their disciples get injured. However, It would take a long time, at least 3 months. This was the same as the news from the Myriad Treasures House Lord. Lin Fei gave them a chance. They had to get the Tongtian token within 3 months. If he did not see the Heavenly Connection token, he would have killed these 3 experts. Who knew who would suffer losses? After Lin Fei captured Su Tianxing and Wang Hu, the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion's Pavilion Master also received the news, and he was shocked in his heart again. For a moment, he was even more unable to guess what this Lin Fei was doing with the Heavenly Ascension token. Could it be that he was planning to refine a supreme treasure? The possibility of this was quite high. As for refining and whatnot, he did not even think about it. After all, it was impossible. It was impossible to wait in the Kunlun mystic realm for 3 months. Also, Lin Fei did not have that much free time. After dealing with this matter, Lin Fei sealed Yun Fei and the other strength and left them in the heaven-crashing palace. With their strength sealed, they could forget about leaving the Kunlun mystic realm. This was because Lin Fei had taken away all their treasures. Lin Fei went to the sacred ground, which was the divine dragon mystic realm. Now, the passageway was opened again. He met the sacred leader on the sacred mountain. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei came out again. However, this time, he did not come to the same place as before. After coming back, he came back to Yanjing again. Yanjing's environment was the same as before. After getting used to staying in the Kunlun mystic realm, Lin Fei more or less felt uncomfortable. Although this was Yanjing and Lin Fei had many places to go, he still went to the courtyard house in the alley. In Lin Fei's opinion, after getting the sky-piercing token, he might go to the world next door to take a look. Perhaps he would have to leave for a period of time again. Hence, he came to see his biological parents. Now, his thoughts about his biological parents had faded quite a bit. After all, Lin Fei was someone who had lived for a long time. He was a true immortal rank expert. Very quickly, his thoughts returned to normal. Lin Lang was very happy to see his son back. He did not leave the courtyard house. Even though his strength had recovered, it was the same. Perhaps it was because he had been in the limelight before. After recovering his strength, Lin Lang was very low profile. He looked like an ordinary person. Lin Lang did not ask or say anything. Instead, he instructed his wife to cook a table full of dishes. The family of 3 had a good meal. After eating another meal, Lin Fei left. When he left behind some things such as pills and the like. In these 3 months, Lin Fei spent time with the women he knew. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. He returned to the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm was the same as before. However, due to the decline of the heaven-breaking palace, the Kunlun mystic realm experienced a temporary change. The 6 Supremes, no, the 5 Supremes did not dare to make any big moves. This was because Lin Fei had already talked to them. Although Lin Fei was not interested in the Kunlun mystic realm, the Holy Master was very concerned about it. With the help of the Bone Dragon, he wanted to unify the Kunlun mystic realm and form a true holy land for cultivation. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. As long as he did not cause too much trouble in the Kunlun mystic realm, it would be fine. Lin Fei first went to the treasure house. The treasure house master immediately invited Lin Fei in. Senior Lin Fei, we've already done our best to help you obtain the sky-piercing token that you wanted. The treasure house master took out a storage ring that contained the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor. The sky-piercing tree aura contained in the sky-piercing armor was even denser. At the very least, the divine tree of life in his body immediately became excited. Seeing the divine tree of life's excitement, Lin Fei knew that the sky-piercing token and the sky-piercing armor were real and not fake. This meant that the treasure house did not play any tricks during this period. After completing the transaction with the treasure house, Lin Fei left. The treasure house master did not ask about the Dinghai rent. He believed that Lin Fei would come again next time. The next time will be the time to discuss the Dinghai Divine Pearl. Yun Fei, Su Tianxing, and the others in the heaven-breaking palace had experienced the most painful 3 months of their lives. Their strength had been sealed to the point where they were weaker than an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lin Fei had finally come. Chapter 4384. Lin Fei finally got all the heavenly tokens. Whether it was the Treasure Tower Master's side or Su Tianxing's side, they all sent the heavenly token down. As Lin Fei guessed, they did have some ability. At least, it was much easier to send things down than to send people down. After Lin Fei received these things, he released the shackles on Su Tianxing and the others and let them go. After Su Tianxing and the others regained their freedom, they left the Kunlun secret realm without saying a word. They were not willing to see this Lin Fei for a long time. Who wants to see such a super expert? It was a very good thing to be able to survive in the hands of a super expert. As for revenge, they really did not dare to do so, unless the senior brothers and experts of their sex took action. As for how strong they needed to be, they did not dare to guarantee it in their hearts. Anyway, the strength of a super expert like Lin Fei seemed to be somewhat unfathomable. After sending them away, Lin Fei immediately absorbed all the heavenly token. It took almost a month to refine it. This also allowed Lin Fei's injuries to recover a lot. At least the power that he could burst out from the Golden Core realm to the Golden Core Great Perfection realm. His physical body had also improved a lot. He could easily withstand the attack of a nascent soul powerhouse. This was the power of the immortal body. Even if he stood there, he could not easily break through Lin Fei's body. This degree of recovery was also more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. After all, the recovery of his immortal body became slower and slower. To be able to recover to such an extent was already quite satisfactory. This also made Lin Fei more concerned about the heavenly token and a series of treasures above. So after refining it, he had already made up his mind to go up there. Lin Fei first went to the location of the teleportation formation. This place was located in a dangerous place within the Kunlun mystic realm. It was extremely dangerous. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was able to enter with ease. When he saw this ancient formation, however, Lin Fei's brows furrowed slightly. This situation was worse than he had imagined. This was because the damage to this formation was rather severe. Even if they used the various resources in the Kunlun secret realm, they would not be able to recover it in a short period of time. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. It seemed that this trip was in vain, so he could only count on the next place. That was a hopeless situation in another place. Lin Fei didn't say anything and left. This place was indeed very dangerous, at least in Lin Fei's opinion. That was because the aura of death could instantly plunder a person's blood and essence. Lin Fei's immortal body easily locked the essence, qi, and blood. No matter how much the death qi attacked, it couldn't do anything. Just like that, they walked all the way to the depths of this place and saw a special place. I didn't expect there to be a spatial tier here. What Lin Fei saw was a spatial tier. This spatial tier wasn't big. It was only 4 to 5 meters long and 1 to 2 meters wide. Lin Fei was no stranger to spatial tiers. He knew what the multi-treasure tower master said at the end. It should be from the spatial tier to the top. However, this would depend on luck. If one was unlucky, the chances of failure would be very high. If Lin Fei didn't know about the Supreme Sky Token, it would be fine. However, he knew about it. He even knew about the use of the Supreme Sky Token. In addition, he had the number 1 God Tree, the Life God Tree. Therefore, he was very concerned about this spatial tier and the matter above. Don't forget that he had snatched the Sea Calming Pearl. Although it was just 1 pearl, to some factions, this intervention of Lin Fei was equivalent to breaking a huge taboo. Naturally, he was targeted by them. They wouldn't send any more experts down. That was impossible. They just chose to lie low for the time being. However, as long as they recovered, they would be able to do so. As long as they recovered, they would definitely find out about Lin Fei's origin. At that time, they would send experts to snatch the Sea Calming Pearl back. The temptation of a Khanate magic treasure was very strong. Lin Fei didn't think about it and directly entered the spatial tier. Lin Fei had already passed through the spatial passage of the alternate world. Moreover, this was a spatial tier. With his current immortal divine body, he should be able to withstand it. As soon as he entered the spatial tier, he encountered a spatial storm. It was very overbearing. Fortunately, as Lin Fei had imagined, the power in the spatial tier wasn't very strong. The distance wasn't very long either. Therefore, Lin Fei managed to withstand it. Lin Fei didn't know how long he had been traveling here. Maybe 10 days and a half months, or maybe 2 or 3 months. In the end, he still managed to find an entrance. Lin Fei didn't want to stay in the spatial tier for too long. Therefore, after he found the entrance, he went in without hesitation. At the very least, he had to find a place to stay first. The Vajra sect was a sect that cultivated the body. It was a sect that was neither small nor big in the spiritual realm. However, on this day, the Vajra sect was attacked by generations of enemies. This sect was called the Divine Knife Sect. It was the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was the Vajra sect that could fight against the Divine Knife Sect. However, the Vajra sect was declining year by year. Now, it didn't have the ability to fight against the Divine Knife Sect. Not long ago, the sect master of the Vajra sect was ambushed by a group of experts led by the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect. He was seriously injured on the spot. While the Vajra sect was seriously injured, the sect master of the Divine Knife Sect led a group of experts to attack the Vajra sect. He wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. By then, they would be the largest sect within a radius of 10,000 miles. A sect that could control an area of 10,000 miles was considered very big. Kill them all, and leave no one alive. The sect master of the Divine Knife Sect killed a disciple of the Vajra sect with one slash. His eyes were cold, and his gaze fell on the palace of the Vajra sect in the distance. At this moment, in a forbidden area behind the mountain of the Vajra sect, more than 10 young disciples were brought to the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. This is the forbidden area of the Vajra sect. You are the most powerful elites of the Vajra sect and have the potential to become golden core experts in the future. Later, you will leave this place. I will use the array to contain them. An elder brought more than 10 elite disciples there. He was one of the few experts in the Vajra sect. He was a mid-stage golden core expert. The faces of these elite disciples were filled with fear and unease, but even more so, they were filled with anger and unwillingness. The Vajra sect was very powerful, but they didn't expect that one day the Divine Knife sect would attack them. A few elders in the Vajra sect had been bribed and killed several golden core experts on the spot. As a result, the Vajra sect immediately lost the ability to fight back. Elder, sure, you don't have to run. We will guard this forbidden area. More than 10 people rushed out without any warning. The leader, an expert in white, smiled and said, Chapter 4385. When this person came out, Xianxia's expression turned completely cold. He recognized that this was the 8th elder of the Vajra sect. In the entire Vajra sect, there were a total of 10 elders who were the strongest. However, he did not expect that 7 of them would betray him. As a result, the entire Vajra sect was caught off guard. Xianxia did not expect that the 8th elder would actually be guarding the forbidden area. Obviously, he knew that there was an exit here. The number of people who knew this secret could be counted on one hand, which made it difficult for Xianxia to accept. Xianxia, you did not expect that I would actually be guarding this place. You also did not expect that 7 of the 10 elders of the Vajra sect would betray you. Who asked your sect to be so careless? Today is the day that the Vajra sect's name is removed. Don't think that I don't know that you plan to leave with these elite disciples. You're thinking too much. If you have the ability, you have to pass through me first. Xianxia had originally planned to leave the forbidden area with this group of elite disciples, but now it seemed that there was no possibility of that at all. His expression darkened. Looks like I can only fight it out with you. As soon as he said that, Xianxia lunged forward, unleashing a powerful fist technique that shook the void and caused a wave of turbulence that bombarded the bodies of these people. A defensive treasure instantly appeared in front of the 8th elder, Xianxia, and blocked the torrent in an instant. Go, kill them all. Xianxia snorted coldly, then stared at Xianxia. A flying knife flew out. Xianxia's long knife, under his control, turned into a clear stream, forcing Xianxia to continuously retreat. As for the other disciples of the Vajra sect, they seemed to be in a sorry state. After all, they were already prepared, and when they joined forces, they really managed to suppress the disciples of the Vajra sect. For a moment, they could not gain any advantage. Xianxia was very anxious and wanted to go over to help. However, Zhao Qingshan's flying knife blocked him, and he could not do anything else. On the contrary, when he relaxed, there were a few more wounds on his body. Xianxia, don't count on going over to help. Today, all of you will die. From today onwards, the Vajra sect will no longer exist. Within these 10,000 miles, the Godly Knife sect will be the largest. Zhao Qingshan was very confident that he could stop Xianxia and would not have the chance to reinforce these elite disciples. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Vajra sect were killed one after another. Their blood flowed like a river as they collapsed to the ground. Did you see that? This is the result of going against our Divine Knife sect. It's a pity for these elite disciples. Otherwise, they would all have the opportunity to break through to the golden elixir realm in the future. It's a pity now. Zhao Qingshan's throwing knife technique was extremely powerful, so Xianxia's mind could only be focused on this knife technique. He did not dare to leave it at all. Xianxia didn't dare to be distracted. He could only watch helplessly as these elite disciples were killed. If it was a one-on-one battle, Xianxia was not afraid of Zhao Qingshan. This was because in the Vajra sect, Zhao Qingshan was only ranked 8th, and he was ranked 3rd, which was the so-called third elder. He was naturally much stronger than Zhao Qingshan, but at this moment he was affected. That way, he wouldn't be able to display his true strength. Xianxia did not dare to look. He could only hear screams in his ears. If he was right, his disciples had been killed. In less than half an hour, these elite disciples were all killed, and the remaining people all gathered around. Xianxia, today is your end. Zhao Qingshan laughed proudly. Don't think that just because you're the third elder, you're awesome. Today, I will kill you here. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was certain that Xianxia would die. No matter what, Xianxia was going to die today. Facing the attacks of so many people, Xianxia felt that it was very difficult. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. At this moment, a figure fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised. They all turned their heads to look. Even they were a little surprised. Since when did a person fall here? Excuse me, is this the spiritual world? At this moment, the figure suddenly stood up. He patted the dust off his body. A completion-leveled cultivator who was closest to him threw a treasure at him. No matter how many of these people came, they would kill as many as they wanted. The one who descended from the sky was naturally Lin Fei. He had been in the space channel for a long time, so when he saw the entrance, he immediately rushed over. Once he saw the entrance, he entered without saying anything. It seems like my luck is not bad. This should be the spiritual world. Lin Fei could feel the dense spiritual energy. But after seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. He had to confirm the situation first. A treasure smashed on a Lin Fei's body. But Lin Fei acted like nothing happened. He casually slapped the treasure to the side. The person who released the treasure, on the other hand, puked out a mouthful of blood. After all, this was a treasure that he had refined before. How could it defend against Lin Fei's attack? Cracks immediately appeared on it. This was the same as hurting his soul. Let me ask you, is this the spiritual world or not? Don't you have the time to stop and tell me? Lin Fei said calmly. When everyone saw that Lin Fei looked fine after being hit by the treasure, they were all shocked. After all, that was a treasure. Not everyone dared to take it head-on. Even the experts from the Vajra sect wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But now, this kid was able to take it head-on. Moreover, his slap even damaged the treasure. Where did he come from? Senior, this is the spiritual world, and this is the Vajra sect. Xianxia said immediately. Now, he was also shocked. An expert actually appeared out of nowhere. His strength was much more terrifying than expected. He was even able to take a treasure like it was nothing. So, this is the spiritual world. Seems like my luck is not bad. This spiritual world is much more interesting than I thought. After confirming that this was the spiritual world, Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would get lost. Where did this guy come from? You could die now. Zhao Qingshan snorted and slashed with his flying knife. Like a stream of light, it arrived in an instant. It even broke through the limits of space. It was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei reached out and caught the flying dagger with 2 fingers. He squeezed gently, and with a crack, the flying dagger broke. You have a nerve to take out such a weak thing. I'll return it to you. Lin Fei waved his hand. The broken flying knife was instantly filled with power and flew over, piercing through Zhao Qingshan. Ripples appeared in front of Zhao Qingshan, but he still couldn't block the broken knife. Zhao Qingshan fell. Chapter 4386. The entire place was silent. The experts that Zhao Qingshan brought all looked at each other, unable to come back to their senses. It could be said that, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the most powerful Zhao Qingshan was actually killed. Most importantly, he was killed by a broken blade. How could they believe it? The one who did it was a young man, so young that it was ridiculous. Since when was there such a powerful expert hidden in the Vajra sect? This must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. Everyone run. After the first shout, the rest of the people immediately reacted. Who else could easily kill Zhao Qingshan other than the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, no one dared to believe that the Vajra sect actually had a patriarch. Wasn't this digging a big hole for them to jump into? If they didn't run now, when would they? At this time, who would dare to make another move? They didn't have the guts. Hence, they scattered. Even Xianxia was a little confused. Patriarch? Could this young man really be the patriarch of the Vajra sect? However, he had never heard of the existence of a patriarch in the Vajra sect. Lin Fei didn't kill them at all. Who asked this guy to use a flying knife against him just now? Since he dared to make a move, he had to teach him a lesson no matter what. However, the other party was a little weak and couldn't even take it, so he deserved to die. You answered a question just now, so I'll help you solve this problem. Lin Fei said indifferently and prepared to leave. He was very interested in the spiritual realm. Hence, he wanted to understand it well, especially this heaven-reaching sect. Xianxia only then realized that this person wasn't the patriarch of the Vajra sect at all. He just happened to pass by. Although he didn't know why he fell from the sky, he was indeed a powerful person. He might even be a nascent soul realm expert. Why would he be interested in the Vajra sect? However, Xianxia knew the current situation better than anyone else. If this young man were to take action, the situation would be much better. At the very least, the Vajra sect would be able to survive this siege. But what could he do to get this young man to help? Xianxia was also in a dilemma. Seriously, the Vajra sect really did not have anything useful to rope him in. Elder, wait a moment. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, how could Xianxia possibly stand there? If this senior were to leave, the Vajra sect would be done for. Lin Fei looked at Xianxia indifferently. I have something to do. Lin Fei could see clearly what was happening in this sect. His spiritual sense could still see everything clearly. It was obvious that another sect had come knocking on their door. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with such a matter. Lin Fei knew what the man in front of him was thinking. It was nothing more than asking him to make a move, but Lin Fei had already passed the stage of being a good person. It was best not to get involved in such matters. There were many experts in the spirit world. Although his current strength was not bad, if he really met those experts, it would still be a little troublesome. Elder, please save our Vajra sect. Our Vajra sect will be eternally grateful. I will get the sect master to hand over the treasures of the Vajra sect to you. Please help our Vajra sect this time. Xianxia knelt down with a thud. Right now, only this expert could save the Vajra sect. Xianxia did not care about his face and knelt down on the spot. It's useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Xianxia's entire face turned pale. This was her last hope. If he hadn't seen this expert kill Zhao Qingshan so easily, Xianxia would not have such a thought. Unfortunately, this thought was completely shattered. Bang! A loud sound could be heard. a black silhouette smashed over and heavily smashed into a place not far away. A large cloud of dust was kicked up. Xianxia looked over, and his eyes instantly widened. He picked up the corpse. Sect Master, wake up. It turned out that the person Xianxia was carrying was the Vajra sect's Sect Master. However, the Vajra sect's Sect Master was covered in wounds and was no longer breathing. At this moment, a group of figures rushed over. Elder Shur, you don't have to shout. I've already killed him. I heard that your Vajra sect has another patriarch who actually dared to kill an expert of our Godly Saber sect. That's quite brave. I would like to meet this patriarch of your Vajra sect. The people who rushed over were all very strong. The leader was a middle-aged man with a huge saber on his back. He had a cold expression, and as he spoke, his gaze landed on Lin Fei. A few figures behind him glared at this young man. Sect Master, this is the guy who killed Elder Zhao. He's the Vajra sect's patriarch. These people were all the ones who had retreated in fear just now. Now that they saw Lin Fei, although they were still afraid, there was a trace of confidence on their faces. They now had dozens of experts. The current lineup was indeed very strong. For example, there were 4 golden core experts, plus more than 20 core formation experts, and a few scattered experts. The lineup was still very strong. Especially with 4 golden core experts, they could crush the Vajra sect. At this moment, the 4 golden core experts also locked their gazes on Lin Fei. Although they couldn't see this young man's specific strength, to be able to kill Zhao Qingshan, he was at least a golden core expert. As for the nascent soul realm, they didn't think that way at all. Nascent soul realm experts were almighty figures. It wasn't that easy to break through this realm. It was as if there were no nascent soul realm experts in this area. You're the one who killed Zhao Qingshan. The Godly Saber sect's sect master, Sword Wuxia, had a cold gaze. He slashed with his saber. An invisible saber intent was extremely sharp and contained thousands of changes. The Godly Saber sect was different from other sections. Even though he was a golden core expert, he still liked to use this treasured saber the most. The invisible saber intent that was released could easily kill an expert. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and flicked it, landing on this saber intent. However, this saber intent instantly spread out like flowing water, directly slashing through his finger and instantly slashing Lin Fei's body. The Godly Saber sect's sect master, Sword Wuxia, snorted coldly. You want to fight me with this little ability? If this saber intent slashed the other party's body, he would definitely die. This was also the reason why Sword Wuxia said that. You have the nerve to think that you can kill me with this saber intent? You're thinking too lightly. Lin Fei chuckled. He raised his hand, and thousands of sword intents shot out. Chapter 43:87. A ray of sword intent pierced through the forehead of a core formation cultivator in an instant. Plop! The core formation realm cultivator fell to the ground. Scenes like this kept happening. Wherever the sword will pass, it pierced the forehead. Plop! Plop! They all fell to the ground. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Countless rays of sword will appeared in front of Blood Knife. After the sword intent attacked, the flying dagger behind him collided with the sword intent, and he quickly retreated. Layers of defense appeared in front of him, but he had underestimated the power of the sword will. After a few sounds, his flying knife was blown away. Dozens of sword wills converged together and instantly bombarded him. He raised his hand to block, but he was blown away by the sword will. At this moment, Bloodblade finally realized what was going on. Patriarch? This must be the patriarch of the Vajra sect. He dug such a big hole. They exchanged blows. He felt that his opponent's sword was so strong that he was no match for him. One of the Golden Core Realm cultivators was in trouble. They didn't react as fast as the sect leader. At first, they looked down on him, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. The sword had already pierced their foreheads, and they all fell to the ground. The fall of a Golden Core Realm cultivator was a huge blow to Blood Knife. Blood Knife couldn't care less. With the patriarch of the Vajra sect, it was impossible to take over the sect today. He wasn't a match for him. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the Vajra sect. He had been thinking too much. He raised his hand and wanted to give himself a slap. He had been tricked for no reason. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, was stunned. Those were Golden Core Realm cultivators, but 2 of them had fallen just like that. Even Blood Knife of the Godly Knife sect was running away. The change was too fast. Originally, the Vajra sect was about to be destroyed. However, in the blink of an eye, it had recovered. Furthermore, the other party had only unleashed a large amount of sword will. This sword was also ridiculously powerful. It had actually instantly killed these Golden Core experts. You have something that interests me, so you should stay. Blood Knife was running very fast. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to him. He saw a fist flying toward him. It directly penetrated his body. A storage ring fell into Lin Fei's hand. Just as Blood Knife was about to leave, Lin Fei sensed a familiar scent. That was why he had killed Bloodblade without hesitation. Although Shui Dao was very strong, he was only at the Gold Core stage. How could he withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch? After the injuries of his immortal divine body had healed a lot, Lin Fei's physical body had also become stronger. Punching a Golden Core expert to death was no longer a troublesome matter. In fact, Lin Fei didn't intend to kill this person, but he smelled that familiar scent, so he decisively made a move and blew up Bloodblade with one punch. The people that Blood One Blade brought were all panicking at this moment. Even the sect leader was killed. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, they knelt down. Old ancestor, please spare us. We're willing to join the Vajra sect. These people were all smart people. They saw that even the sect leader had been killed, let alone them. Especially the 2 Golden Core experts. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down without hesitation. If they didn't surrender now, they might be killed later. Even the leader couldn't withstand a punch, let alone their weak bodies. Even Xianxia was dumbfounded by what he saw. That was Bloodblade, who had been fighting with the Vajra sect for a long time. He didn't expect to be killed with one punch. It was probably something that no one had expected. Xianxia was very grateful to this senior. If it wasn't for this senior, the Vajra sect would have been destroyed. Lin Fei took out an item from his ring, and his lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't expect to find the heaven token as soon as he arrived. That's right. The familiar aura that Lin Fei had sensed just now was this heaven token. Although it was well hidden, he realized that his divine tree of life was still useful. As long as he was within a certain range, he could still sense the existence of the heaven token. Bloodblade could only say that he was unlucky. Of all the things he could bring, he had to bring a heaven token with him. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything more and killed him with one punch. Senior, are you planning to ask for the heaven token? The Vajra sect still has a few of these. After seeing the heaven token, Xianxia finally knew what he could take out to thank Lin Fei. Lin Fei had originally planned to leave after taking the heaven token. After all, he had done the Vajra sect a huge favor. Didn't you see that the sect master was killed by him? There were still 2 Jidon realm masters. As for the remaining masters, how could they have any confidence? There were only 2 or 3 of them left. He was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect the Vajra sect to have the heaven token. Lin Fei looked over and said, "You should know the consequences of lying. Even the entire Vajra sect wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from me." These words were neither light nor heavy, but they struck Xianxia like a bolt of lightning. He lowered his head and said repeatedly, "Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Senior, I really wouldn't dare to lie to you about this. Our Vajra sect does indeed have this supreme sky token." Lin Fei could tell that this person was telling the truth and wasn't trying to lie to him. One of the Golden Core experts suddenly said loudly, "Senior, I can get those people to retreat now. After all, without the sect leader, they wouldn't be a match for us." The other Golden Core expert also stood up. At this moment, everyone wanted to show off. Who knew if this expert would kill them just because he didn't like them? Even the sect leader couldn't withstand the power of a punch, let alone them. Who didn't know that cultivators like them were wearing protective armors? However, they didn't expect to meet such a ferocious person who could even destroy their protective armor. This was the most terrifying thing about him. They really didn't want to fight with such a senior because they couldn't block him at all. Perhaps he really was a body-tempering expert. It was really rare to see such an unpopular method of cultivation. At the very least, they had never seen a body-tempering expert who could easily destroy the physical body of a golden core expert at such a young age. From the beginning to the end, it seemed like the other party was only after a heaven token. What was going on? They secretly felt pity for the sect leader. If he didn't have the heaven token, he might really be able to leave this place alive. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 4388. Lin Fei saw the 3 sky-piercing tokens in the treasury of the Guardian Deity sect. As the third elder of the Guardian Deity sect, Xianxia had a lot of authority. Under the attack of the other 2 Jidan masters, the attack stopped in an instant. The second elder and the sect master had also died in battle, so Xianxia had become the elder with the highest status in the Guardian Deity sect. He had taken over everything in the Guardian Deity sect. Xianxia had no choice but to accept it. After all, he was the only one who could control the Guardian Deity sect. This time, the Guardian Deity sect had suffered heavy losses and many experts had died. The only thing Xianxia could do now was to let this senior stay in the Guardian Deity sect. It was a good thing for the Wolverines to live one day at a time. After stabilizing the Guardian Deity sect, Xianxia immediately brought this senior to the treasury and obtained the 3 sky-piercing tokens. Lin Fei was in a good mood after obtaining 4 Heaven Ascension tokens as soon as he arrived. At the very least, he could refine them again. Of course, it would still be difficult for him to break through to the nascent soul realm. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After refining the sky-piercing tokens, the greatest benefit was that his physical body would become even stronger. At least it could be considered a life-saving measure. Senior, this is the treasury of the Guardian Deity sect. You can take a look at anything you want and let me know if you need anything. I will be waiting outside. Xianxia wisely walked outside. For a peerless expert like him, there are only a few things that he would be interested in this treasury. In any case, Xianxia's attitude was not bad. How could Lin Fei not see through Xianxia's plan? However, it was rare for him to come to the spiritual realm, so he had to figure out the situation first. It seemed like the Guardian Deity sect was a good place to stay. He had obtained 3 sky-piercing tokens from the Guardian Deity sect and 1 from the Divine Blade sect master. Therefore, Lin Fei was really thinking about whether these sects also had sky-piercing tokens. Therefore, he decided to do some research first. Now that he had done his research, he could make arrangements when the time came. The first thing Lin Fei wanted to do was to refine these 3 heavenly connection tokens. After completely refining it, Lin Fei began to flip through the books here. As for the items in the treasury, Lin Fei felt that they were really ordinary. There really weren't many eye-catching things here. The best magic treasure here was only a top-grade magic treasure. This thing wasn't of much use to Lin Fei. In front of the fist, even the 5-element sword could be easily defeated. However, there were some ancient books here that piqued Lin Fei's interest. Just like that, he spent 3 days reading it. Xianxia had been guarding outside. Apart from him, there were 2 other golden elixir experts from the Godly Knife sect. They did not dare to leave. Although that senior was in the treasury, they wouldn't dare to leave even if they were given 100 guts. The opponent's strength was simply too strong. Even the sect master of the Divine Saber sect was killed with a single punch. This time, the Vajra sect had suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, Xianxia had finally stabilized the situation. Although the sect master had died, and several elders had also died, they could still be considered to have retained some strength. At the very least, the 2 golden elixir experts of the Divine Saber sect were here. This could more or less be considered a form of compensation. To Xianxia, the most important thing was to let this expert stay in the Vajra sect. No matter what, it would be best if he could stay for a period of time. The door to the treasury opened. Xianxia, who was originally thinking about random things, immediately turned around to welcome him. In 3 days, Lin Fei read through all the ancient books. He was very clear about the spirit realm. At the very least, he knew the general situation. Now, he had to understand the specific situation from Xianxia. After doing so, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of the spirit realm. Senior, do you have any instructions? Sure, Changxing's attitude was very good. Even the two golden elixir experts behind him lowered their heads. I think that the Vajra sect is not bad, so I've decided to stay here for a while. However, before that, you have to do something for me. The voice was neither loud nor soft, but it sounded like a shocking surprise to Shi Changsheng. This senior actually wanted to stay in the Vajra sect. Even if it was just for a month, it would be good. Senior, please tell me. I'm still quite interested in the Supreme Token. I saw that the Godly Saber Sect Master brought one with him. Why don't you bring a few experts with you to the Godly Saber Sect, and see if you can find another Supreme Token. Once the matter is settled, I'll probably stay at the Vajra sect. This was definitely good news for sure, Changsheng. Senior, don't worry. I'll immediately bring the experts of the Vajra sect to the Divine Saber sect to find the Supreme Token for you. Sure, Changxing was most worried that this senior would leave the Vajra sect after obtaining the Supreme Token. If that happened, he could only watch helplessly. Now that this senior had made a request, it couldn't be any better. Now that the Divine Saber Sect Master was dead and the Golden Elixir expert was dead, there were still two remaining in a group of young experts. It wouldn't be that difficult to attack the Divine Saber Sect. You only have 3 days. I'll leave in 3 days, Lin Fei added. Find me a quiet courtyard. Don't let anyone disturb me. Lin Fei stayed in a courtyard in the Vajra sect. Shi Changsheng immediately brought the experts of the Divine Saber sect and headed straight for the Divine Saber sect. After all, it wasn't too far away. Within 10,000 miles, the two sects were the strongest. The experts of the Divine Saber sect were caught off guard. They thought that the Vajra sect had already been breached. They didn't expect the Vajra sect to bring people to kill them. The experts of the Vajra sect were filled with anger. Even their sect master was dead. They naturally had to vent their anger on the Divine Saber sect. Hence, the Divine Saber sect suffered heavy losses in a short period of time. In the end, more than half of the upper echelons were killed. The rest either escaped or surrendered. The Divine Saber sect had been completely breached. The moment the Divine Saber sect was breached, Shi Changsheng felt like he was dreaming. The Divine Saber sect had actually breached the Divine Saber sect. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about. Sect Master, if you know what's going on, you can go to the Netherworld. I've breached the Divine Saber sect. The Vajra sect has succeeded. After Shi Changsheng broke into the treasure vault, he searched for the Supreme Token. Whether or not he could complete this mission would affect the future of the Vajra sect. On the second day, Shi Changsheng returned. The news of the Divine Saber sect being destroyed spread like wildfire within 10,000 miles. Everyone knew that the two evenly matched forces had been fighting for a long time. No one expected the Divine Saber sect to be annihilated this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 4389. In the end, Shi Changsheng still brought back 2 heaven-piercing tokens for Lin Fei. As for how many heaven-piercing tokens he could bring back, Lin Fei did not really care. What was important was to find out if there were any heaven-piercing tokens. Now, it seemed that his guess was quite correct. The Godly Blade sect still had some tricks up their sleeves. Senior, these are the heaven-piercing tokens. It's a pity that the Godly Blade sect only has 2. Shi Changsheng said with some regret. Initially, he thought that he could obtain many heaven-piercing tokens from the Godly Blade sect, but it seemed that it would be difficult. Lin Fei looked at Shi Changsheng indifferently. Not bad. You did not disappoint me too much. Shi Changsheng did not know if this senior was satisfied with the heaven-piercing tokens, but he felt that he had to make up for it. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, if senior wants more through heaven medallions, I can send people to purchase them. You can still find quite a few through heaven medallions in the Nanyan region. This was the only thing Shi Changsheng could do now. If it was a few decades ago, it would still be fine. Back then, there were many heaven-piercing tokens, but now they were all taken back by the heaven-reaching church. The heaven-piercing tokens that could be found now were all left behind. Many people did not really care about the heaven-piercing tokens, so there were still some heaven-piercing tokens circulating in private. This was not a secret. Basically, The entire spiritual realm knew about it. However, the sky-reaching church just turned a blind eye to it. As long as it was not openly circulated, they would not say anything. That was why there were so many heaven-piercing tokens left behind. I have been in closed-door cultivation for some time. I am still unfamiliar with the current spiritual realm. Let's talk about the situation nearby. Lin Fei said indifferently. Xianxia had always been guessing the background of this senior. Now, it seemed that he was an expert who had been cultivating in seclusion. After reaching the Golden Core realm, many people were stuck at the nascent soul realm. There were only a few people who could break through, so most people would go into closed-door cultivation after reaching the Golden Core Great Perfection, so that they could break through to the nascent soul realm. It was normal for one to spend 10 to 20 years in seclusion. This was a relatively short period of time, especially for those who had secluded themselves for life and death. Basically, it was more than 50 years. If they didn't break through, they would die, so everyone gritted their teeth and went into seclusion. It was no wonder that the situation was a little different when this senior came out. How many years did he have to cultivate in seclusion? However, it had to be said that as long as this senior was strong, he would be very helpful to the Guardian Metal sect. This was because their Vajra sect was truly lacking a top-notch expert to hold down the fort. Even if it was a Vajra realm consummate, it would still be good enough. Xianxia himself was a Golden Core cultivator, but he was far from being a match for this senior. He even suspected that this was an expert who had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. There was another realm above the Golden Core realm, which was the Extreme realm. At this realm, one could kill all Golden Core realm cultivators and could even fight against nascent soul realm cultivators without dying. It was just that there were too few experts like him. Xianxia had never met one before, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the senior in front of him was an expert at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Otherwise, how could he easily kill a Golden Core expert with a single punch? At least, Xianxia had not reached this step yet. After suppressing all the thoughts in his heart, Xianxia began to speak. He spoke in great detail. After this, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the spirit realm after matching it with the information he had received. There were a total of 10 counties in the spiritual realm. And now, Lin Fei was in the Nanyan County. The Nanyan County was ranked in the middle among the 10 counties. Its area was about a few million miles. It could be said to be very big. The Godly Blade sect and the Guardian Metal sect were at best third-rate forces in the Nanyan County. They were considered a real force in this 10,000-mile area. This made Lin Fei a little disappointed. It turned out to be a small sect. No wonder there were only Golden Core experts. He was secretly glad in his heart. If he had broken into a big sect, it would be a little troublesome. It seemed that he had to improve his strength first. If he did not improve his strength, it would be a little troublesome if he met a nascent soul expert. Now, the only thing that could help Lin Fei improve his strength quickly was the heaven-reaching token. It could help him recover some of his strength. As long as his physical body continued to recover, he would have the strongest trump card. This area belongs to the Blue Cloud sect. Xianxia did not know that Lin Fei was thinking so much, so he continued to speak. This went on for more than an hour. Lin Fei had some understanding of the Nanyan County. As for the other counties, Lin Fei was temporarily not interested. He had to understand the Nanyan County first. After understanding more or less, Lin Fei began to ponder. For the time being, he had to stay in the Guardian Metal sect. Since I have nothing to do for the time being, I will stay in the Guardian Metal sect. However, your only task is to help me find information about this heaven-reaching token. As long as it is a treasure made from the heavenly tree, it will do. How could Lin Fei not guess that Xianxia definitely had some thoughts? At the very least, after the battle between the Guardian Metal sect and the Godly Blade sect, the Guardian Metal sect would definitely suffer a great loss. Who knows, there might be people eyeing the Guardian Metal sect. Both the Guardian Metal sect and the Godly Blade sect were under the control of the Blue Cloud sect. However, the Blue Cloud sect would not care about these little brothers. Fighting to the death had nothing to do with them. As long as it did not threaten the position of the Blue Cloud sect's big shot, they would not care. But once it was threatened, the Blue Cloud sect would definitely act. The big shot would not act, but that did not mean that other forces would not act. From Xianxia's words, Lin Fei could tell. The battles in the Nanyan County were also very intense. You would swallow me, I would swallow you, and from there, increase my strength and influence. It was also very intense. Therefore, the Guardian Metal sect would definitely send experts. If I want to buy this heaven-reaching token, how much would it cost? Lin Fei tried to understand more. After all, he was now in the Nanyan County. If he wanted to buy this heaven-reaching token, he would need some connections. And buying it with money was only the first step. It's hard to say. Normally, it would be bartered with other items. Xianxia laughed bitterly. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Then you might as well spread the news. Just say that the Guardian Metal sect and the Godly Blade sect have suffered great losses, and that there are almost no experts left. Lin Fei suddenly thought of a good idea. Wasn't he just lacking money? He could just wait for the rabbit to come to him. Those Golden Core experts still had some wealth. Wouldn't he be able to accumulate the first sum of money? Chapter 4390. The Southern Cloud County was extremely huge, not to mention that it was within a 10,000 kilometers radius. Therefore, the news of the confrontation between the Godly Knife sect and the Vajra sect had spread like wildfire. In the end, the Godly Knife faction was annihilated, but another piece of news came out. That meant that the Vajra school had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did the sect master die, but even a lot of Jidon elders were also lost. Everyone's interest was piqued. In a small city, inside a restaurant, many people were discussing this matter. Although the Godly Saber sect and the Vajra sect were not considered major forces, they were still a joke after a meal. I thought the Godly Knife sect would definitely win this time. I didn't expect them to suffer such a huge setback. I wonder what kind of expert the Vajra sect has. You're thinking too much. What kind of expert can the Guardian Deity sect produce? Maybe they're just lucky. After all, the strength of the Divine Saber sect and the Guardian Deity sect is almost the same. I heard that the Vajra sect used to be a body-tempering sect. Maybe there are some good things left behind. I wonder if anyone is interested in going to the Vajra sect with me to have a look. I heard that a lot of people are going to the Guardian Deity sect to get some benefits. The news spread like wildfire in the area of 100,000 miles. Of course, such news would only spread within such a short distance. After all, it was just a third-rate force. Who would care about it? To those Golden Core experts, wasn't the Vajra sect a big piece of juicy meat? If he could take a bite of it, he would be able to get a lot of spirit stones. Cultivating in the spirit realm, apart from meditating and absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi, the most important thing was spirit stones. There were low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones are very rare. As for best-grade spirit stones, they're almost very rare. If a Golden Core expert wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, he would need a large number of spirit stones. Therefore, for some experts, the Vajra sect had suddenly become a big piece of meat. Now that the Vajra sect had lost its experts, it was undoubtedly a juicy piece of meat that could be snatched. If he took a bite, he might be able to obtain hundreds of thousands or even millions of low-grade spirit stones. Wouldn't it be better to use these spirit stones to buy all kinds of treasures? As a result, the people around them started to move. The Vajra sect began to seal the mountain. This made everyone even more convinced of one thing. The Vajra sect had indeed suffered heavy losses in this battle. Of course, the Vajra sect had also swept away all the treasure stored in the Godly Saber sect. The entire Godly Saber sect had completely collapsed. Even the disciples of the Godly Saber sect fled. Currently, the Vajra sect was the most powerful sect in the entire area. Not a single force could contend against it. At night, it was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. A figure entered the Vajra gate. The figure was dressed in black, revealing a pair of eyes. A hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. The Vajra sect doesn't have a Golden Core expert this time, and the ones left are all injured. It looks like no one will be able to stop me from entering this treasure vault. The target of this person dressed in black was very clear. That meant he had barged into the Vajra sect's treasury. If he could sweep away everything in the treasury, he would definitely become rich. Zhao Yun had relied on this business to accumulate more than half of his net worth. Now, he had finally found an opportunity. The titanium sect's current state of panic was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Yun snuck into the Vajra sect. He saw many dilapidated places that had not been repaired at all. He couldn't care less and went straight to the treasure vault. Zhao Yun quickly found the treasure vault. There was no one guarding it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He easily opened the entrance to the treasure vault. Although Zhao Yun's strength was only at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he was quite good at finding good things. He was very sure that he was the first person to enter the treasure vault. This was because the rows of things had not been touched at all. Looks like I'm really going to be rich this time. Maybe with these treasures, I can exchange for a cultivation breaking pill and break through from the middle stage to the late stage of the Golden Core realm in one go. This will make the dermic powers in my body stronger. Just as Zhao Yun was feeling happy, a hand suddenly stretched out and patted Zhao Yun's shoulder. That pat, Zhao Yun had goosebumps all over his body. Finally, a fish. However, your fish is a little small. Even a small fish has some value. Then, a hand squeezed his neck. Zhao Yun's body instantly released a bright light. These lights were like needles that were filled with terrifying power. No one knew that Zhao Yun was wearing an offensive treasure armor. The power of the treasure armor was quite terrifying. After it was released, each attack was equivalent to the power of the late stage of the Golden Core realm. This was also the most powerful treasure that Zhao Yun had. It was just that no one knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in danger, he would rarely use this treasure. However, he had to use it now. He never thought that there would be such an expert in the treasure vault. He didn't believe that this person could block his attack. This was the power of the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, even after the sky was filled with light beams, the hand was still tightly gripping his neck. It seems that your fish is not bad. You actually have such a powerful treasure armor. I'm sorry, this treasure armor belongs to me. A crisp sound was heard. Zhao Yun directly lost consciousness. He threw it to the side. At this moment, not far away, there were a few more bodies. The one who did it was naturally Lin Fei. Ever since Xianxia had spread the news, the Vajra sect suddenly became very lively. This was the sixth person to break into the treasure vault tonight. These people were quite skilled. They could easily find the treasure vault. It seemed that the Vajra sect had leaked a lot of information. The location of the treasure vault was known to others. However, this was a good thing for Lin Fei. He felt that he could kill them one by one. He felt that he could kill them for quite a long time. The harvest was not bad. At the very least, he had obtained nearly 1 million low-grade spirit stones in the past few days. Was 1 million low-grade spirit stones a lot? All in all, it was only 10 middle-grade spirit stones. An ordinary Golden Core expert would only have 100 or 200,000 low-grade spirit stones in their pockets. Almost all of them were poor. Although they were poor, they could accumulate it over time. For example, he had almost obtained 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This was just the beginning. With a single punch, the corpses were all smashed into powder in an instant, disappearing without a trace. His figure disappeared again. It was time to prepare for the next fish. Chapter 4391. Half a month went by. Countless people snuck into the Guardian Deity sect. This caused many people to look forward to it. If the Guardian Deity sect was in chaos, everyone would swarm in. But what surprised everyone was that the Guardian Deity sect was still fine. Nothing had happened. For a moment, they wondered if the information they received was wrong. It was not normal for no one to have any designs on the Guardian Deity sect. Now, the Godly Saber sect had long been destroyed. Even their disciples had escaped or been swallowed up by other forces. If that was the case, the Guardian Deity sect must have been damaged. However, the current situation was not right at all. Everyone was doing well. Were they not interested in the treasures of the Guardian Deity sect? Sure, Xianxia was more and more impressed with Senior Lin. He had killed so many people without making sound. Although there were many rumors about the Guardian Deity sect, most people were just watching. As long as the Guardian Deity sect was doing well, no one would dare to attack them. This was a tragedy for the Guardian Deity sect. A third-rate force like theirs was really not taken seriously by others. Fortunately, the original infant stage cultivators did not care about the guardian deity sect. Those who dared to come were golden core stage cultivators. At first, Xianxia had been a little worried. But now, he was more and more at ease. He was not worried that someone would cause trouble at the guardian deity sect. This was the most fortunate thing that Xianxia had ever done. At the same time, he had the guardian deity sect disciples gather information about the heaven connecting token. It was hard to say how long Senior Lin would stay in the titanium sect, but no matter what, he had to find out all the information about the supreme token during this period of time. Elder Sure, something bad has happened. I just received news that the people from the Black Cloud camp are coming. Just as Xianxia was organizing the information, a disciple came in. This was a golden core formation stage disciple. He was Xianxia's disciple, the type he liked. After Xianxia heard this news, he couldn't help but frown slightly and stand up. Are you sure the people from the Black Cloud camp are coming and not someone else? If it was any other camp, there would be nothing to worry about. But the Black Cloud camp was not easy to deal with. The Southern Cloud County was extremely large, spanning an area of several million kilometers. At the same time, there were also strongholds of various sizes. The smaller ones would only rob and pillage, but the bigger ones could even attack a second or third-rate force. The Black Cloud Stronghold was one of them. Apart from the 3 Xiantian consummate stage powerhouses, there were more than 10 other golden core powerhouses, which was much stronger than the Vajra sect. The Black Cloud Stronghold has already released the news. They want our guardian deity sect to hand over half of our wealth. Otherwise, they will destroy our guardian deity sect. This wasn't a small matter. After confirming it again and again, Xianxia could only look for Senior Lin. The Vajra sect really couldn't handle this matter. Lin Fei's harvest in the past few days was not small. He had accumulated at least 5 million low-grade spirit stones. As for the other treasures, there were countless of them. No matter how they were sold, they could be sold for millions or even tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard, listening to Xianxia's words. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Are you sure that this Black Wind stronghold has a strong background and isn't a fake? Xianxia laughed bitterly. Senior Lin, this Black Wind stronghold is indeed powerful. They have destroyed many forces, but they have many experts. After a while, Lin Fei had a certain understanding of this Black Wind stronghold. This was a very cruel force, and they had many experts. So, this Black Wind stronghold will send out a golden core, consummate stage powerhouse. I wonder if it will be 1 or 2. From Lin Fei's point of view, if he wanted to get more treasures, he might only be able to get them from these golden core consummate stage powerhouses. As for ordinary golden core powerhouses, Lin Fei felt that they were all paupers, and they only had a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones on them. These Black Wind stronghold powerhouses were probably very rich. Xianxia shook his head. This is hard to say, but usually a golden core consummate stage powerhouse will be sent out. After all, our Vajra sect isn't that easy to bully. How could 1 golden core consummate stage powerhouse be enough? How about this? Later on, you guys will spread the news that the Vajra sect won't hand over any wealth. If the Black Wind stronghold dares to come, then they won't be able to return. Anyway, you can ignore them as much as you want. It's better if you make a big fuss. At the very least, you can lure 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses over. If Lin Fei wanted to make a move, he would definitely capture all 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses in one fell swoop. To be able to make a name for themselves in the Nanyan region, they definitely had a lot of wealth. Rather than robbing one, it would be better to capture all 3 of them. Xianxia did not have any doubts and immediately went to do this. Although the Black Wind stronghold's influence was average, it was still a fierce name. With 3 golden core consummate stage powerhouses in charge, ordinary golden core powerhouses would not dare to cause trouble for them. As for nascent soul powerhouses, they would not be interested in the Black Wind stronghold. Who didn't know that there was a big force behind the Black Wind stronghold? The Black Wind stronghold worked for them, so offending the Black Wind Stronghold would mean offending the big force behind them. When they knew that the Black Wind Stronghold wanted to deal with the Guardian Deity sect, everyone felt that this was a big move by the Black Wind Stronghold. No one thought that the Guardian Deity sect would be able to stop the Black Wind Stronghold, but who knew that after the Guardian Deity sect received the news, they did not lower their heads. Instead, they spread the word that they wanted the Black Wind Stronghold to do it themselves. Otherwise, they would go and destroy the Black Wind Stronghold when they were free. In any case, they did not care about the Black Wind Stronghold at all. Now, this news was spreading like wildfire in this region. Countless people were dumbfounded. Since when did the Guardian Deity sect have such a big tone? Even in the past, when they met the Black Wind Stronghold, they did not dare to say such ruthless words. But now, the situation was completely different. After the Black Wind Stronghold received the news, they also spread the news to the public. Because of the words of the Guardian Deity sect, they decided to flatten the Guardian Deity sect in 3 days. All the disciples of the Guardian Deity sect would be killed without mercy. When this news spread, everyone was not surprised at all. Did they not know the capabilities of the Black Wind Stronghold? They had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. This time, they had completely angered the Black Wind Stronghold. When the Black Wind Stronghold powerhouses attacked together, the Guardian Deity sect would not be able to fight for long. After the news spread, the Guardian Deity sect still acted as if nothing had happened. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that everyone in the Guardian Deity sect was working together to fight against the Black Wind Stronghold? Chapter 4392. The Vajra sect suddenly became lively. Everyone knew that the Vajra sect was only a third-rate force, yet they dared to provoke the Black Wind Stockade. Did he really think that he could strut around in this area just because he destroyed the Godly Saber sect? To put it bluntly, the Vajra sect was just a third-rate force. That was what most people thought. Over the next few days, many people began to appear near the Vajra sect. Some of them were strong, while others were weak. Everyone was there to join in the fun. They also wanted to see if they could fish in troubled waters. If the Black Wind Stockade attacked the Vajra sect, they would be able to take advantage of it. After all, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be encountered all the time. Now, the Black Wind Stockade seemed to have the upper hand. No one believed that the Vajra sect could stop the Black Wind Stockade. The Black Wind Stockade had spread the news that if the Titan sect didn't hand over all the benefits, the Black Wind Stockade would kill their way into the Titan sect. When that time came, not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. This was the Black Wind Stockade's confidence. They had many experts, including a Golden Core expert. They were not afraid of a small Vajra sect. Did you hear? This time the Black Wind Stockade leader came personally. I heard that he was very angry with the Vajra sect. No way. The Black Wind Stockade leader came personally. That's a big deal. The Black Wind Stockade leader is an expert who has perfected the Golden Core realm. You don't know yet. Apart from being perfected the Golden Core realm, the Black Wind Stockade leader also has a powerful Dharma treasure. It's a supreme-grade Dharma treasure that no one has ever seen before. Its power is invincible. Then this time, the Vajra sect will not be able to escape. Fortunately, I came this time. As long as the Vajra sect is breached, I can go in and take advantage of it. At that moment, there were countless people like this outside the Vajra sect. There were at least hundreds of them. Who would want to take advantage of this place? They're coming. They're coming. After waiting for a few days, the experts from the Black Wind Stockade arrived. Dozens of streams of light flew toward them. After the streams of light appeared, they stopped in the sky above the Vajra sect. The leader was a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes were cold, and behind him were 5 other experts in white armor. They were all Golden Core experts. After many people saw the attire of these Gold Core experts, they secretly took a deep breath. They were all wearing treasured armor. This treasured armor was not cheap. It was said that it could defend against the attack of a late-stage Gold Core expert. Apart from relying on oneself, it was more important to rely on external help. For example, this supreme-grade treasure armor. A supreme-grade magic treasure could undoubtedly increase the strength of a Golden Core expert. This also determines whether you have money or not. If he had money, he would naturally be able to improve his strength. If he didn't have money, he could only watch helplessly. Everyone could feel a cold, killing intent emanating from the Blackwind Stockade's experts. It was obvious that the Vajra sect had infuriated the Blackwind Stockade. Otherwise, the master of the Blackwind stronghold would not have come personally and brought 5 golden core experts with him. Xianxia, I heard that your Vajra school wants to vent your anger on our Blackwind stronghold. You sure have the guts to come out. The master of the Blackwind stronghold's voice was extremely loud and clear. His voice exploded in the air above the guardian deity sect. Everyone immediately sensed just how powerful the master of the Blackwind stronghold was. Meanwhile, inside the guardian deity sect, Xianxia was standing next to Lin Fei. He could also sense the powerful strength of the master of the Blackwind stronghold. He stole a glance at Senior Lin, who was next to him. Senior Lin did not seem to care at all, and seemed to be completely fine. He even took a sip of tea unhurriedly. An expert. This was what a true expert was like. Now, Xianxia was more and more convinced that this Senior Lin was a true expert at the pinnacle. The Golden Core realm was known as the pinnacle of existence. Only by doing so could he look down on these experts who had perfected the Golden Core realm. You guys go out and fight with them first. If you can't beat them, you can lure them in. I'll deal with them then, Lin Fei said calmly. Lin Fei could also sense the strength of the master of the Blackwind stronghold. He was indeed a perfected the Golden Core realm. He also had a decent magic treasure on him, which made Yi Futian sense a hint of danger. It was no wonder that the master of the Blackwind stronghold dared to swagger over. He indeed had some ability. Xianxia did not hesitate at all. He immediately brought the Vajra expert with him. Master of the Blackwind stronghold, since you dare to attack our Vajra sect, you should be prepared to die. The moment Xianxia appeared, he did not say anything else and began fighting. This action caused the spectators below to stare with their mouths agape. After all, they all knew Xianxia. She also knew this person's temper. Since when did this guy become so direct and decisive? Or did the Vajra sect give him a lot of courage? This exchange not only shocked the spectators below, but even the master of the Blackwind stronghold was a little surprised. Xianxia did not even bother to talk and immediately began fighting. He snorted coldly. Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. He immediately used a spell. For a moment, the battle in the sky was intense. But this time, no one else handed it over. It was purely golden cores. After all, golden core formation cultivators would be sending themselves to their deaths. It was better to have a golden core fight a golden core. But the Vajra sect was still much weaker. Even an expert like Xianxia was no match for the master of the Blackwind stronghold spell. He was firmly suppressed. After all, his opponent was a complete Khanate expert. His magic power was extremely dense, and his techniques were even more powerful. Xianxia, are you still planning to resist to the end? Why don't you just obediently open the Vajra sect? We'll take the item and leave. We'll naturally guarantee your Vajra sect's safety. The master of the Blackwind stronghold snorted coldly. Xianxia forcefully withstood the attack, then retreated. Without another word, he led his people back. Kill your way in if you have the ability. Haven't you always been very bold? We'll wait for you inside. The master of the Blackwind stronghold was a little confused by Xianxia. Was this guy trying to bait them? However, he did not sense any other experts in the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect? That's all you've got. The master of the Blackwind stronghold laughed loudly. Charge in with me and destroy the Vajra sect. We'll take what he won't give us. Everyone heard the master of the Blackwind stronghold's angry voice. It was obvious that the Vajra sect was completely finished. No one could stop the master of the Blackwind stronghold from attacking. A complete Khanate expert. Even Xianxia could not withstand it, let alone the other Golden Core experts. All they needed to do was wait a little longer. Chapter 4393. The leader of the Blackwind stronghold had indeed killed his way in. He wanted to see why Xianxia would allow him to enter. Could it be that there were some hidden experts here? Just a moment ago, he had already checked with his spiritual sense. There were no experts at all. The strongest were only Xianxia and a few other golden core experts. Xianxia, I'm already inside. Use whatever methods you have. Otherwise, the Guardian Metal sect will be finished today. The leader's voice echoed throughout the Guardian Metal sect. The Black Wind Stronghold's chief target this time was Xianxia. As for the other disciples of the Guardian Metal sect, they did not care about this. He was just an ant, as long as they could take down Xianxia. The treasures of the Guardian Metal sect would naturally belong to them. As long as they obtained the treasures and took out a portion to pay tribute, there would naturally be people who would speak up for them. As long as they did not massacre the Guardian Metal sect, it would not affect them at all. This was their bottom line. The Nanyan County was huge, but there was a bottom line. That was, the mountain strongholds could not massacre a sect. This was their bottom line. If anyone dared to do so, they would immediately be hunted down by all the forces in the Nanyan County. The once glorious mountain stronghold was annihilated just like that. They did not even have the chance to resist. The leader of the Black Wind Stronghold naturally had his reasons for being able to survive until now. His goal was simple. He wanted to steal the treasures of the Guardian Metal sect. Xianxia, I know you're definitely inside. Let's see how long you can hide for. I'm not hiding at all. I'm right inside. You can find me yourself. I, Xianxia, am a member of the Guardian Metal sect. I will naturally not leave. The leader of the Black Wind Stronghold was even more confused. Just what was Xianxia planning? Or did the Guardian Metal sect really find an expert? Very quickly, the leader of the Black Wind Stronghold suppressed this thought. This was impossible. He had arranged for people to keep an eye on the Guardian Metal sect. At a time like this, there would not be any experts coming to help. Everyone knew that the Black Wind Stronghold was vicious and merciless. Anyone who dared to interfere at a time like this could only wait for the Black Wind Stronghold's revenge. The leader of the Black Wind Stronghold quickly locked onto Xianxia's position. He was in a courtyard. This courtyard was very ordinary. It didn't look like there were any formations or experts here. With that, the Black Wind Stronghold's chief laughed. No matter what sort of tricks this guy was up to, he would definitely not be able to escape this time. Whoosh! The gate of the courtyard was torn to pieces. The master of the Black Wind Stronghold walked in. Behind him, there was a golden core expert following. At that moment, Xianxia was standing beside Lin Fei. It was the same for the other gold core experts. When he saw a young man sitting there, he thought to himself. The master of the Black Wind Stronghold frowned slightly. He could not help but laugh aloud. Xianxia, is this the helper you found? He's not even fully grown yet, but you really are capable. In the eyes of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief, this was the case. He couldn't sense any powerful aura from this young man. On the contrary, he looked like an ordinary young man. There was nothing special about him at all. If the Black Wind Stronghold wanted to survive in the Southern Cloud region, there were some people that they could not afford to offend. For example, the younger generation. That was why the Black Wind Stronghold's chief still remembered it vividly. There was no information about this young man in his memory. This meant that this person was definitely not from the Southern Cloud region. As long as he was not from the Southern Cloud region, the Black Wind Stronghold's chief did not care. He was not afraid of offending anyone. Lin Fei raised his head and glanced at the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. Your strength is not bad. You're at the Golden Core Perfection level. I wonder if you brought the Heaven Connecting Token. If you did, you can live. Otherwise, you will die in a moment. The Golden Core experts, standing behind the Black Wind Stronghold's chief, could not help but laugh aloud. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant person. Before they even made a move, he actually wanted to announce that their chief had died here. This showed how much confidence he had in his own strength. Could it be that a Golden Core Perfection expert could be killed so easily? The Black Wind Stronghold's chief also laughed out of anger. This was the most interesting thing he had heard today. A strange Xianxia, and a young man who did not know what was good for him. Today, because of what you've said, I've decided that no matter what, I'll kill all of you, especially you, brat. I won't just kill you right away. I'll bring you back to the Black Wind Stronghold and slowly torture you for 81 days. Lin Fei laughed. Are you sure you can torture me for 81 days? The Black Wind Stronghold's chief waved his hand. Do it. At this moment, the Black Wind Stronghold's chief could not be bothered to say anything more. He was just a guy who had not even grown his hair yet. How could he be a threat? He was simply thinking too much. The few Golden Core experts were instantly prepared to attack. But before they could do anything, they heard a few swishing sounds. Sword Intent swept past. The few Golden Core experts instantly fell to the ground. Unknowingly, a hole had appeared in the center of their brows. Even though they were wearing treasured armor, the Sword Intent had pierced through their brows. They could not be any more dead. This scene happened too quickly. Even the Black Wind Stronghold's chief could not react for a moment. The Jindan stage experts that he had brought with him had all died in this courtyard. They had been killed by the Sword Intent, which had directly broken through the defense of the treasured armor. A harmless guy had actually killed his subordinates in one move. The one who had been killed was a Golden Core expert. All the elites of the Black Wind Stronghold were here. Without these Golden Core experts, the Black Wind Stronghold would not be able to withstand a single blow. Although he was a perfected Golden Core expert, there was nothing he could do if he was surrounded by a group of Golden Core experts. Do you understand now? It's easy for me to kill Golden Core experts, and it's the same for me to kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. A deathly aura enveloped the Black Wind Stronghold's chief. Whoosh! He threw a punch. In front of the power of this punch, the Black Wind Stronghold's chief seemed to have fallen into a vast ocean. The endless ocean seemed to be rolling back, drowning him completely and tearing him to pieces. It's not that easy for you to kill me. Whoosh! A blade light appeared. It flew out. It circled around Lin Fei. But before it could fly out, the flying cloud blade was grabbed by a hand. Half of the Black Wind Stronghold's chief's body was also blown up by the punch, and he was sent flying. An extreme expert. The Black Wind Stronghold's chief, whose body had been half smashed, panted heavily. He took out a lot of elixirs and swallowed them. He stared at the young man. Chapter 4394. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold could not believe that his flying cloud blade could not do anything to his opponent. That was a supreme grade magic treasure that could easily kill any Golden Core powerhouse. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold rarely used this treasure because it consumed too much energy. Unless it was an emergency, he would not use the flying cloud blade at all. But now, his flying cloud blade was useless. Was his opponent's body so strong? Now, even the flying cloud blade was in his opponent's hands, and he had lost contact with it. That was why the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold said that Lin Fan was an extreme expert, because only an extreme expert could defeat a peak Golden Core expert like him. Even if Lin Fan was also a peak Golden Core expert, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold did not think much of it. Lin Fei played with a flying cloud blade. It had to be said that the flying cloud blade was very sharp. If it was any other Golden Core expert, they would have died instantly. It could be considered trump card. Now, I still say the same thing. If you have the heavenly token, then you might be able to survive. Otherwise, I will give you another punch. I believe you won't be able to resist it at all. It's a pity that you are in the exceptional Gold Core realm. Xianxia and the others let out a long sigh of relief. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was famous. He was a peak Golden Core expert, but they did not expect Lin Fan to destroy half of his body with a single punch. Even the trump card treasure was snatched away. They had naturally heard of the flying cloud blade. It was extremely sharp and specialized in piercing through flesh. Lin Fan was able to kill the chief of the Godly Blade sect with a single punch. His physical strength must be ridiculously strong, and his defense must be outstanding. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was unlucky to have encountered a powerful body cultivator. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold was completely shocked. After all, it was very easy to meet a peak Golden Core expert, but peak Golden Core experts were very rare. It required a lot of accumulation, and this accumulation was not something ordinary people could achieve. The number of peak Golden Core experts in the entire Nanyuan County could be counted on one hand. At the very least, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold had never heard of one. The chief of the Black Wind Stronghold finally understood why there was a young man here. He was actually a peak Golden Core expert. That was the scariest part. He thought that Xianxia was an immature fellow. It was no wonder that Xianxia could easily kill the Vajra realm experts that he brought. That one punch had destroyed half of his body. Even if he had an armor artifact, it would still have been affected. If he had gone all out, he would probably have been killed in 3 punches. Now, he understood why the Godly Knife sect had lost. Perhaps the sect master of the Godly Knife sect had also been killed by this young man. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold finally understood why the other party had mentioned the heaven-piercing medallion. Hearing these words again, the hair on his body instantly stood up. He knew that his life and death were in front of this person. Don't kill me. I only have 1 Heaven Link medallion here. Without saying anything else, the Black Wind stronghold's master took out a Heaven Link medallion. He even threw the ring over. To be able to cultivate to the level of the golden core perfected was also a very difficult thing. No one was willing to be killed at a time like this, and the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was no different. He nimbly tossed the supreme token and the storage ring over. Even though his heart was bleeding, as long as he was alive, he did not need to worry about not having any firewood. Lin Fei was not very satisfied. Just this 1 Heaven Link medallion? That's a little too little. I think it's better if I kill you. In truth, from Lin Fei's point of view, if the chief of the Black Wind stronghold could be killed, he would have killed him with a single punch just now. Although the other party was at the level of golden core perfected, his strength was still far inferior. After all, not everyone could have a body as strong as his. However, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was more or less of a use to Lin Fei. That was why he showed mercy. Otherwise, 2 consecutive punches would have been enough to kill the chief of the Black Wind stronghold. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was also a smart person. He immediately said, "Don't kill me. I know where there are more Heaven Links medallions. I could bring the Black Wind stronghold to help you snatch them. No one will think of anything else." The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was also a smart person. He did not know why the person in front of him wanted the Heaven Link medallion, but as long as he could get his hands on the Heaven Link medallion, it would be a good thing. He would be able to live. He believed that his words would definitely be useful. As expected, after he said those words, the young man's expression changed. To be able to support the Black Wind stronghold, he was indeed not simple. Lin Fei wanted the chief of the Black Wind stronghold to make his own choice. After all, the Heaven Link medallion was rather important to Lin Fei. If he could get a batch in a short period of time, he would do so. In a few days, our strongholds will be holding a meeting. When that time comes, many strongholds will come to discuss important matters. If Senior makes a move at this time, you will definitely be able to obtain the Heaven Link medallion. I don't say many, but you will definitely get at least 10. These people will all bring the Heaven Link medallion with them to increase their cultivation speed. In order to survive, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold could not care so much. He would drag them all down with him first. Whether they died or not had nothing to do with him. In any case, it was fine as long as this person was interested. It was unimaginable that experts at the peak of the Golden Core realm would be so powerful. Killing experts at the peak of the Golden Core realm would be a piece of cake. I didn't know there would be such a meeting. Lin Fei laughed. Sure, Xianxia, who was next to him, said, "Senior Lin, I have indeed heard of such a meeting. It is very secretive, but they will most likely bring the Heaven Link medallion with them. After all, the greatest use of the Heaven Link medallion is to increase one's cultivation speed. Although it is somewhat useless, having it on you is far better than not having it at all." Lin Fei was also quite interested in this meeting. If he could obtain 10 Heaven Link medallions, his strength would become even greater. It would also make his so-called peak of the Golden Core realm even more solid. He would then have the ability to protect himself in the spirit realm. Because of what you said, I will let you off for now. If you dare lie to me, I will kill you with 1 punch. Lin Fei waved his hand and the 5 elements sword intent condensed into a sword talisman, which directly hit the chief of the Black Wind stronghold. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold instantly felt as if he had lost his life. Senior Lin, how could I dare lie to you? This is the truth, the chief of the Black Wind stronghold said repeatedly. Then go back to your Black Wind stronghold first. I will come to the Black Wind stronghold to find you later." Lin Fei waved his hand. The chief of the Black Wind stronghold was sent flying and fell outside. It had happened too quickly. Before the people outside could react, they saw a black stream of light directly leave. Who could tell me what just happened? It seems like the chief of the Black Wind stronghold was defeated.